Ezeblim, Damnation of Theron Ware, Part 1 by Harold Frederic. Chapter 1. No such throng had ever before been seen in the building during all its 8 years of existence. People were wedged together most uncomfortably upon the seats. They stood packed in the aisles and overflowed the galleries. At the back, in the shadows underneath these galleries, they formed broad, dense masses about the doors, through which it would be hopeless to attempt a passage. The light given out from numerous tin-lined circles of flaring gas jets arranged on the ceiling fell full upon 1,000 uplifted faces, some framed in bonnets or juvenile curls, others bearded or crowned with shining baldness, but all alike under the spell of a dominant emotion which held features in abstracted suspense and focused every eye upon objective point. The excitement of expectancy reigned upon each row of countenances, was visible in every attitude, nay, seemed a part of the close, overheated atmosphere itself. An observer, looking over these compact lines of faces and noting the uniform concentration of eagerness they exhibited, might have guessed that they were watching for either the jury's verdict in some peculiarly absorbing criminal trial, or the announcement of the lucky numbers in a great lottery. These two expressions seemed to alternate and even to mingle vaguely upon the upturned lineaments of the waiting throng, the hope of some unnamed stroke of fortune and the dread of some adverse decree. But a glance forward at the object of this universal gaze would have sufficed to shatter both hypotheses. Here was neither a court of justice nor a tombola. It was instead the closing session of the annual Nidamah Conference of the Methodist Episcopal Church, and the bishop was about to read out the list of ministerial appointments for the coming year. This list was evidently written in a hand strange to him, and the slow, near-sighted old gentleman, having at last sufficiently rubbed the glasses of his spectacles and then adjusted them over his nose with annoying deliberation, was now silently rehearsing his task to himself, the while the clergymen round about ground their teeth and restlessly shuffled their feet in impatience. Upon a closer inspection of the assemblage, there were a great many of these clergymen. A dozen or more dignified and for the most part elderly brethren sat grouped about the bishop in the pulpit. As many others, not quite so staid and mean, and indeed with here and there almost a suggestion of frivolity in their postures, were seated on the steps leading down from this platform. A score of their fellows sat facing the audience on chairs tightly wedged into the space railed off round the pulpit. And then came 5 or 6 rows of pews, stretching across the whole breadth of the church, and almost solidly filled with preachers of the word. There were very old men among these bent and decrepit veterans who had known Lorenzo Dow, and had been ordained by elders who remembered Francis Asbury and even Whitefield. They sat now in front places, leaning forward with trembling and misshapen hands behind their hairy ears, waiting to hear their names read out on the superannuated list, it might be for the last time. The sight of these venerable fathers in Israel was good to the eyes, conjuring up, as it did, pictures of a time when a plain and homely people had been served by a fervent and devoted clergy, by preachers who lacked in learning and polish, no doubt, but who gave their lives without dream of earthly reward to poverty and to the danger and wearing toil of itinerant missions through the rude frontier settlements. These pictures had for their primitive accessories log huts, rough household implements, coarse clothes, and patched old saddles which told of weary years of journeying. But to even the least sympathetic vision there shone upon them the glorified light of the cross and crown. Reverend survivors of the heroic times, their very presence there sitting meekly at the altar rail to hear again the published record of their uselessness and of their dependence upon church charity, was in the nature of a benediction. The large majority of those surrounding these patriarchs were middle-aged men, generally of a robust type, with burly shoulders and bushy beards framing shaven upper lips, and who looked for the most part like honest and prosperous farmers attired in their Sunday clothes. As exceptions to this rule, there were scattered stray specimens of a more urban class, worthies with neatly trimmed whiskers, white neckcloths, and even indications of hair oil, all eloquent of citified charges. And now and again the eye singled out a striking and scholarly face, at once strong and simple, and instinctively referred it to the faculty of one of the several theological seminaries belonging to the conference. The effect of these faces as a whole was toward goodness, candor, and imperturbable self-complacency rather than learning or mental astuteness. And, curiously enough, it wore its pleasantest aspect on the countenances of the older men. The impress of zeal and moral worth seemed to diminish by regular gradations as one passed to younger faces, and among the very beginners, who had been ordained only within the past day or two, this decline was peculiarly marked. It was almost a relief to note the relative smallness of their number, so plainly was it to be seen that they were not the men their forebears had been. And if those aged, worn-out preachers facing the pulpit had gazed instead backward over the congregation, it may be that here too their old eyes would have detected a difference, what at least they would have deemed a decline, but nothing was further from the minds of the members of the First M.E. Church of Tecumseh than the suggestion that they were not an improvement on those who had gone before them. They were undoubtedly the smartest and most important congregation within the limits of the Netema Conference, and this new church edifice of theirs represented alike a scale of outlay and a standard of progressive taste in devotional architecture, unique in the Methodism of that whole section of the state. They had a right to be proud of themselves, too. They belonged to the substantial order of the community, with perhaps not so many very rich men as the Presbyterians had, but on the other hand, with far fewer extremely poor folk than the Baptists were encumbered with. The pews in the first 4 rows of their church rented for $100 apiece, quite up to the Presbyterian high-water mark, and they now had almost abolished free pews altogether. The oyster suppers given by their Ladies' Aid Society in the basement of the church during the winter had established rank among the fashionable events in Tecumseh's social calendar. A comprehensive and satisfied perception of these advantages was uppermost in the minds of this local audience as they waited for the bishop to begin his reading. They had entertained this bishop and his presiding elders, and the rank and file of common preachers in a style which could not have been remotely approached by any other congregation in the conference. Where else, one would like to know, could the bishop have been domiciled in a Methodist house where he might have a sitting room all to himself, with his bedroom leading out of it? Every clergyman present had been provided for in a private residence, even down to the licensed exhorters, who were not really ministers at all when you came to think of it, and who might well thank their stars that the conference had assembled among such open-handed people. There existed a dim feeling that these licensed exhorters, an uncouth crew, with country storekeepers and lumbermen, and even a horse doctor among their number, had taken rather too much for granted, and were not exhibiting quite the proper degree of gratitude over their reception. But a more important issue hung now imminent in the balance: was Tecumseh to be fairly and honorably rewarded for her hospitality by being given the pastor of her choice? All were agreed, at least among those who paid pew rents, upon the great importance of a change in the pulpit of the First M.E. Church. A change in persons must of course take place, for their present pastor had exhausted the 3-year maximum of the itinerant system, but there was needed much more than that. For a handsome and expensive church building like this, and with such a modern and go-ahead congregation, it was simply a vital necessity to secure an attractive and fashionable preacher. They had held their own against the Presbyterians these past few years only by the most strenuous efforts, and under the depressing disadvantage of a minister who preached dreary, out-of-date sermons, and who lacked even the most rudimentary sense of social distinctions. The Presbyterians had captured the new cashier of the Adams County Bank, who had always gone to the Methodist church in the town he came from, but now was lost solely because of this tiresome old fossil of theirs. And there were numerous other instances of the same sort, scarcely less grievous. That this state of things must be altered was clear. The unusually large local attendance upon the sessions of the conference had given some of the more guileless of visiting brethren a high notion of Tecumseh's piety, and perhaps even the most sophisticated stranger never quite realized how strictly it was to be explained by the anxiety to pick out a suitable champion for the fierce Presbyterian competition. Big gatherings assembled evening after evening to hear the sermons of those selected to preach, and the church had been almost impossibly crowded at each of the 3 Sunday services. Opinions had naturally differed a good deal during the earlier stages of this scrutiny, but after last night's sermon there could be but one feeling. The man for Tecumseh was the Reverend Theron Ware. The choice was an admirable one, from points of view much more exalted than those of the local congregation. You could see Mr. Ware sitting there at the end of the row inside the altar rail, the tall, slender young man with the broad white brow, thoughtful eyes, and features molded into that regularity of strength which used to characterize the American senatorial type in those faraway days of clean-shaven faces and moderate incomes before the war. The bright-faced, comely, and vivacious young woman in the second side pew was his wife, and Tecumseh noted with approbation that she knew how to dress. There were really no 2 better or worthier people in the building than this young couple, who sat waiting along with the rest to hear their fate. But unhappily they had come to know the effort being made to bring them to Tecumseh, and their simple pride in the triumph of the husband's fine sermon had become swallowed up in a terribly anxious conflict of hope and fear. Neither of them could maintain a satisfactory show of composure as the decisive moment approached. The vision of translation. From poverty and obscurity to such a splendid post as this, truly it was too dazzling for tranquil nerves. The tedious bishop had at last begun to call his roll of names, and the good people of Tecumseh mentally ticked them off, one by one, as the list expanded. They felt that it was like this bishop, an unimportant and commonplace figure in Methodism, not to be mentioned in the same breath with Simpson and Janes and Kingsley, that he should begin with the backwoods counties and thrust all these remote and pitifully rustic stations ahead of their own metropolitan charge. To these, who would the headless remedy, the announcements were being doled out with stumbling hesitation, after each one a little half-rustling movement through the crowded rows of clergymen, passed mute judgment upon the cruel blow this brother had received, the reward justly given to this other, the favoritism by which a third had profited. The presiding elders, whose work all this was, stared with gloomy and impersonal abstraction down upon the rows of black-coated humanity spread before them. The ministers returned this fixed and perfunctory gaze with pale, set faces, only feebly masking the emotions which each new name stirred somewhere among them. The bishop droned on laboriously, mispronouncing words and repeating himself as if he were reading a catalogue of unfamiliar seeds. First Church of Tecumseh, Brother Abram G. Tisdale. There was no doubt about it. These were actually the words that had been uttered. After all this outlay, all this lavish hospitality, all this sacrifice of time and patience in sitting through those sermons, to draw from the grab bag nothing better than a Tisdale. A hum of outraged astonishment, half-groan, half-wrathful snort, bounded along from pew to pew throughout the body of the church. An echo of it reached the bishop, and so confused him that he haltingly repeated the obnoxious line. Every local eye turned as by intuition to where the calamitous Tisdale sat, and fastened malignantly upon him. Could anything be worse? This brother Tisdale was past 50, a spindling, rickety, gaunt old man, with a long horse-like head and vacantly solemn face, who kept one or the other of his hands, continually fumbling his bony jaw. He had been withdrawn from routine service for a number of years, doing a little insurance canvassing on his own account and also traveling for the book concern. Now that he wished to return to parochial work, the richest prize in the whole list, Tecumseh, was given to him who had never been asked to preach at a conference, and whose archaic nasal singing of Greenland's icy mountains had made even the licensed exhorters grin. It was too intolerably dreadful to think of. An embittered whisper to the effect that Tisdale was the bishop's cousin ran round from pew to pew. This did not happen to be true, but indignant Tecumseh gave it entire credit. The throngs about the doors dwindled as by magic, and the aisles cleared. Local interest was dead, and even some of the pew holders rose and made their way out. One of these murmured audibly to his neighbors as he departed that his pew could be had now for $60. So it happened that when, a little later on, the appointment of Theron Ware to Octavius was read out, none of the people of Tecumseh either noted or cared. They had been deeply interested in him so long as it seemed likely that he was to come to them before their clearly expressed desire for him had been so monstrously ignored. But now what became of him was no earthly concern of theirs. After the doxology had been sung and the conference formally declared ended, the Wares would fain have escaped from the flood of handshakings and boisterous farewells which spread over the front part of the church. But the clergymen were unusually insistent upon demonstrations of cordiality among themselves, the more, perhaps, because it was evident that the friendliness of their local hosts had suddenly evaporated, and, of all men in the world, the present incumbent of the Octavius pulpit now bore down upon them with noisy effusiveness and defied evasion. "Brother Ware, we have never been introduced, but let me clasp your hand, and Sister Ware, I presume yours too." He was a portly man who held his head back so that his face seemed all jowl and mouth and sandy chin whisker. He smiled broadly upon them with half-closed eyes and shook hands again. "I said to him," he went on with loud pretense of heartiness, "the minute I heard your name called out for our dear Octavius, I must go over and introduce myself. It will be a heavy cross to part with those dear people, Brother Ware, but if anything could wean me to the notion, so to speak, it would be the knowledge that you are to take up my labors in their midst. Perhaps they are just a trifle clothes and money matters, but they come out strong on revivals. They'll need a good deal of stirring up about parsonage expenses, but oh, such seasons of grace as we've experienced there together." He shook his head and closed his eyes altogether, as if transported by his memories. Brother Ware smiled faintly in decorous response and bowed in silence. But his wife resented the unctuous beaming of content on the other's wide countenance, and could not restrain her tongue. "You seem to bear up tolerably well under this heavy cross, as you call it," she said sharply. "The will o' the Lord, Sister Ware, the will o' the Lord," he responded, disposed for the instant to put on his pompous manner with her, and then deciding to smile again as he moved off. The circumstance that he was to get an additional $300 yearly in his new place was not mentioned between them. By a mutual impulse, the young couple, when they had at last gained the cool open air, crossed the street to the side where overhanging trees shaded the infrequent lamps, and they might be comparatively alone. The wife had taken her husband's arm and pressed closely upon it as they walked. For a time no word passed, but finally he said in a grave voice, "It is hard upon you, poor girl." Then she stopped short, buried her face against his shoulder, and fell to sobbing. He strove with gentle, whispered remonstrance to win her from this mood, and after a few moments she lifted her head and they resumed their walk, she wiping her eyes as they went. "I couldn't keep it in a minute longer," she said, catching her breath between phrases. "Oh, why do they behave so badly to us, Theron?" He smiled down momentarily upon her as they moved along, and patted her hand. "Somebody must have the poor places, Alice," he said consolingly. "I am a young man yet, remember. We must take our turn and be patient. For we know that all things work together for good. And your sermon was so head and shoulders above all the others," she went on breathlessly. "Everybody said so, and Mrs. Parshall heard it so direct that you were to be sent here, and I know she told everybody how much I was lauding on it. I wish we could go right off tonight without going to her house. I shall be ashamed to look her in the face, and of course she knows we're poked off to that miserable Octavius. Why, Theron, they tell me it's a worse place even than we've got now. Oh, not at all, he put in reassuringly. It has grown to be a large town, oh, quite twice the size of Tyre. It's a great Irish place, I've heard. Our own church seems to be a good deal run down there. We must build it up again, and the salary is better a little. But he too was depressed, and they walked on toward their temporary lodging in a silence full of mutual grief. It was not until they had come within sight of this goal that he prefaced by a little sigh of resignation these further words, "Come, let us make the best of it, my girl. After all, we are in the hands of the Lord." "Oh, don't, Theron," she said hastily. "Don't talk to me about the Lord tonight. I can't bear it." Chapter 2. "Theron, come out here! This is the funniest thing we have heard yet." Mrs. Ware stood on the platform of her new kitchen stoop. The bright flood of May morning sunshine completely enveloped her girlish form, clad in a simple, fresh starched calico gown, and shone in golden patches upon her light brown hair. She had a smile on her face as she looked down at the milk boy standing on the bottom step, a smile of a doubtful sort, stormily mirthful. "Come out a minute, Theron," she called again, and in obedience to the summons, the tall, lank figure of her husband appeared in the open doorway behind her. A long, loose, open dressing gown dangled to his knees, and his sallow, clean-shaven, thoughtful face wore a morning undress expression of youthful good nature. He leaned against the door-sill, crossed his large carpet slippers, and looked up into the sky, drawing a long, satisfied breath. "What a beautiful morning!" he exclaimed. "The elms over there are full of robins. We must get up earlier these mornings and take some walks." His wife indicated the boy with the milk pail on his arm by a wave of her hand. "Guess what he tells me," she said. "It wasn't a mistake at all, our getting no milk yesterday or the Sunday before. It seems that that's the custom here, at least so far as the parsonage is concerned." "What's the matter, boy?" asked the young minister, drawling his words a little and putting a sense of placid irony into them. "Don't the cows give milk on Sunday, then?" The boy was not going to be chaffed. "Oh, I'll bring you milk fast enough on Sundays if you give me the word," he said with nonchalance. "Only it won't last long." "How do you mean, won't last long?" asked Mrs. Ware briskly. The boy liked her both for herself and for the doughnuts fried with her own hands, which she gave him on his morning round. He dropped his half-defiant tone. "The thing of it's this," he explained. "Every new minister starts in saying we can deliver to this house on Sundays and then gives us notice to stop before the month's out. It's the trustees that does it." The Rev. Theron Ware uncrossed his feet and moved out onto the stoop beside his wife. "What's that you say?" he interjected. "Don't they take milk on Sundays?" "Nope," answered the boy. The young couple looked each other in the face for a puzzled moment, then broke into a laugh. "Well, we'll try it anyway," said the preacher. "You can go on bringing it Sundays till you cave in and tell me to stop," put in the boy. "All right," and he was off on the instant, the dipper jangling loud incredulity in his pail as he went. The Wares exchanged another glance as he disappeared round the corner of the house, and another mutual laugh seemed imminent. Then the wife's face clouded over, and she thrust her underlip a trifle forward out of its place in the straight and gently firm profile. "It's just what Wendell Phillips said," she declared. "The Puritan's idea of hell is a place where everybody has to mind his own business." The young minister stroked his chin thoughtfully and let his gaze wander over the backyard in silence. The garden parts had not been spaded up, but lay a useless stretch of muddy earth, broken only by last year's cabbage stumps and the general litter of dead roots and vegetation. The door of the tenantless chicken coop hung wide open. Before it was a great heap of ashes and cinders, soaked into grimy hardness by the recent spring rains, and nearer still an ancient chopping block, round which were scattered old weather-beaten hardwood knots, which had defied the axe, parts of broken barrels and packing boxes, and a nameless debris of tin cans, clamshells, and general rubbish. It was pleasanter to lift the eyes and look across the neighbors' fences to the green, waving tops of the elms on the street beyond. How lofty and beautiful they were in the morning sunlight, and with what matchless charm came the song of the robins, freshly installed in their haunts among the new pale green leaves. Above them, in the fresh scented air, glowed the great blue dome, radiant with light and the purification of spring. Theron lifted his thin, long-fingered hand and passed it in a slow arch of movement to comprehend this glorious upper picture. "What matter anyone's ideas of hell," he said in soft, grave tones, "when we have that to look at and listen to and fill our lungs with? It seems to me that we never feel quite so sure of God's goodness at other times as we do in these wonderful new mornings of spring." The wife followed his gesture, and her eyes rested for a brief moment with pleased interest upon the trees and the sky. Then they reverted, with a harsher scrutiny, to the immediate foreground. "Those Vansizers ought to be downright ashamed of themselves," she said, "to leave everything in such a muss as this. You must see about getting a man to clean up the yard, Theron. It's no use your thinking of doing it yourself. In the first place, it wouldn't look quite the thing, and, second, you'd never get at it in all your born days. Or if a man would cost too much, we might get a boy. I dare say Harvey would come around after he'd finished with his milk root in the forenoon. We could give him his dinner, you know, and I'd bake him some cookies. He's got the greatest sweet tooth you ever heard of. And then perhaps if we gave him a quarter, or say $half, he'd be quite satisfied. I'll speak to him in the morning. We can save $1 or so that way." "I suppose every little does help," commented Mr. Ware, with a doleful lack of conviction. Then his face brightened. "I tell you what let's do," he exclaimed. "Get on your street dress, and we'll take a long walk way out into the country. You've never seen the basin, where they float the log rafts in, or the big sawmills. The hills beyond give you almost mountain effects. They are so steep, and they say there's a sulphur spring among the slate on the hillside, somewhere, with trees all about it. And we could take some sandwiches with us." "You forget," put in Mrs. Ware. "Those trustees are coming at 11. "So they are," assented the young minister, with something like a sigh. He cast another reluctant, lingering glance at the sunlit elm boughs, and, turning, went indoors. He loitered for an aimless minute in the kitchen, where his wife, her sleeves rolled to the elbow, now resumed the interrupted washing of the breakfast dishes, perhaps with vague visions of that ever-receding time to come, when they might have a hired girl to do such work. Then he wandered off into the room beyond, which served them alike as living room and study, and let his eye run along the 2 rows of books that constituted his library. He saw nothing which he wanted to read. Finally, he did take down Paley's Evidences and seated himself in the big armchair, that costly and oversized anomaly among his humble household gods. But the book lay unopened on his knee, and his eyelids half closed themselves in sign of reverie. This was his third charge, this Octavius, which they both knew they were going to dislike so much. The first had been in the pleasant dairy and hop country many miles to the south, on another watershed, and among a different kind of people. Perhaps, in truth, the grinding labor, the poverty of ideas, the systematic selfishness of later rural experience had not been lacking there, but they played no part in the memories which now he passed in tender review. He recalled instead the warm sunshine on the fertile expanse of fields, the sleek, well-fed herds of milkers coming lowing down the road under the maples, the prosperous and hospitable farmhouses with their orchards in blossom and their spacious red barns, the bountiful boiled dinners which cheery housewives served up with their own skilled hands. Of course, he admitted to himself, it would not be the same if he were to go back there again. He was conscious of having moved along, was it after all, an advance, to a point where it was unpleasant to sit at table with the unfragrant hired man, and still worse to encounter the bucolic confusion between the functions of knives and forks. But in those happy days, young, zealous, himself farm-bred, these trifles had been invisible to him, and life there among those kindly husbandmen had seemed, by contrast with the gaunt surroundings and gloomy rule of the theological seminary, luxuriously abundant and free. It was there, too, that the crowning blessedness of his youth, nay, should he not say of all his days, had come to him. There he had first seen Alice Hastings, the bright-eyed, frank-faced, serenely self-reliant girl who now, less than 4 years thereafter, could be heard washing the dishes out in the parsonage kitchen. How wonderful she had seemed to him then! How beautiful and all beneficent the miracle still appeared, though herself the daughter of a farmer, her presence on a visit within the borders of his remote country charge had seemed to make everything there 100 times more countrified than it had ever been before. She was fresh from the refinements of a town seminary. She read books. It was known that she could play upon the piano. Her clothes, her manners, her way of speaking, the readiness of her thoughts and sprightly tongue, not least perhaps the imposing current understanding as to her father's wealth, placed her on a glorified pinnacle far away from the girls of the neighborhood. These honest and good-hearted creatures indeed called ceaseless attention to her superiority by their deference and open-mouthed admiration, and treated it as the most natural thing in the world that their young minister should be visibly taken with her. Theron Ware, in truth, left this first pastorate of his the following spring in a transfiguring halo of romance. His new appointment was to Tyre, a somewhat distant village of traditional local pride and substance, and he was to be married only a day or so before entering upon his pastoral duties there. The good people among whom he had begun his ministry took kindly credit to themselves that he had met his bride while she was visiting round their countryside, in part by jocose inquiries addressed to the expected groom, in part by the confidences of the postmaster at the corners concerning the bulk and frequency of the correspondence passing between Theron and the now remote Alice. They had followed the progress of the courtship through the autumn and winter with friendly zest. When he returned from the conference to say goodbye and confess the happiness that awaited him, they gave him a donation quite as if he were a married pastor with a home of his own, instead of a shy young bachelor who received his guests and their contributions in the house where he boarded. He went away with tears of mingled regret and proud joy in his eyes, thinking a good deal upon their predictions of a distinguished career before him, feeling infinitely strengthened and upborne by the hearty fervor of their Godspeed, and taking with him nearly 2 wagon-loads of vegetables, apples, canned preserves, assorted furniture, glass dishes, cheeses, piced bedquilts, honey, feathers, and kitchen utensils. Of the 3 years' term in Tyre, it was pleasantest to dwell upon the beginning. The young couple, after being married out at Alice's home and in the adjoining county, under the depressing conditions of a hopelessly bedridden mother and of father and brothers whose perceptions were obviously closed to the advantages of a matrimonial connection with Methodism, came straight to the house which their new congregation rented as a parsonage. The impulse of reaction from the rather grim cheerlessness of their wedding lent fresh gaiety to their light-hearted, whimsical start at housekeeping. They had never laughed so much in all their lives as they did now in these first months over their weird ignorance of domestic details, with its mishaps, mistakes, and entertaining discoveries, over the conical superabundances and shortcomings of their donation outfit, over the 1,001 quaint experiences of their novel relation to each other, to the congregation and to the world of Tyre at large. Theron, indeed, might be said never to have laughed before. Up to that time, no friendly student of his character, cataloging his admirable qualities, would have thought of including among them a sense of humor, much less a bent toward levity. Neither his early strenuous battle to get away from the farm and achieve such education as should serve to open to him the gates of professional life, nor the later wave of religious enthusiasm which caught him up as he stood on the borderland of manhood and swept him off into a veritable new world of views and aspirations, had been a likely school of merriment. People had prized him for his innocent candor and guileless mind, for his good heart, his pious zeal, his modesty about gifts notably above the average, but it had occurred to none to suspect in him a latent funny side. But who could be solemn where Alice was? Alice in a quandary over this gurnomy. Complications of her cooking stove. Alice boiling her potatoes all day and her eggs for half an hour. Alice ordering 20 pounds of steak and half a pound of sugar and striving to extract a breakfast beverage from the unground coffee bean. Clearly not so tenderly fond and sympathetic a husband as Theron. He began by laughing because she laughed, and grew by swift stages to comprehend, then frankly to share, her amusement. From this it seemed only a step to the development of a humor of his own, doubling, as it were, their sportive resources. He found himself discovering a new droll aspect in men and things. His phraseology took on a dryly playful form, fittingly to present conceits which danced up, unabashed, quite into the presence of lofty and majestic truths. He got from this nothing but satisfaction. It obviously involved increased claims to popularity among his parishioners, and consequently magnified powers of usefulness. And it made life so much more a joy and a thing to be thankful for. Often, in the midst of the exchange of merry quip and whimsical suggestion, bright blossoms on that tree of strength and knowledge which he felt expanding now with a mighty outward pushing in all directions, he would lapse into deep gravity and ponder with a swelling heart the vast unspeakable marvel of his blessedness. In being thus enriched and humanized by daily communion with the most worshipful of womankind, this happy and good young couple took the affections of Tyre by storm. The Methodist Church there had at no time held its head very high among the denominations, and for some years back had been in a deplorably sinking state, owing first to the secession of the Free Methodists and then to the incumbency of a pastor who scandalized the community by marrying a black man to a white woman. But the Wares changed all this. Within a month the report of Theron's charm and force in the pulpit was crowding the church building to its utmost capacity, and that, too, with some of Tyre's best people. Equally winning was the atmosphere of jollity and juvenile high spirits which pervaded the parsonage. Under these new conditions, and which Theron and Alice seemed to diffuse wherever they went, thus swimmingly their first year sped amid universal acclaim. Mrs. Ware had a recognized social place, quite outside the restricted limits of Methodism, and shone in it with an unflagging brilliancy altogether beyond the traditions of Tyre. Delightful as she was in other people's houses, she was still more naively fascinating in her own quaint and somewhat harum-scarum domicile, and the drab two-storied tin-roofed little parsonage might well have rattled its clapboards to see if it was not in dreamland, so gay was the company, so light were the hearts which it sheltered in these new days. As for Theron, the period was one of incredible fructification and output. He scarcely recognized for his own the mind which now was reaching out on all sides with the arms of an octopus, exploring unsuspected mines of thought, bringing in rich treasures of deduction, assimilating, building, propounding as if by some force quite independent of him. He could not look without blinking timidity at the radiance of the path stretched out before him, leading upward to dazzling heights of greatness. At the end of this first year, the Wares suddenly discovered that they were $800 in debt. The second year was spent in arriving, by slow stages and with a cruel wealth of pathetic detail, at a realization of what being $800 in debt meant. It was not in their elastic and buoyant natures to grasp the full significance of the thing at once or easily. Their position in the social structure, too, was all against clear-sightedness in material matters. A general, for example, uniformed and in the saddle, advancing through the streets with his staff in the proud wake of his division's massed walls of bayonets, cannot be imagined as quailing at the glance thrown at him by his tailor on the sidewalk. Similarly, a man invested with sacerdotal authority, who baptizes, marries, and buries, who delivers judgments from the pulpit which may not be questioned in his hearing, and who receives from all his fellow men a special deference of manner and speech, is in the nature of things prone to see the grocer's book and the butcher's bill through the little end of the telescope. The Wares at the outset had thought it right to trade as exclusively as possible with members of their own church society. This loyalty became a principal element of martyrdom. Theron had his creditors seated in serried rows before him, Sunday after Sunday. Alice had her critics consolidated among those whom it was her chief duty to visit and profess friendship for. These situations now began, by regular gradations, to unfold their terrors. At the first intimation of discontent, the Wares made what seemed to them a sweeping reduction in expenditure. When they heard that Brother Potter had spoken of them as poor pay, they dismissed their hired girl. A little later, Theron brought himself to drop a laboriously casual suggestion as to a possible increase of salary, and saw with sinking spirits the faces of the stewards freeze with dumb disapprobation. Then Alice paid a visit to her parents, only to find her brothers doggedly hostile to the notion of her being helped, and her father so much under their influence that the paltry sum he dared offer barely covered the expenses of her journey. With another turn of the screw, they sold the piano she had brought with her from Holbam, and the Benham pout them that they never laughed now, and even smiles grew rare. By this time Theron's sermons, preached under that stony glare of people to whom he owed money, had degenerated to a pitiful level of commonplace. As a consequence, the attendance became once more confined to the insufficient membership of the church, and the trustees complained of grievously diminished receipts. When the Wares, grown desperate, ventured upon the experiment of trading outside the bounds of the congregation, the trustees complained again, this time peremptorily. Thus the second year dragged itself miserably to an end. Nor was relief possible, because the presiding elder knew something of the circumstances, and felt it his duty to send Theron back for a third year, to pay his debts and drain the cup of disciplinary medicine to its dregs. The worst has been told. Beginning in utter blackness, this third year in the second month brought a change as welcome as it was unlooked for. An elderly and important citizen of Tyre, by name Abram Beekman, whom Theron knew slightly, and had on occasion seen sitting in one of the back pews near the door, called one morning at the parsonage, and electrified its inhabitants by expressing a desire to wipe off all their old scores for them and give them a fresh start in life. As he put the suggestion, they could find no excuse for rejecting it. He had watched them and heard a good deal about them and took a fatherly sort of interest in them. He did not deprecate their regarding the aid he proffered them in the nature of a loan, but they were to make themselves perfectly easy about it and never return it at all unless they could spare it some time, with entire convenience, and felt that they wanted to do so. As this amazing windfall finally took shape, it enabled the Wares to live respectably through the year and to leave Tyre with something over $100 in hand. It enabled them, too, to revive in a chastened form their old dream of ultimate success and distinction for Theron. He had demonstrated clearly enough to himself, during that brief season of unrestrained effulgence, that he had within him the making of a great pulpit orator. He set to work now, with resolute purpose, to puzzle out and master all the principles which underlie this art, and all the tricks that adorn its superstructure. He studied it, fastened his thoughts upon it, talked daily with Alice about it. In the pulpit, addressing those people who had so darkened his life and crushed the first happiness out of his home, he withheld himself from any oratorical display which could afford them gratification. He put aside as well The thought of attracting once more the non-Methodists of Tyre, whose early enthusiasm had spread such pitfalls for his unwary feet. He practiced effects now by piecemeal, with an alert ear and calculation in every tone. An ambition, at once embittered and tearfully solicitous, possessed him. He reflected now, this morning, with a certain incredulous interest, upon that unworthy epoch in his life history, which seemed so far behind him, and yet had come to a close only a few weeks ago. The opportunity had been given him, there at the Tecumseh Conference, to reveal his quality. He had risen to its full limit of possibilities, and preached a great sermon in a manner which he at least knew was unapproachable. He had made his most powerful bid for the prize place, had trebly deserved success, and had been banished instead to Octavius. The curious thing was that he did not resent his failure. Alice had taken it hard, but he himself was conscious of a sense of spiritual gain. The influence of the conference, with its songs and seasons of prayer and high pressure of emotional excitement, was still strong upon him. It seemed years and years since the religious side of him had been so stirred into motion. He felt, as he lay back in the chair and folded his hands over the book on his knee, that he had indeed come forth from the fire purified and strengthened. The ministry to souls diseased beckoned him with a new and urgent significance. He smiled to remember that Mr. Beekman, speaking in his shrewd and pointed way, had asked him whether, looking it all over, he didn't think it would be better for him to study law, with a view to sliding out of the ministry when a good chance offered. It amazed him now to recall that he had taken this hint seriously, and even gone to the length of finding out what books law students began upon. Thank God, all that was past and gone now. The call sounded resonant and imperative in his ears, and there was no impulse of his heart, no fiber of his being, which did not stir in devout response. He closed his eyes to be the more wholly alone with the spirit that moved him. The jangling of a bell in the hallway broke sharply upon his meditations, and on the instant his wife thrust in her head from the kitchen. "You'll have to go to the door, Theron," she warned him in a loud, swift whisper. "I'm not fit to be seen." "It is the trustees." "All right," he said, and rose slowly from sprawling recumbency to his feet. "I'll go. And don't forget," she added strenuously, "I believe in Levi Goringe. I've seen him go past here with his rod and fish basket twice in 8 days, and that's a good sign. He's got a soft side somewhere. And just keep a stiff upper lip about the gas, and don't you let them Jew you down a solitary cent on that sidewalk." "All right," said Theron again, and moved reluctantly toward the hall door. Chapter 3. When the 3 trustees had been shown in by the Reverend Mr. Ware and had taken seats, an awkward little pause ensued. The young minister looked doubtingly from one face to another, the while they glanced with inquiring interest about the room, noting the pictures and appraising the furniture in their minds. The obvious leader of the party, Loren Pierce, a rich quarryman, was an old man of medium size and mean attire, with a square, beardless face as hard and impassive in expression as one of his blocks of limestone. The irregular thin-lipped mouth, slightly sunken and shut with vice-like firmness, the short snub nose, and the little eyes squinting from half-closed lids beneath slightly marked brows, seemed scarcely to attain to the dignity of features, but evaded attention instead, as if feeling that they were only there at all from plain necessity, and ought not to be taken into account. Mr. Pierce's face did not know how to smile, what was the use of smiles, but its whole surface radiated secretiveness. Portrayed on canvas by a master brush with a ruff or red robe for masquerade, generations of imaginative amateurs would have seen in it vast-reaching plots, the skeletons of a dozen dynastic cupboards, the guarded mysteries of half a century's international diplomacy. The amateurs would have been wrong again. There was nothing behind Mr. Pierce's juiceless countenance more weighty than a general determination to exact 7% for his money and some specific notions about capturing certain brickyards which were interfering with his quarry sales. But Octavius watched him shamble along its sidewalks, quite as the Vienna of Dead and Forgotten yesterday might have watched Metternich. Erastus Winch was of a breezier sort, a florid, stout, and sandy man who spent most of his life driving over evil country roads in a buggy, securing orders for dairy furniture and certain allied lines of farm utensils. This practice had given him a loud voice and a deceptively hearty manner, to which the other avocation of cheese buyer, which he pursued at the Board of Trade meetings every Monday afternoon, had added a considerable command of persuasive yet non-committal language. To look at him, still more to hear him, one would have sworn he was a good fellow, a trifle rough and noisy, perhaps, but all right at bottom. But the county clerk of Dearborn County could have told you of agriculturists who knew Erastus from long and unhappy experience, and who held him to be even a tighter man than Loren Pierce in the matter of a mortgage. The third trustee, Levi Gorringe, set one wondering at the very first glance what on earth he was doing in that company. Those who had known him longest had the least notion, but it may be added that no one knew him well. He was a lawyer, and had lived in Octavius for upwards of 10 years, that is to say, since early manhood. He had an office on the main street, just under the principal photograph gallery. Doubtless he was sometimes in this office, but his fellow townsmen saw him more often in the street doorway, with the stairs behind him and the flaring showcases of the photographer on either side, standing with his hands in his pockets and an unlighted cigar in his mouth, looking at nothing in particular. About every other day he went off after breakfast into the country roundabout, sometimes with a rod, sometimes with a gun, but always alone. He was a bachelor, and slept in a room at the back of his office, cooking some of his meals himself, getting others at a restaurant close by. Though he had little visible practice, he was understood to be well-to-do and even more, and people tacitly inferred that he shaved notes. The Methodists of Octavius looked upon him as a queer fish, and through nearly a dozen years had never quite outgrown their hebdomadal tendency to surprise at seeing him enter their church. He had never, it is true, professed religion, but they had elected him as a trustee now for a number of terms, all the same, partly because he was their only lawyer, partly because he, like both his colleagues, held a mortgage on the church edifice and lot. In person, Mr. Gorringe was a slender man with the skin of a clear, uniform citron tint, black waving hair, and dark gray eyes, and a thin, high-featured face. He wore a mustache and pointed chin tuft, and, though he was of New England parentage and had never been further south than Ocean Grove, he presented a general effect of old Mississippian traditions and taste startlingly at variance with the standards of Dearborn County Methodism. Nothing could convince some of the elder sisters that he was not a drinking man. The 3 visitors had completed their survey of the room now, and Loren Pierce emitted a dry, harsh little cough as a signal that business was about to begin. At this sound, Winch drew up his feet, and Gorringe untied a parcel of account books and papers that he held on his knee. Theron felt that his countenance must be exhibiting to the assembled brethren an unfortunate sense of helplessness in their hands. He tried to look more resolute and forced his lips into a smile. "Brother Gorringe Alice acts as secretary," said Erastus Winch, beaming broadly upon the minister, as if the mere mention of the fact promoted jollity. "That's it, Brother Gorringe. Take your seat at Brother Ware's desk. Mind the dominie's pen don't play tricks on you, and start off writin' out sermons instead of figures." The humorist turned to Theron as the lawyer walked over to the desk at the window. "I allus have to caution him about that," he remarked with great joviality. "And do you look out afterwards, Brother Ware, or else you'll catch that pen of yours scribbling lawyer's lingo in place of the word." Theron felt bound to exhibit a grin in acknowledgment of this pleasantry. The lawyer's change of position had involved some shifting of the others' chairs, and the young minister found himself directly confronted by Brother Pierce's hard and colorless old visage. Its little eyes were watching him as through a mask, and under their influence the smile of politeness fled from his lips. The lawyer on his right, the cheese buyer to the left, seemed to recede into distance as he for the moment returned the gaze of the quarryman. He waited now for him to speak, as if the others were of no importance. "We are a plain sort of folks up in these parts," said Brother Pierce after a slight further pause. His voice was as dry and rasping as his cough, and its intonations were those of authority. "We walk here," he went on, eyeing the minister with a sour regard, "in a meek and humble spirit, in the straight and narrow way which leadeth unto life. We ain't gone tracin' after strange gods, like some people that call themselves Methodists in other places. We stick by the discipline and the ways of our fathers in Israel. No new-fangled notions can go down here. Your wife better take them flowers out of her bunnet afore next Sunday." Silence possessed the room for a few moments. The while Theron, pale-faced and with brows knit, studied the pattern of the ingrain carpet. Then he lifted his head and nodded it in assent. "Yes," he said, "we will do nothing by which our brother stumbleth, or is offended, or is made weak." Brother Pierce's parchment face showed no sign of surprise or pleasure at this easy submission. "Another thing, we don't want no book learning or dictionary words in our pulpit," he went on coldly. "Some folks may stomach 'em, we won't. Them 2 sermons of yours, pershaps they do down in some city place. But they're like your wife's bunnet here, they're too flowery to suit us. What we want to hear is the plain, old-fashioned Word of God, without any palaver or hems and hays. They tell me there's some parts where hell's treated as played out, where our ministers don't like to talk much about it, because people don't want to hear about it. Such preachers ought to be put out. They ain't Methodists at all. What we want here, sir, is straight out. Flat-footed hell, the burnin' lake of fire and brimstone. Pour it into 'em, hot and strong. We can't have too much of it. Work in them awful deathbeds of Voltaire and Tom Paine, with the devil right there in the room, reachin' for 'em, and they yellin' for fright. That's what fills the anxious seat and brings in souls hand over fist." Theron's tongue dallied for an instant with the temptation to comment upon these old wife fables, which were so dear to the rural religious heart when he and I were boys, but it seemed wiser to only nod again and let his mentor go on. "We ain't had no trouble with the Free Methodists here," continued Brother Pierce, "just because we kept to the old paths and seek for salvation in the good old way. Everybody can shout amen as loud and as long as the Spirit moves him with us. Someone was saying you thought we ought to have a choir and an organ. No siree, no such tomfoolery for us. You'll only stir up feeling agin yourself by hinting at such things. And then, too, our folks don't take no stock in all that pack of nonsense about science, such as telling the age of the earth by cracking up stones. I've been in the quarry line all my life, and I know it's all humbug. Why, they say some folks are going round now, preaching that our grandfathers were all monkeys. That comes from departing from the ways of our forefathers, and putting in organs and choirs, and decking our women folks out with quacause, and aping the fashions of the worldly. I shouldn't wonder if them kind did have some monkey blood in 'em. You'll find we're a different sort here." The young minister preserved silence for a little, until it became apparent that the old trustee had had his say out. Even then he raised his head slowly, and at last made answer in a hesitating and irresolute way. "You have been very frank," he said. "I am obliged to you. A clergyman coming to a new charge cannot be better served than by having laid before him a clear statement of the views and spiritual tendencies of his new flock, quite at the outset. I feel it to be of especial value in this case, because I am young in years and in my ministry, and am conscious of a great weakness of the flesh. I can see how daily contact with the people so attached to the old, simple, primitive Methodism of Wesley and Asbury may be a source of much strength to me. I may take it," he added upon second thought, with an inquiring glance at Mr. Winch, "that Brother Pierce's description of our charge and its tastes and needs meets with your approval?" Erastus Winch nodded his head and smiled expansively. "Whatever Brother Pierce says, goes," he declared. The lawyer, sitting behind at the desk by the window, said nothing. "The place is just overrun with Irish," Brother Pierce began again. "They've got 2 Catholic churches here now to our 1, and they do just as they blamed please at the charter elections. It'd be a good idea to pitch into Catholics in general whenever you can. You could make a hit that way. I say the state ought to make 'em pay taxes on their church property. They've no right to be exempted because they ain't Christians at all. They're idolaters, that's what they are. I know 'em. I've had 'em in my quarries for years, and they ain't got no idea of decency or fair dealin'. Every time the price of stone went up, every man of 'em would gin to screw more wages out of me. Why, they used to keep account of the amount of business I'd done, and figure up my profits, and have the face to come and on talk to me about 'em as if that had anything to do with wages. It's my belief their priests put 'em up to it. People don't begin to realize that church of idolatry 'll be the ruin o' this country if it ain't checked in time. Jest you go at 'em hammer nong tongs. I've got Italians in the quarries now. They're sensible fellows. They know when they're well off $1 a day, and they're satisfied, and everything goes smooth. But they're Catholics, the same as the Irish," suddenly interjected the lawyer from his place by the window. Theron pricked up his ears at the sound of his voice. There was an anti-Pierce note in it, so to speak, which it did him good to hear. The consciousness of sympathy began on the instant to inspire him with courage. "I know some people say they are," Brother Pierce guardedly retorted, "but I've summered and wintered both kinds, and I hold to it they're different. I grant ye, the Italians are some given to jabbing knives into each other, but they never get up strikes, and they don't grumble about wages. Why, look at the way they live jest, some weeds and yarbs dug up on the roadside, and stewed in a kettle with a piece of fat the size of your finger, and a loaf of bread, and they're happy as a king. There's some sense in that. But the Irish, they've got to have meat and potatoes, and butter just as if they'd been used to 'em at home," put in Mr. Winch, to help his colleague out. The lawyer ostentatiously drew up his chair to the desk, and began turning over the leaves of his biggest book. "It's getting on toward noon, gentlemen," he said in an impatient voice. The business meeting which followed was for a considerable time confined to hearing extracts from the books and papers read in a swift and formal fashion by Mr. Gorringe. If this was intended to inform the new pastor of the exact financial situation in Octavius, it lamentably failed of its purpose. Theron had little knowledge of figures, and though he tried hard to listen and to assume an air of comprehension, he did not understand much of what he heard. In a general way, he gathered that the church property was put down at $12,000, on which there was a debt of $4,800, on which there was a debt of $4,800. The annual expenses were $2,250, of which the principal items were $800 for his salary, $170 for the rent of the parsonage, and $319 for interest on the debt. It seemed that last year the receipts had fallen just under $2,000, and they now confronted the necessity of making good this deficit during the coming year, as well as increasing the regular revenues. Without much discussion, it was agreed that they should endeavor to secure the services of a celebrated debt-raiser early in the autumn, and utilize him in the closing days of a revival. Theron knew this debt-raiser, and had seen him at work, a burly, bustling, vulgar man who took possession of the pulpit as if it were an auctioneer's block, and pursued the task of exciting liberality in the bosoms of the congregation by alternating prayer, anecdote, song, and cheap buffoonery in a manner truly sickening. Would it not be preferable, he feebly suggested, to raise the money by a festival or fair or some other form of entertainment which the ladies could manage. Brother Pierce shook his head with contemptuous emphasis. Our women folks ain't that kind, he said. They did try to hold a sociable once, but nobody came and we didn't raise more in $3 or $4. It ain't their line. They lack the worldly arts. As the discipline commands, they avoid the evil of putting on gold and costly apparel and taking such diversions as cannot be used in the name of the Lord Jesus. Well, of course, if you prefer the debt raiser, Theron began, and took the itemized account from Goringe's knee as an excuse for not finishing the hateful sentence. He looked down the foolscap sheet, line by line, with no special sense of what it signified, until his eye caught upon this little section of the report, bracketed by itself in the secretary's neat hand: interest charge. First mortgage, 1873, $1,000. E. Fortninder, winch, $7.72, second 76 Lund, 1700, El Goringe, sex, 102, third mortgage, 878, 2,102, $100, Pierce 7, 14 $4,800, $319. It was no news to him that the 3 mortgages on the church property were held by the 3 trustees. But as he looked once more, another feature of the thing struck him as curious. I noticed that the rates of interest vary, he remarked without thinking, and then wished the words unsaid, for the 2 trustees in view moved uneasily on their seats. "Oh, that's nothing," exclaimed Erastus Winch, with a boisterous display of jollity. "It's only Brother Goringe's pleasant little way of making a contribution to our funds. You will notice that, at the date of all these mortgages, the state rate of interest was 7%. Since then it's been lowered to 6. Well, when that happened, you see, Brother Goringe, not being a professing member, and so not bound by our rules, he could just as well as not let his interest down a cent. But Brother Pierce and me, we talked it over, and we made up our minds we were tied hand and foot by our contract. You know how strong the discipline lays it down that we must be bound to the letter of our agreements. That being so, we seen it in the light of duty not to change what we'd set our hands to. That's how it is, Brother Ware." "I understand," said Theron with an effort at polite calmness of tone. "And is there anything else?" "There's this," broke in Brother Pierce. "We're commanded to be law-abiding people, and 7% was the law and would be now, if them ragamuffins in the legislation—" "Surely we needn't go further into that," interrupted the minister, conscious of a growing stiffness in his moral spine. "Have we any other business before us?" Brother Pierce's little eyes snapped, and the wrinkles in his forehead deepened. Angrily, "Business?" he demanded. "Yes, plenty of it. We've got to reduce expenses. We're nigh on to $300 behindhand this minute. Besides your house rent, you get $800 free, and clear that is $15.38 every week, and only you and your wife to keep out of it. Why, when I was your age, young man, and after that too, I was glad to get $4 a week." "I don't think my salary is under discussion, Mr. Pierce." "Brother Pierce," suggested Winch in a half-shuckling undertone. "Brother Pierce, then," echoed Theron impatiently. "The quarterly conference and the estimating committee deal with that. The trustees have no more to do with it than the man in the moon." "Come, come, Brother Ware," put in Erastus Winch. "We mustn't have no hard feelin's. Brotherly love is what we're all lookin' after. Brother Pierce's meanin' wasn't again you're drawin' your full salary, every cent of it, only there are certain little things connected with the parsonage here that we feel you ought to bear. For instance, there's the new sidewalk we had to lay in front of the house here only a month ago. Of course, if the treasury was flush we wouldn't say a word about it, and then there's the gas bill here. Seeing as you get your rent for nothing, it don't seem much to ask that you should see to lighten the place yourself." "No, I don't think that either is a proper charge upon me," interposed Theron. "I decline to pay them. We can have the gas shut off. remarked Brother Pierce coldly. As soon as you like, responded the minister, sitting erect and tapping the carpet nervously with his foot. Only you must understand that I will take the whole matter to the quarterly conference in July. I already see a good many other interesting questions about the financial management of this church, which might be appropriately discussed there. Oh, come, Brother Ware, broke in Trustee Winch, with a somewhat agitated assumption of good feeling. Surely these are matters we ought to settle amongst ourselves. We never yet asked outsiders to meddle with our business here. It's our motto, Brother Ware. I say, if you've got a motto, stand by it. Well, my motto, said Theron, is to be behaved decently to by those with whom I have to deal, and I also propose to stand by it. Brother Pierce rose gingerly to his feet with the hesitation of an old man not sure about his knees. When he had straightened himself, he put on his hat and eyed the minister sternly from beneath its brim. The Lord gives us crosses grievous to our nature, he said, and we're told to bear 'em cheerfully as long as they're on our backs, but there ain't nothing said agin our unloadin' 'em in the ditch the minute we get the chance. I guess you won't last here more in a 12-month. He pulled his soft and discolored old hat down over his brows with a significantly hostile nod and, turning, stumped toward the hall door without offering to shake hands. The other trustees had risen likewise, in tacit recognition that the meeting was over. Winch clasped the minister's hand in his own broad, hard palm and squeezed it in an exuberant grip. "Don't mind his little ways, Brother Ware," he urged in a loud, unctuous whisper, with a grinning backward nod. "He's a trifle skittish sometimes when you don't give him free rein, but he's all wool and a yard wide when it comes to right down hard pan religion. My love to Sister Ware," and he followed the senior trustee into the hall. Mr. Geringe had been tying up his books and papers. He came now with the bulky parcel under his arm, and his hat and stick in the other hand. He could give little but his thumb to Theron to shake. His face wore a grave expression, and not a line relaxed as, catching the minister's look, he slowly covered his left eye in a deliberate wink. "Well, and how did it go off?" asked Alice from where she knelt by the oven door a few minutes later. For answer, Theron threw himself wearily into the big old farm rocking chair on the other side of the stove and shook his head with a lengthened sigh. "If it wasn't for that man Geringe of yours," he said dejectedly, "I think I should feel like going off and learning a trade." Chapter 4. On the following Sunday, young Mrs. Ware sat alone in the preacher's pew through the morning service, and everybody noted that the roses had been taken from her bonnet. In the evening she was absent, and after the doxology and benediction several people, under the pretense of solicitude for her health, tried to pump her husband as to the reason. He answered their inquiries civilly enough, but with brevity. She had stayed at home because she did not feel like coming out this and nothing more. The congregation dispersed under a gossip-laden cloud of consciousness that there must be something queer about Sister Ware. There was a tolerably general agreement, however, that the two sermons of the day had been excellent. Not even Loren Pierce's railing commentary on the pastor's introduction of an outlandish word like epitome, clearly forbidden by the discipline's injunction to plain language understood of the people, availed to sap the satisfaction of the majority. Theron himself comprehended that he had pleased the bulk of his auditors. The knowledge left him curiously hot and cold. On the one hand, there was joy in the apparent prospect that the congregation would back him up in a stand against the trustees, if worst came to worst. But on the other hand, the bonnet episode entered his soul. It had been a source of bitter humiliation to him to see his wife sitting there beneath the pulpit, shorn by despotic order of the adornments natural to her pretty head. But he had even greater pain in contemplating the effect it had produced on Alice herself. She had said not a word on the subject, but her every glance and gesture seemed to him eloquent of deep feeling about it. He made sure that she blamed him for having defended his own gas and sidewalk rights with successful vigor, but permitted the sacrifice of her poor little inoffensive roses without a protest. In this view of the matter, indeed, he blamed himself. Was it too late to make the error good? He ventured a hint on this Sunday evening when he returned to the parsonage and found her reading an old weekly newspaper by the light of the kitchen lamp, to the effect that he fancied there would be no great danger in putting those roses back into her bonnet. Without lifting her eyes from the paper, she answered that she had no earthly desire to wear roses in her bonnet, and went on with her reading. At breakfast the next morning, Theron found himself in command of an unusual fund of humorous good spirits, and was at pains to make the most of it, passing whimsical comments on subjects which the opening day suggested, recalling quaint and comical memories of the past, and striving his best to force Alice into a laugh. Formerly her merry temper had always ignited at the merest spark of gaiety. Now she gave his jokes only a dutiful half-smile, and uttered scarcely a word in response to his running fire of talk. When the meal was finished, she went silently to work to clear away the dishes. Theron turned over in his mind the project of offering to help her, as he had done so often in those dear old days when they laughingly began life together. Something decided this project in the negative for him, and after lingering moments he put on his hat and went out for a walk. Not even the most doleful and trying hour of his bitter experience in Tyre had depressed him like this. Looking back upon these past troubles, he persuaded himself that he had borne them all with a light and cheerful heart, simply because Alice had been one with him in every thought and emotion. How perfect, how ideally complete their sympathy had always been! With what absolute unity of mind and soul they had trod that difficult path together, and now henceforth was it to be different. The mere suggestion of such a thing chilled his veins. He said aloud to himself as he walked that life would be an intolerable curse if Alice were to cease sharing it with him in every conceivable phase. He had made his way out of town and tramped along the country hill road for a considerable distance before a merciful light began to lessen the shadows in the picture of gloom with which his mind tortured itself. All at once he stopped short, lifted his head, and looked about him. The broad valley lay warm and tranquil in the May sunshine at his feet. In the thicket of the side hill above him, a gray squirrel was chattering shrilly, and the birds sang in a tireless choral confusion. Theron smiled and drew a long breath. The gay clamor of the woodland songsters, the placid radiance of the landscape, were suddenly taken in and made a part of his new mood. He listened, smiled once more, and then started in a leisurely way back toward Octavius. How could he have been so ridiculous as to fancy that Alice had been changed into someone else? He marveled now at his own perverse folly. She was overworked, tired out, that was all. The task of moving in, of setting the new household to rights, had been too much for her. She must have a rest. They must get in a hired girl. Once this decision about a servant fixed itself in the young minister's mind, it drove out the last vestige of discomfort. He strode along now in great content, revolving idly a dozen different plans for gilding and beautifying this new life of leisure into which his sanguine thoughts projected Alice. One of these particularly pleased him, and waxed in definiteness as he turned it over and over. He would get another piano for her, in place of that which had been sacrificed in Tyre. That beneficent modern invention, the installment plan, made this quite feasible, so easy in fact that it almost seemed as if he should find his wife playing on the new instrument when he got home. He would stop in at the music store and see about it that very day. Of course, now that these important resolutions had been taken, it would be a good thing if he could do something to bring in some extra money. This was by no means a new notion. He had mused over the possibility in a formless way ever since that memorable discovery of indebtedness in Tyre, and had long ago recognized the hopelessness of endeavor in every channel save that of literature. Latterly his fancy had been stimulated by reading an account of the profits which Canon Farrar had derived from his Life of Christ. If such a book could command such a bewildering multitude of readers, Theron felt there ought to be a chance for him. So clear did constant rumination render this assumption that the young pastor in time had come to regard this prospective book of his as a substantial asset, which could be realized without trouble whenever he got around to it. He had not, it is true, gone to the length of seriously considering what should be the subject of his book. That had not seemed to him to matter much, so long as it was scriptural. Familiarity with the process of extracting a fixed amount of spiritual and intellectual meat from any casual text week after week had given him an idea that any one of many subjects would do when the time came for him to make a choice. He realized now that the time for a selection had arrived, and almost simultaneously found himself with a ready-made decision in his mind. The book should be about Abraham. Theron Ware was extremely interested in the mechanism of his own brain and followed its workings with a lively curiosity. Nothing could be more remarkable, he thought, than to thus discover that, on the instant of his formulating a desire to know what he should write upon, lo and behold, there his mind, quite on its own initiative, had the answer waiting for him. When he had gone a little further in the powerful range of possibilities, in the son's revolt against the idolatry of his father, the image-maker, in the exodus from the unholy city of Ur, and in the influence of the new nomadic life upon the little deistic family group, had begun to unfold itself before him, he felt that the hand of Providence was plainly discernible in the matter. The book was to be blessed from its very inception. Walking homeward briskly now, with his eyes on the sidewalk and his mind all aglow with crowding suggestions for the new work and impatience to be at it, he came abruptly upon a group of men and boys who occupied the whole path and were moving forward so noiselessly that he had not heard them coming. He almost ran into the leader of this little procession and began a stammering apology, the final words of which were left unspoken, so solemnly heedless of him and his talk were all the faces he saw. In the center of the group were 4 working men, bearing between them an extemporized litter of 2 poles and a blanket hastily secured across them with spikes. Most of what this litter held was covered by another blanket, rounded in coarse folds over a shapeless bulk. From beneath its farther end protruded a big broom-like black beard, thrown upward at such an angle as to hide everything beyond to those in front. The tall young minister, stepping aside and standing tiptoe, could see sloping downward behind this hedge of beard a pinched and chalk-like face with wide-open staring eyes. Its lips, of a dull lilac hue, were moving ceaselessly and made a dry clicking sound. Theron instinctively joined himself to those who followed the litter, a motley dozen of street idlers, chiefly boys. One of these in whispers explained to him that the man was one of Jerry Madden's workmen in the wagon shops, who had been deployed to trim an elm tree in front of his employer's house and, being unused to such work, had fallen from the top and broken all his bones. They would have cared for him at Madden's house, but he had insisted upon being taken home. His name was McAvoy, and he was Joey McAvoy's father, and likewise Jim's and Hughie's and Martin's. After a pause, the lad, a bright-eyed, freckled, barefooted wee Irishman, volunteered the further information that his big brother had run to bring Father Forbes on the chance that he might be in time to administer extreme unction. The way of the silent little procession led through back streets where women hanging up clothes in the yards hurried to the gates, their aprons full of clothespins, to stare open-mouthed at the passers-by, and came to a halt at last in an irregular and muddy lane, before one of a half-dozen shanties reared among the ash heaps and debris of the town's most bedraggled outskirts. A stout, middle-aged, red-armed woman, already warned by some messenger of calamity, stood waiting on the roadside bank. There were whimpering children clinging to her skirts, and a surrounding cluster of women of the neighborhood, some of the more elderly of whom, shriveled little crones in tidy caps and with their aprons to their eyes, were beginning in a low-murmured minor the wail which presently should rise into the keen of death. Mrs. McAvoy herself made no moan, and her broad, ruddy face was stern in expression rather than sorrowful. When the litter stopped beside her, she laid a hand for an instant on her husband's wet brow and looked, one could have sworn, impassively into his staring eyes. Then, still without a word, she waved the bearers toward the door and led the way herself. Theron, somewhat wonderingly, found himself a minute later inside a dark and ill-smelling room, the air of which was humid with the steam from a boiler of clothes on the stove, and not in other ways improved by the presence of a jostling score of women, all straining their gaze upon the open door of the only other apartment, the bedchamber. Through this they could see the workmen laying McAvoy on the bed and standing awkwardly about thereafter, getting in the way of the wife and old Maggie Quirk as they strove to remove the garments from his crushed limbs. As the neighbors watched what could be seen of these proceedings, they whispered among themselves eulogies of the injured man's industry and good temper, his habit of bringing his money home to his wife, and the way he kept his father Matthew pledge and attended to his religious duties. They admitted freely that, by the light of his example, their own husbands and sons left much to be desired, and from this wandered easily off into domestic digressions of their own. But all the while their eyes were bent upon the bedroom door, and Theron made out, after he had grown accustomed to the gloom and the smell, that many of them were telling their beads even while they kept the muttered conversation alive. None of them paid any attention to him, or seemed to regard his presence there as unusual. Presently he saw enter through the sunlit street doorway a person of a different class. The bright light shone for a passing instant upon a fashionable flowered hat, and upon some remarkably brilliant shade of red hair beneath it. In another moment there had edged along through the throng to almost within touch of him a tall young woman, the owner of this hat and wonderful hair. She was clad in light and pleasing spring attire, and carried a parasol with a long oxidized silver handle of a quaint pattern. She looked at him, and he saw that her face was of a lengthened oval, with a luminous rose-tinted skin, full red lips, and big brown, frank eyes, with heavy auburn lashes. She made a grave little inclination of her head toward him, and he bowed in response. Since her arrival, he noted, the chattering of the others had entirely ceased. I followed the others in the hope that I might be of some assistance, he ventured to explain to her in a low murmur, feeling that at last here was someone to whom an explanation of his presence in this Romish house was due. I hope they won't feel that I have intruded. She nodded her head as if she quite understood. They'll take the will for the deed, she whispered back. Father Forbes will be here in a minute. Do you know, is it too late? Even as she spoke, the outer doorway was darkened by the commanding bulk of Mind, a newcomer's figure. The flash of a silk hat and the deferential way in which the assembled neighbors fell back to clear a passage made his identity clear. Theron felt his blood tingle in an unaccustomed way as this priest of a strange church advanced across the room, a broad-shouldered, portly man of more than middle height, with a shapely, strong-lined face of almost waxen pallor and a firm, commanding tread. He carried in his hands, besides his hat, a small leather-bound case. To this and to him the women courtesied and bowed their heads as he passed. "Come with me," whispered the tall girl with the parasol to Theron, and he found himself pushing along in her wake until they intercepted the priest just outside the bedroom door. She touched Father Forbes on the arm. "Just to tell you that I am here," she said. The priest nodded with a grave face and passed into the other room. In a minute or two the workman, Mrs. McAvoy, and her helper came out, and the door was shut behind them. "He is making his confession," explained the young lady. "Stay here for a minute." She moved over to where the woman of the house stood, glum-faced and tearless, and whispered something to her. A confused movement among the crowd followed, and out of it presently resulted a small table, covered with a white cloth, and bearing on it 2 unlighted candles, a basin of water, and a spoon, which was brought forward and placed in readiness before the closed door. Some of those nearest this cleared space were kneeling now and murmuring a low buzz of prayer to the click of beads on their rosaries. The door opened, and Theron saw the priest standing in the doorway with an uplifted hand. He wore now a surplice, with a purple band over his shoulders, and on his pale face there shone a tranquil and tender light. One of the workmen fetched from the stove a brand, lighted the 2 candles, and bore the table with its contents into the bedroom. The young woman plucked Theron's sleeve, and he dumbly followed her into the chamber of death, making one of the group of a dozen, headed by Mrs. McEvoy and her children, which filled the little room and overflowed now outward to the street door. He found himself bowing with the others to receive the sprinkled holy water from the priest's white fingers. Mealing impressed silence with the others the strange ceremonial by which the priest traced crosses of holy oil with his thumb upon the eyes, ears, nostrils, lips, hands, and feet of the dying man, wiping off the oil with a piece of cotton batting each time after he had repeated the invocation to forgiveness for that particular sense. But most of all he was moved by the rich hopmurmurs that made eke. Non has it. Seemed to him that he had never really heard Latin before. Then the astonishing young woman with the red hair declaimed the Confiteor vigorously and with a resonant distinctness of enunciation. It was a different Latin, harsher and more sonorous. And while it still dominated the murmured undertone of the others' prayers, the last moment came. Theron had stood face to face with death at many other bedsides. No other final scene had stirred him like this. It must have been the girl's Latin chant, with its clanging reiteration of the great names, Beatum moicia mortalem, archangelum, Beatum Joannem Baptistam, Sansetos apostles petimus pedum intolum invate, invoke with in such proudibus pedum intopolum, invoke with such proud halipolemuth, with such proudlets little shanty, which so strangely affected him. He came out with the others at last, the candles and the folded hands over the crucifix left behind, and walked as one in a dream. Even by the time that he had gained the outer doorway and stood blinking at the bright light and filling his lungs with honest air once more, it had begun to seem incredible to him that he had seen and done all this. Chapter 5. While Mr. Ware stood thus on the doorstep, through a minute of formless musing, the priest and the girl came out, and, somewhat to his confusion, made him one of their party. He felt himself flushing under the idea that they would think he had waited for them with thrusting himself upon them. The notion prompted him to bow frigidly in response to Father Forbes's pleasant, "I am glad to meet you, sir," and his outstretched hand. "I dropped in by the merest accident," Theron said. "I met them bringing the poor man home, and quite without thinking, I obeyed the impulse to follow them in, and didn't realize." He stopped short, annoyed by the reflection that this was his second apology. The girl smiled placidly at him, the while she put up her parasol. "It did me good to see you there," she said, quite as if she had known him all her life. "And so it did the rest of us." Father Forbes permitted himself a soft little chuckle, approving rather than mirthful, and patted her on the shoulder with the air of being 50 years her senior instead of 15. To the minister's relief, he changed the subject as the 3 started together toward the road. "Then, again, no doctor was sent for," he exclaimed, as if resuming a familiar subject with the girl. Then he turned to Theron. "I dare say you have no such trouble, but with our poorer people it is very vexing. They will not call in a physician, but hurry off first for the clergyman. I don't know that it is altogether to avoid doctors' bills, but it amounts to that in effect. Of course in this case it made no difference, but I have had to make it a rule not to go out at night unless they bring me a physician's card with his assurance that it is a genuine affair. Why, only last winter I was routed up after midnight and brought off in the mud and pelting rain up one of the new streets on the hillside there, simply because a factory girl who was laced too tight had fainted at a dance. I slipped. and fell into a puddle in the darkness, ruined a new overcoat, and got drenched to the skin. And when I arrived, the girl had recovered and was dancing away again. 13 to the dozen. It was then that I made the rule. I hope, Mr. Ware, that Octavius is producing a pleasant impression upon you so far? I scarcely know yet, answered Theron. The genial talk of the priest, with its whimsical anecdote, had in truth passed over his head. His mind still had room for nothing but that novel death-bed scene, with the winged captain of the angelic host, the Baptist, the glorified fisherman, and the preacher, all being summoned down in the pomp of liturgical Latin to help Machiavel to die. If you don't mind my saying so, he added hesitatingly, what I have just seen in there did make a very powerful impression upon me. It is a very ancient ceremony, said the priest. Probably Persian, like the baptismal form, although for that matter we can never dig deep enough for the roots of these things. They all turn up Turanian if we probe far enough. Our ways separate here, I'm afraid. I am delighted to have made your acquaintance, Mr. Ware. Pray look in upon me, if you can as well as not. We are near neighbors, you know. Father Forbes had shaken hands and moved off up another street some distance before the voice of the girl recalled Theron to himself. Of course you knew him by name, she was saying, and he knew you by sight and had talked of you, but my poor inferior sex has to be introduced. I am Celia Madden. My father has the wagon shops and I play the organ at the church. I am delighted to make your acquaintance, said Theron, conscious as he spoke that he had slavishly echoed the formula of the priest. He could think of nothing better to add than, unfortunately, we have no organ in our church. The girl laughed as they resumed their walk down the street. I'm afraid I couldn't undertake to, she said, and laughed again. Then she spoke more seriously. That ceremony must have interested you a good deal, never having seen it before. I saw that it was all new to you, and so I made bold to take you under my wing, so to speak. You were very kind, said the young minister. It was really a great experience for me. May ask, is it a part of your functions, in the church, I mean, to attend these last rites? Mercy, no, replied the girl, spinning the parasol on her shoulder and smiling at the thought. No, it was only because McAvoy was one of our workmen and really came by his death through father sending him up to trim a tree. Anne McAvoy will never forgive us that, the longest day she lives. Did you notice her? She wouldn't speak to me. After you came out, I tried to tell her that we would look out for her and the children, but all she would say to me was, and what would a wheelwright, and him the father of a family, be doing up a tree? They had come now upon the main street of the village, with its flagstone sidewalk overhung by a lofty canopy of elm boughs. Here, for the space of a block, was concentrated such fashionable elegance of mansions and ornamental lawns as Octavius had to offer, and it was presented with the irregularity so characteristic of our restless civilization. 2 or 3 of the houses survived untouched from the earlier days, prim, decorous structures, each with its cabled center and lower wings, each with its row of fluted columns supporting the classical roof of a piazza across its whole front, each vying with the others in the whiteness of those wooden walls enveloping its bright green blinds. One had to look over picket fences to see these houses, and in doing so caught the notion that they thus railed themselves off in pride at being able to remember before the railroad came to the village or the wagon works were thought of. Before the neighboring properties, the fences had been swept away so that one might stroll from the sidewalk straight across the well-trimmed sward to any one of a dozen elaborately modern doorways. Some of the residences, thus frankly proffering friendship to the passer-by, were of wood painted in drabs and dusky reds, with bulging windows which marked the native yearning for the medieval, and shingles that strove to be accounted tiles. Others, a prouder, less pretentious sort, were of brick or stone, with terra-cotta moldings set into the walls, and with real slates covering the riot of turrets and peaks and dormer peepholes overhead. Celia Madden stopped in front of the largest and most important-looking of these new edifices and said, holding out her hand, "Here I am, once more. Good morning, Mr. Ware." Theron hoped that his manner did not betray the flash of surprise he felt in discovering that his new acquaintance lived in the biggest house in Octavius. He remembered now that someone had pointed it out as the abode of the owner of the wagon factories, but it had not occurred to him before to associate this girl with that village magnate. It was stupid of him, of course, because she had herself mentioned her father. He looked at her again with an awkward smile as he formally shook the gloved hand she gave him and lifted his soft hat. The strong noon sunlight, forcing its way down between the elms and beating upon her parasol of lace-edged, creamy silk, made a halo about her hair and face at once brilliant and tender. He had not seen before how beautiful she was. She nodded in recognition of his salute and moved up the lawn walk, spinning the sunshade on her shoulder. Though the parsonage was only 3 blocks away, the young minister had time to think about a good many things before he reached home. First of all, he had to revise in part the arrangement of his notions about the Irish. Save for an occasional isolated and taciturn figure among the nomadic portion of the hired help in the farm country, Theron had scarcely ever spoken to a person of this curiously alien race before. He remembered now that there had been some dozen or more Irish families in Tyre, quartered in the outskirts among the brickyards, but he had never come in contact with any of them or given to their existence even a passing thought. So far as personal acquaintance went, the Irish had been to him only a name. But what a sinister and repellent name! His views on this general subject were merely those common to his communion and his environment. He took it for granted, for example, that in the large cities most of the poverty and all the drunkenness, crime, and political corruption were due to the perverse qualities of this foreign people, qualities accentuated and emphasized in every evil direction by the baleful influence of a false and idolatrous religion. It is hardly too much to say that he had never encountered a dissenting opinion on this point. His boyhood had been spent in those bitter days when social, political, and blood prejudices were fused at white heat in the public crucible together. When he went to the church seminary, it was a matter of course that every member of the faculty was a Republican and that every one of his classmates had come from a Republican household. When, later on, he entered the ministry, the rule was still incredulous of exceptions. One might as well have looked in the Nidama Conference for a divergence of opinion on the Trinity as for a difference in political conviction. Indeed, even among the laity, Theron could not feel sure that he had ever known a Democrat, that is, at all closely. He understood very little about politics, it is true. If he had been driven into a corner and forced to attempt an explanation of this tremendous partisan unity in which he had a share, he would probably have first mentioned the war the last shots of which were fired while he was still in petticoats. Certainly his second reason, however, would have been that the Irish were on the other side. He had never before had occasion to formulate, even in his own thoughts, this tacit race and religious aversion in which he had been bred. It rose now suddenly in front of him as he sauntered from patch to patch of sunlight under the elms, like some huge, shadowy, and symbolic monument. He looked at it with wondering curiosity, as at something he had heard of all his life, but never seen before, an abhorrent spectacle. Truly, the foundations upon which its dark bulk reared itself were ignorance, squalor, brutality, and vice. Pigs wallowed in the mire before its base, and burrowing into this base were a myriad of narrow doors, each bearing the hateful sign of a saloon, and giving forth from its recesses of night the sounds of screams and curses. Above were sculptured rows of lowering, ape-like faces from Nass and Kepler's cartoons, and out of these sprang into the vague upper gloom on the one side lamp-posts from which Negroes hung by the neck, and on the other gibbets for dynamiters and Molly Maguires, and between the two glowed a spectral picture of some black-robed tonsured men with leering satanic masks making a bonfire of the Bible in the public schools. Theron stared this phantasm hard in the face and recognized it for a very tolerable embodiment of what he had heretofore supposed he thought about the Irish. For an instant, the sight of it made him shiver, as if the sunny May had of a sudden lapsed back into bleak December. Then he smiled, and the bad vision went off into space. He saw instead Father Forbes in the white and purple vestments standing by poor Macevoy's bedside, with his pale, chiseled, luminous, uplifted face, and he heard only the proud, confident clanging of the girl's recital, Beatum Michaelum Archangelum Barchangelum, Beatum Jomen Baptistum, Patem Tullum and Archangelum, Beatum Jomen Baptistum, Patem Eculum, like strokes on a great resonant alarm bell, a tune for the hearing of heaven. He caught himself on the very verge of feeling that heaven must have heard. Then he smiled again and laid the matter aside, with a parting admission that it had been undoubtedly picturesque and impressive, and that it had been a valuable experience to him to see it. At least the Irish, with all their faults, must have a poetic strain, or they would not have clung so tenaciously to those curious and ancient forms. He recalled having heard somewhere, or read it might be, that they were a people much given to songs and music. And the young lady, that very handsome and friendly Miss Madden, had told him that she was a musician. He had a new pleasure in turning this over in his mind. Of all the closed doors which his choice of a career had left along his pathway, no other had for him such a magical fascination as that on which was graven the lute of Orpheus. He knew not even the alphabet of music, and his conceptions of its possibilities ran but little beyond the best of the hymn-singing he had heard at conferences. Yet nonetheless the longing for it raised on occasion such mutiny in his soul that more than once he had specifically prayed against it as a temptation. Dangerous though some of its tendencies might be, there was no gainsaying the fact that a love for music was in the main an uplifting influence, an attribute of cultivation. The world was the sweeter and more gentle for it, and this brought him to musing upon the odd chance that the two people of Octavius who had given him the first notion of polish and intellectual culture in the town should be Irish. The Romish priest must have been vastly surprised at his intrusion, yet had been at the greatest pains to act as if it were quite the usual thing to have Methodist ministers assist at extreme unction. And the young woman, how gracefully, with what delicacy, had she comprehended his position and robbed it of all its possible embarrassments. It occurred to him that they must have passed, there in front of her home, the very tree from which the luckless wheelwright had fallen some hours before, and the fact that she had forborne to point it out to him took form in his mind as an added proof of her refinement of nature. The midday dinner was a little more than ready when Theron reached home and let himself in by the front door. On Mondays, owing to the moisture and clutter of the weekly washing in the kitchen, the table was laid in the sitting room, and as he entered from the hall, the partner of his joys bustled in by the other door, bearing the steaming platter of corned beef, dumplings, cabbages, and carrots, with arms bare to the elbows and a red face. It gave him great comfort, however, to note that there were no signs of the morning's displeasure remaining on this face. And he immediately remembered again those interrupted projects of his about the piano and the hired girl. "Well, I'd just about begun to reckon that I was a widow," said Alice, putting down her fragrant burden. There was such an obvious suggestion of propitiation in her tone that Theron went around and kissed her. He thought of saying something about keeping out of the way because it was Blue Monday, but held it back lest it should sound like a reproach. "Well, what kind of a washerwoman does this one turn out to be?" he asked after they were seated, and he had invoked a blessing and was cutting vigorously into the meat. "Oh, so," replied Alice. "She seems to be particular, but she's mortal slow. If I hadn't stood right over her, we shouldn't have had the clothes out till goodness knows when. And of course she's Irish." "Well, what of that?" asked the minister with a fine unconcern. Alice looked up from her plate, with knife and fork suspended in air. "Why, you know we were talking only the other day of what a pity it was that none of our own people went out washing," she said. "That Welsh woman we heard of couldn't come after all. And they say, too, that she presumes dreadfully upon the acquaintance. Being a church member, you know. So we simply had to fall back on the Irish, and even if they do go and tell their priests everything they see, and here, why, there's one comfort, they can tell about US and welcome. Of course I see to it she doesn't snoop around in here." Theron smiled. "That's all nonsense about their telling such things to their priest," he said with easy confidence. "Why, you told me so yourself," replied Alice briskly. "And I've always understood so, too. They're bound to tell everything in confession. That's what gives the Catholic Church such a tremendous hold. You've spoken of it often. It must have been by way of a figure of speech," remarked Theron, not with entire directness. "Women are great hands to separate one's observations from their context, and so give them meanings quite unintended. They are also great hands," he added genially, "or at least one of them is, at making the most delicious dumplings in the world. I believe these are the best even you ever made." Alice was not unmindful of the compliment, but her thoughts were on other things. "I shouldn't like that woman's priest, for example," she said, "to know that we had no piano. But if he comes and stands outside our house every night and listens, as of course he will," said Theron with mock gravity, "it is only a question of time when he must reach that conclusion for himself. Our only chance, however, is that there are some 1,600 other houses for him to watch, so that he may not get around to us for quite a spell. Why, seriously, Alice, what on earth do you suppose Father Forbes knows or cares about our poor little affairs, or those of any other Protestant household in this whole village? He has his work to do, just as I have mine, only his is 10 times as exacting in everything except sermons, and you may be sure he is only too glad when it is over each day, without bothering about things that are none of his business. All the same, I'm afraid of them," said Alice, as if argument were exhausted. Chapter 6. On the following morning, young Mr. Ware anticipated events by inscribing in his diary for the day, immediately after breakfast, these remarks: "Arranged about piano. Began work upon book." The date indeed deserved to be distinguished from its fellows. Theron was so conscious of its importance that he not only prophesied in the little morocco-bound diary which Alice had given him for Christmas, but returned after he had got out upon the front steps of the parsonage to have his hat brushed afresh by her. "Wonders will never cease," she said jocosely. "With you getting particular about your clothes, there isn't anything in this wide world that can't happen now." "One doesn't go out to bring home a piano every day," he made answer. "Besides, I want to make such an impression upon the man that he will deal gently with that first cash payment down. Do you know," he added, watching her turn the felt brim under the wisp broom's strokes, "I'm thinking some of getting me a regular silk stovepipe hat." "Why don't you then?" she rejoined, but without any ring of glad acquiescence in her tone. He fancied that her face lengthened a little, and he instantly ascribed it to recollections of the way in which the Roses had been bullied out of her own headgear. "You are quite sure now, pet," he made haste to change the subject, "that the hired girl can wait just as well as not until fall?" "Oh my, yes," Alice replied, putting the hat on his head and smoothing back his hair behind his ears. "He'd only be in the way now. You see, with hot weather coming on, there won't be much cooking. We'll take all our meals out here, and that saves so much work that really what remains is hardly more than taking care of a bird cage, and, besides, not having her will almost half pay for the piano." "But when cold weather comes, you're sure you'll consent?" he urged. "Like a shot," she assured him, and after a happy little caress, he started out again on his momentous mission. Thurston's was a place concerning which opinions differed in Octavius. That it typified progress and helped more than any other feature of the village to bring it up to date, no one indeed disputed. One might move about a great deal in truth and hear no other view expressed. But then again, one might stumble into conversation with one small storekeeper after another and learn that they united in resenting the existence of Thurston's as rival farmers might join to curse a protracted drought. Each had his special flaming grievance. The little dry goods dealers asked mournfully how they could be expected to compete with an establishment which could buy bankrupt stocks at 100 different points and make a profit if only 1/3 of the articles were sold for more than they would cost from the jobber. The little boot and shoe dealers, clothiers, hatters and furriers, the small merchants in carpets, crockery and furniture, the vendors of hardware and household utensils, of leathern goods and picture frames, of wallpaper, musical instruments, and even toys, all had the same pathetically unanswerable question to propound. But mostly they put it to themselves, because the others were at Thurston's. The Reverend Theron Ware had entertained rather strong views on this subject, and that only a week or two ago. One of his first acquaintances in Octavius had been the owner of the principal bookstore in the place, a gentle and bald old man who produced the complete impression of a bibliophile upon what the slightest investigation showed to be only a meager acquaintance with publishers' circulars. But at least he had the air of loving his business, and the young minister had enjoyed a long talk with, or rather, at him. Out of this talk had come the information that the store was losing money. Not even the stationery department now showed a profit worth mentioning. When Octavius had contained only 5,000 inhabitants, it boasted 4 bookstores, 2 of them good ones. Now, with a population more than doubled, only these latter 2 survived, and they must soon go to the wall. The reason? It was in a nutshell. A book which sold at retail for $1.50 cost the bookseller 90 cents. If it was at all a popular book, Thurston's advertised it at 89 cents and in any case at a profit of only 2 or 3 cents. Of course, it was done to widen the establishment's patronage to bring people into the store. Equally, of course, it was destroying the book business and debauching the reading tastes of the community. Without the profits from the light and ephemeral popular literature of the season, the bookstore proper could not keep up its stock of more solid works, and indeed could not long keep open at all. On the other hand, Thurston's dealt with nothing save the demand of the moment, and offered only the books which were the talk of the week. Thus, in plain words, the book trade was going to the dogs, and it was the same with pretty nearly every other trade. Theron was indignant at this, and on his return home told Alice that he desired her to make no purchases whatever at Thurston's. He even resolved to preach a sermon on the subject of the modern idea of admiring the great for crushing the small, and sketched out some notes for it which he thought solved the problem of flaying the local abuse without mentioning it by name. They had lain on his desk now for 10 days or more, and on only the previous Friday he had speculated upon using them that coming Sunday. On this bright and cheerful Tuesday morning he walked with a blithe step unhesitatingly down the main street to Thurston's, and entered without any show of repugnance the door next to the window wherein, flanked by dangling banjos and key bugles built in pyramids, was displayed the sign, "Pianos on the Installment Plan." He was recognized by some responsible persons and treated with distinguished deference. They were charmed with the intelligence that he desired a piano, and fascinated by his wish to pay for it only a little at a time. They had special terms for clergymen, and made him feel as if these were being extended to him on a silver charger by kneeling admirers. It was so easy to buy things here that he was a trifle disturbed to find his flowing course interrupted by his own entire ignorance as to what kind of piano he wanted. He looked at all they had in stock and heard them played upon. They differed greatly in price, and so he fancied, almost as much in tone. It discouraged him to note, however, that several of those he thought the finest in tone were among the very cheapest in the lot. Pondering this and staring in hopeless puzzlement from one to another of the big black shiny monsters, he suddenly thought of something. "I would rather not decide for myself," he said. "I know so little about it. If you don't mind, I will have a friend of mine, a skilled musician, step in and make a selection. I have so much confidence in her judgment." He added hurriedly, "It will involve only a day or two's delay." The next moment he was sorry he had spoken. What would they think when they saw the organist of the Catholic Church come to pick out a piano for the Methodist parsonage? And how could he decorously prefer the request to her to undertake this task? He might not meet her again for ages, and to his provincial notions writing would have seemed out of the question. And would it not be disagreeable to have her know that he was buying a piano by part payments? Poor Alice's dread of the washerwoman's gossip occurred to him at this, and he smiled in spite of himself. Then all at once the difficulty vanished. Of course it would come all right somehow. Everything did. He was on firmer ground, buying the materials for the new book over on the stationery side. His original intention had been to bestow this patronage upon the old bookseller, but these suavely smart people in Thurston's had had the effect of putting him on his honor when they asked, would there be anything else? And he had followed them unresistingly. He indulged to the full his whim that everything entering into the construction of Abraham should be spick and span. He watched with his own eyes a whole ream of broad glazed white paper being sliced down by the cutter into single sheets, and thrilled with a novel ecstasy as he laid his hand upon the spotless bulk. So wooingly did it invite him to begin. He tried a score of pens before the right one came to hand. When a box of these had been laid aside, with ink and pen holders and a little bronze inkstand, he made a sign that the outfit was complete. Or no, there must be some blotting paper. He had always used those blotting pads given away by insurance companies. His congregations never failed to contain one or more agents who had these to bestow by the armful, but the book deserved a virgin blotter. Theron stood by while all these things were being tied up together in a parcel. The suggestion that they should be sent almost hurt him. Oh no, he would carry them home himself. So strongly did they appeal to his sanguine imagination that he could not forbear hinting to the man who had shown him the pianos and was now accompanying him to the door that this package under his arm represented potentially the price of the piano he was going to have. He did it in a roundabout way, with one of his droll, hesitating smiles. The man did not understand at all, and Theron had not the temerity to repeat the remark. He strode home with the precious bundle as fast as he could. I thought it best, after all, not to commit myself to a selection. He explained about the piano at dinner time. In such a matter as this, the opinion of an expert is everything. I am going to have one of the principal musicians of the town go and try them all and tell me which we ought to have. And while he's about it, said Alice, you might ask him to make a little list of some of the new music. I've got way behind the times, being without a piano so long. Tell him not any very difficult pieces, you know. Yes, I know, put in Theron almost hastily, and began talking of other things. His conversation was of the most rambling and desultory sort, because all the while the two lobes of his brain, as it were, kept up a dispute as to whether Alice ought to have been told that this principal musician was of her own sex. It would certainly have been better, at the outset, he decided, but to mention it now would be to invest the fact with undue importance. Yes, that was quite clear, only the clearer it became, from one point of view, the shadier it waxed from the other. The problem really disturbed the young minister's mind throughout the meal, and his abstraction became so marked at last that his wife commented upon it. "A penny for your thoughts," she said, with cheerful briskness. This ancient formula of the farmland had always rather jarred on Theron. It presented itself now to his mind as a peculiarly aggravating banality. "I am going to begin my book this afternoon," he remarked impressively. "There is a great deal to think about." It turned out that there was even more to think about than he had imagined. After hours of solitary musing at his desk or of pacing up and down before his open bookshelves, Theron found the first shadows of a May-Day twilight beginning to fall upon that beautiful pile of white paper, still unstained by ink. He saw the book he wanted to write before him in his mental vision much more distinctly than ever, but the idea of beginning it impetuously and hurling it off hot and glowing week by week had faded away like a dream. This long afternoon, spent face to face with a project born of his own brain, but yesterday, yet already so much bigger than himself, was really a most fruitful time for the young clergyman. The lessons which cut most deeply into our consciousness are those we learn from our children. Theron, in this first day's contact with the offspring of his fancy, found revealed to him an unsuspected and staggering truth. It was that he was an extremely ignorant and rudely untrained young man whose pretensions to intellectual authority among any educated people would be laughed at with deserved contempt. Strangely enough, after he had weathered the first shock, this discovery did not dismay Theron Ware. The very completeness of the conviction it carried with it saturated his mind with a feeling as if the fact had really been known to him all along, and there came, too, after a little, an almost pleasurable sense of the importance of the revelation. He had been merely drifting in fatuous and conceited blindness. Now all at once his eyes were open. He knew what he had to do. Ignorance was a thing to be remedied, and he would forthwith bend all his energies to cultivating his mind till it should blossom like a garden. In this mood, Theron mentally measured himself against the more conspicuous of his colleagues in the conference. They also were ignorant, clownishly ignorant. The difference was that they were doomed by native incapacity to go on all their lives without ever finding it out. It was obvious to him that his case was better. There was bright promise in the very fact that he had discovered his shortcomings. He had begun the afternoon by taking down from their places the various works in his meager library which bore more or less relation to the task in hand. The 60 books which constituted his printed possessions were almost wholly from the press of the book concern. The few exceptions were volumes which, though published elsewhere, had come to him through that giant circulating agency of the General Conference, and wore the stamp of its approval. Perhaps it was the sight of these half-filled shelves which started this day's great revolution in Theron's opinions of himself. He had never thought much before about owning books. He had been too poor to buy many, and the conditions of canvassing about among one's parishioners which the thrifty book concern imposes upon those who would have without buying had always repelled him. Now, suddenly, as he moved along the 2 shelves, he felt ashamed at their beggarly showing. The Land and the Book, in 3 portly volumes, was the most pretentious of the aids which he finally culled from his collection. Beside it he laid out Bible Lands, Rivers and Lakes of Scripture, Bible Manners and Customs, the Genesis and Exodus volume of Whedon's Commentary, some old numbers of the Methodist Quarterly Review, and a copy of Josephus which had belonged to his grandmother and had seen him through many a weary Sunday afternoon in boyhood. He glanced casually through these, one by one, as he took them down, and began to fear that they were not going to be of so much use as he had thought. Then, seating himself, he read carefully through the 13 chapters of Genesis, which chronicled the story of the founder of Israel. Of course, he had known this story from his earliest years. In almost every chapter he came now upon a phrase or an incident which had served him as the basis for a sermon. He had preached about Hagar in the wilderness, about Lot's wife, about the visit of the angels, about the intended sacrifice of Isaac, about a dozen other things suggested by the ancient narrative. Somehow this time it all seemed different to him. The people he read about were altered to his vision. Heretofore a poetic light had shone about them, where indeed they had not. Glowed in a halo of sanctification. Now, by some chance, This light was gone, and he saw them instead as untutored and unwashed barbarians, filled with animal lusts and ferocities, struggling by violence and foul chicanery to secure a foothold in a country which did not belong to them all, rude tramps and robbers of the uncivilized plain. The apparent fact that Abram was a Chaldean struck him with peculiar force. How was it, he wondered, that this had never occurred to him before? Examining himself, he found that he had supposed vaguely that there had been Jews from the beginning, or at least, say, from the flood. But no, Abram was introduced simply as a citizen of the Chaldean town of Ur, and there was no hint of any difference in race between him and his neighbors. It was specially mentioned that his brother, Lot's father, died in Ur, the city of his nativity. Evidently the family belonged there, and were Chaldeans like the rest. I do not cite this as at all a striking discovery, but it did have a curious effect upon Theron Ware. Up to that very afternoon, his notion of the kind of book he wanted to write had been founded upon a popular book called Ruth the Moabitess, written by a clergyman he knew very well, the Reverend E.R. clergyman, Ray Mifflin. This model performance troubled itself not at all with difficult points, but went swimmingly along through scented summer seas of pretty rhetoric, teaching nothing, it is true, but pleasing a good deal and selling like hot cakes. Now, all at once, Theron felt that he hated that sort of book. His work should be of a vastly different order. He might fairly assume, he thought, that if the fact that Abram was a Chaldean was new to him, it would fall upon the world in general as a novelty. Very well then, there was his chance. He would write a learned book, showing who the Chaldeans were, and how their manners and beliefs differed from, and influenced. It was at this psychological instant that the wave of self-condemnation suddenly burst upon and submerged the young clergyman. It passed again, leaving him staring fixedly at the pile of books he had taken down from the shelves, and gasping a little, as if for breath. Then the humorous side of the thing, perversely enough, appealed to him, and he grinned feebly to himself at the joke of his having imagined that he could write learnedly about the Chaldeans, or anything else. But no, it shouldn't remain a joke. His long mobile face grew serious under the new resolve. He would learn what there was to be learned about the Chaldeans. He rose and walked up and down the room, gathering fresh strength of purpose as this inviting field of research spread out its vistas before him. Perhaps, yes, he would incidentally explore the mysteries of the Moabitic past as well, and thus put the Reverend Numbersy's son, Ray Mifflin, to confusion on his own subject. That would in itself be a useful thing, because Mifflin wore kid gloves at the conference and affected an intolerable superiority of dress and demeanor, and there would be general satisfaction among the plainer and worthier brethren at seeing him taken down a peg. Now for the first time there rose distinctly in Theron's mind the casual allusion which Father Forbes had made to the Turanians. He recalled, too, his momentary feeling of mortification at not knowing who the Turanians were at the time. Possibly, if he had probed this matter more deeply, now as he walked and pondered in the little living room, he might have traced the whole of the afternoon's mental experiences to that chance remark of the Romish priest. But this speculation did not detain him. He mused instead upon the splendid library Father Forbes must have. Well, how does the book come on? Have you got to My Lady Keturah yet? It was Alice who spoke, opening the door from the kitchen and putting in her head with a pretense of great and solemn caution, but with a correcting twinkle in her eyes. I haven't got to anybody yet, answers Theron absently. These big things must be approached slowly. Come out to supper then, while the beans are hot, said Alice. The young minister sat through this other meal, again in deep abstraction. His wife pursued her little pleasantry about Keturah, the second wife, urging him with mock gravity to scold her roundly for daring to usurp Sarah's place. But Theron scarcely heard her, and said next to nothing. He ate sparingly and fidgeted in his seat, waiting with obvious impatience for the finish of the meal. At last he rose abruptly. "I've got a call to make something with reference to the book," he said. "I'll run out now, I think, before it gets dark." He put on his hat and strode out of the house as if his errand was of the utmost urgency. Once upon the street, however, his pace slackened. There was still a good deal of daylight outside, and he loitered aimlessly about, walking with bowed head and hands clasped behind him until dusk fell. Then he squared his shoulders and started straight as the crow flies toward the residence of Father Forbes. Chapter 7. The new Catholic Church was the largest and most imposing public building in Octavius. Even in its unfinished condition, with a bald roofing of weather-beaten boards marking on the stunted tower the place where a spire was to begin later on, it dwarfed every other edifice of the sort in the town, just as it put them all to shame in the matter of the throngs it drew, rain or shine, to its services. These facts had not heretofore been a source of satisfaction to the Reverend Theron Ware. He had even alluded to the subject in terms which gave his wife the impression that he actively deplored the strength and size of the Catholic denomination in this new home of theirs, and was troubled in his mind about Rome generally. But this evening he walked along the extended side of the big structure, which occupied nearly half the block, and then, turning the corner, passed in review its wide-doored, looming front, without any hostile emotions whatever. In the gathering dusk it seemed more massive than ever before, but he found himself only passively considering the odd statement he had heard that all Catholic Church property was deeded absolutely in the name of the bishop of the diocese. Only a narrow passageway separated the church from the pastorate, a fine new brick residence standing flush upon the street. Theron mounted the steps and looked about for a bell pull. Search revealed instead a little ivory button set in a ring of metalwork. He picked at this for a time with his fingernail before he made out the injunction printed across it to push. Of course, how stupid of him! This was one of those electric bells he had heard so much of, but which had not as yet made their way to the class of homes he knew. For custodians of a medieval superstition and fanaticism, the Catholic clergy seemed very much up to date. This bell made him feel rather more a countryman than ever. The door was opened by a tall, gaunt woman, who stood in black relief against the radiance of the hall, while Theron, choosing his words with some diffidence, asked if the Reverend Mr. Forbes was in. "He is," came the hush-voiced answer. "He's at dinner, though." It took the young minister a second or two to bring into association in his mind this evening hour and this midday meal. Then he began to say that he would call again. It was nothing special, but the woman suddenly cut him short by throwing the door wide open. "It's Mr. Ware, is it not?" she asked, in a greatly altered tone. "Sure he'd not have you go away. Come inside, do, sir. I'll tell him." Theron, with a dumb show of reluctance, crossed the threshold. He noted now that the woman who had bustled down the hall on her errand was gray-haired and incredibly ugly, with a dark, sour face, glowering black eyes, and a twisted mouth. Then he saw that he was not alone in the hallway. 3 men and 2 women, all poorly clad and obviously working people, were seated in meek silence on a bench beyond the hat rack. They glanced up at him for an instant, then resumed their patient study of the linoleum pattern on the floor at their feet. "And will you kindly step in, sir?" the elderly Gorgon had returned to ask. She led Mr. Ware along the hallway to a door near the end, and opened it for him to pass before her. He entered a room in which for the moment he could see nothing but a central glare of dazzling light beating down from a great shaded lamp upon a circular patch of white table linen. Inside this ring of illumination points of fire sparkled from silver and porcelain, and 2 bars of burning crimson tracked across the cloth in reflection from tall glasses filled with wine. The rest of the room was vague darkness, but the gloom seemed saturated with novel aromatic odors, the appetizing scent of which bore clear relation to what Theron's blinking eyes rested upon. He was able now to discern two figures at the table, outside the glowing circle of the lamp. They had both risen, and one came toward him with cordial celerity, holding out a white plump hand in greeting. He took this proffered hand rather limply, not wholly sure in the half-light that this really was Father Forbes, and began once more that everlasting apology to which he seemed doomed in the presence of the priest. It was broken abruptly off by the other's protesting laughter. "My dear Mr. Ware, I beg of you," the priest urged, chuckling with hospitable mirth. Don't apologize. I give you my word, nothing in the world could have pleased us better than your joining us here tonight. It was quite dramatic, your coming in, as you did. We were speaking of you at that very moment. Oh, I forgot. Let me make you acquainted with my friend, my very particular friend, Dr. Ledsmar. Let me take your hat. Pray draw up a chair. Maggie will have a place laid for you in a minute. Oh, I assure you I couldn't think of it. I've just eaten my dinner," expostulated Theron. He murmured more inarticulate remonstrances a moment later, when the grim old domestic appeared with plates, serviette, and tableware for his use, but she went on spreading them before him as if she heard nothing. Thus committed against a decent show of resistance, the young minister did eat a little here and there of what was set before him, and was human enough to regret frankly that he could not eat more. It seemed to him very remarkable cookery, transfiguring so simple a thing as a steak, for example, quite out of recognition, and investing the humble potato with a charm he had never dreamed of. He wondered from time to time if it would be polite to ask how the potatoes were cooked, so that you might tell Alice. The conversation at the table was not continuous or even enlivened. After the lapses into silence became marked, Theron began to suspect that his refusal to drink wine had annoyed them the more so, as he had drenched a large section of tablecloth in his efforts to manipulate a siphon instead. He was greatly relieved, therefore, when Father Forbes explained in an incidental way that Dr. Ledsmar and he customarily ate their meals almost without a word. "It's a philosophic fad of his," the priest went on smilingly, "and I have fallen in with it for the sake of a quiet life, so that when we do have company, that is to say, once in a blue moon, we display no manners to speak of. I had always supposed, that is, I've always heard that it was more helpful to talk at meals," said Theron. "Of course, what I mean, I took it for granted all physicians thought so." Dr. Ledsmar laughed. "That depends so much upon the quality of the meals," he remarked, holding his glass up to the light. He seemed a man of middle age and an equable disposition. Theron, stealing stray glances at him around the lampshade, saw most distinctly of all a broad, impressive dome of skull which, though obviously the result of baldness, gave the effect of quite belonging to the face. There were gold-rimmed spectacles, through which shone now and again the vivid sparkle of sharp, alert eyes, and there was a nose of some sort not easy to classify, at once long and thick. The rest was thin hair and short, round beard, mouse-colored where the light caught them, but losing their outlines in the shadows of the background. Theron had not heard of him among the physicians of Octavius. He wondered if he might not be a doctor of something else than medicine, and decided upon venturing the question. "Oh yes, it is medicine," replied Ledsmar. "I am a doctor 3 or 4 times over, so far as parchments can make one. In some other respects, though, I should think I am probably less of a doctor than anybody else now living. I haven't practiced, that is, regularly for many years, and I take no interest whatever in keeping abreast of what the profession regards as its progress. I know nothing beyond what was being taught in the 60s, and that I am glad to say I have mostly forgotten." "Dear me," said Theron. "I had always supposed that science was the most engrossing of pursuits, that once a man took it up, he never left it. But that would imply a connection between science and medicine," commented the doctor. "My dear sir, they are not even on speaking terms. Shall we go upstairs?" put in the priest, rising from his chair. "It will be more comfortable to have our coffee there, unless indeed, Mr. Ware, tobacco is unpleasant to you." "Oh my, no," the young minister exclaimed, eager to free himself from the suggestion of being a killjoy. "I don't smoke myself, but I am very fond of the odor, I assure you." Father Forbes led the way out. It could be seen now that he wore a long house gown of black silk, skillfully molded to his erect, shapely, and rounded form. Though he carried this with the natural grace of a proud and beautiful belle, there was no hint of the feminine in his bearing, or in the contour of his pale, firm-set, handsome face. As he moved through the hallway, the 5 people whom Theron had seen waiting rose from their bench, and 2 of the women began in humble murmurs, "If you please, Father, and good evening to your reverence." But the priest merely nodded and passed on up the staircase, followed by his guests. The people sat down on their bench again, a few minutes later reclining at his ease in a huge low chair and feeling himself unaccountably at home in the most luxuriously appointed and delightful little room he had ever seen. The Reverend Theron Ware sipped his unaccustomed coffee and embarked upon an explanation of his errand. Somehow the very profusion of scholarly symbols about him, the great dark rows of encased and crowded bookshelves rising to the ceiling, the classical engravings upon the wall, the revolving bookcase, the reading stand, the mass of littered magazines, reviews, and papers at either end of the costly and elaborate writing desk seemed to make it the easier for him to explain without reproach that he needed information about Abram. He told them quite in detail the story of his book. The 2 others sat watching him through a faint haze of scented smoke, with polite encouragement on their faces. Father Forbes took the added trouble to nod understandingly at the various points of the narrative, and when it was finished, gave one of his little approving chuckles. "This skirts very closely upon sorcery," he said smilingly. "Do you know, there is perhaps not another man in the country who knows Assyriology so thoroughly as our friend here, Dr. Ledsmar." "That's putting it too strong," remarked the doctor. "I only follow at a distance a year or 2 behind. But I dare say I can help you. You're quite welcome to anything I have. My books cover the ground pretty well up to last year. Delitzsch is very interesting, but Bodison's Studien zur Semitischen Religionsgeschichte would come closer to what you need. There are several other important Germans, Schrader, Bunsen, Dunker, Hamel, and so on. Unluckily, I don't read German readily," Theron explained with diffidence. "That's a pity," said the doctor, "because they do the best work not only in this field, but in most others. And they do so much that the mass defies translation. Well, the best thing outside of German, of course, is Sayce. I dare say you know him, though." The Reverend Mr. Ware shook his head mournfully. "I don't seem to know anyone," he murmured. The others exchanged glances. "But if I may ask, Mr. Ware," pursued the doctor, regarding their guest with interest through his spectacles, "why do you specially hit upon Abraham? He is full of difficulties enough, just now, at any rate, to warn off the bravest scholar. Why not take something easier?" Theron had recovered something of his confidence. "Oh no," he said, "that is just what attracts me to Abraham. I like the complexities and contradictions in his character. Take, for instance, all that strange and picturesque episode of Hagar. See the splendid contrast between the craft and commercial guile of his dealings in Egypt and with Abimelech, and the simple, straightforward godliness of his later years. No, all those difficulties only attract me. Do you happen to know? Of course you would know. Do those German books or the others give anywhere any additional details of the man himself and his sayings and doings, little things which help, you know, to round out one's conception of the individual?" Again the priest and the doctor stole a furtive glance across the young minister's head. It was Father Forbes who replied. "I fear that you are taking our friend Abraham too literally, Mr. Ware," he said in that gentle semblance of paternal tones which seemed to go so well with his gown. "Modern research, you know, quite wipes him out of existence as an individual. The word Abram is merely an eponym. It means exalted father. Practically all the names in the Genesis chronologies are what we call eponymous. Abram is not a person at all. He is a tribe, a sept, a clan. In the same way, Shem is not intended for a man. It is the name of a great division of the human race. Heber is simply the throwing back into allegorical substance, so to speak, of the Hebrews, Hebrals, Heth of the Hittites, Asher of Assyria. But this is something very new, this theory, isn't it? Queried Theron. The priest smiled and shook his head. Bless you, no, my dear sir, there is nothing new. Epicurus and Lucretius outlined the whole Darwinian theory more than 2,000 years ago. As for this eponym thing, why St. Augustine called attention to it 1,500 years ago. In his De Civitate Dei, he expressly says of these genealogical names, gent non homines, that is, peoples, not persons. It was as obvious to him as much a commonplace of knowledge as it was to Ezekiel 800 years before him. It seems passing strange that we should not know it now then, commented Theron. I mean, that everybody shouldn't know it. Father Forbes gave a little purring chuckle. Ah, there we get upon contentious ground, he remarked. Why should everybody be supposed to know anything at all? What business is it of everybody's to know things? The earth was just as round in the days when people supposed it to be flat as it is now. So the truth remains always the truth. Even though you give a charter to 100,000 separate numbskulls to examine it by the light of their private judgment and report that it is as many different varieties of something else. But of course that whole question of private judgment versus authority is no man's land for us. We were speaking of eponyms. Yes, said Theron. It is very interesting. There is a curious phase of the subject which hasn't been worked out much, continued the priest. Probably the Germans will get at that too, sometime. They are doing the best Irish work in other fields as it is. I spoke of Heber and Heth in Genesis as meaning the Hebrews and the Hittites. Now my own people, the Irish, have far more ancient legends and traditions than any other nation west of Athens. And you find in their myth of the Milesian invasion and conquest 2 principal leaders called Heber and Ith, or Heth. That is supposed to be comparatively modern, about the time of Solomon's temple. But these independent Irish myths go back to the fall of the Tower of Babel, and they have there an ancestor, grandson of Japhet, named Phineas Farsa, and they ascribe to him the invention of the alphabet. They took their ancient name of Phine, the modern Fenian, from him. Oddly enough, that is the name which the Romans knew the Phoenicians by, and to them also is ascribed the invention of the alphabet. The Irish have a holy salmon of knowledge, just like the Chaldean man-fish. The Druids' tree worship is identical with that of the Chaldeans, those pagan groves, you know, which the Jews were always being punished for. Building. You see, there is nothing new. Everything is built on the ruins of something else. Just as the material earth is made up of countless billions of dead men's bones, so the mental world is all alive with the ghosts of dead men's thoughts and beliefs, the wraiths of dead races' faiths and imaginings. Father Forbes paused, then added with a twinkle in his eye, "That peroration is from an old sermon of mine in the days when I used to preach. I remember rather liking it at the time." "But you still preach?" asked the Reverend. Mr. Ware, with lifted brows. "No, no more." "I only talk now and again," answered the priest, with what seemed a suggestion of curtness. He made haste to take the conversation back again. The names of these dead and gone things are singularly pertinacious, though. They survive indefinitely. Take the modern name Marmaduke, for example. It strikes one as peculiarly modern, up to date, doesn't it? Well, it is the oldest name on earth, thousands of years older than Adam. It is the ancient Chaldean Merodach, or Merodach. He was the young god who interceded continually between the angry, omnipotent Ea, his father, and the humble and unhappy Damkina, or Earth, who was his mother. This is interesting from another point of view, because this Merodach, or Marmaduke is, so far as we can see now, the original prototype of our divine intermediary idea. I dare say, though, that if we could go back still other scores of centuries, we should find whole receding series of types of this Christ myth of ours. Theron Ware sat upright at the fall of these words and flung a swift, startled look about the room, the instinctive glance of a man unexpectedly confronted with peril and casting desperately about for means of defense and escape. For the instant his mind was aflame with this vivid impression that he was among sinister enemies, at the mercy of criminals. He half rose under the impelling stress of this feeling, with the sweat standing on his brow, and his jaw dropped in a scared and bewildered stare. Then quite as suddenly the sense of shock was gone, and it was as if nothing at all had happened. He drew a long breath, took another sip of his coffee, and found himself all at once reflecting almost pleasurably upon the charm of contact with really educated people. He leaned back in the big chair again and smiled to show these men of the world how much at his ease he was. It required an effort, he discovered, but he made it bravely and hoped he was succeeding. It hasn't been in my power to at all lay hold of what the world keeps on learning nowadays about its babyhood, he said. All I have done is to try to preserve an open mind and to maintain my faith that the more we know, the nearer we shall approach the throne. Dr. Ledsmar abruptly scuffled his feet on the floor and took out his watch. I'm afraid, he began. No, there's plenty of time, remarked the priest with his soft half-smile and purring tones. You finish your cigar here with Mr. Ware and excuse me while I run down and get rid of the people in the hall. Father Forbes tossed his cigar end into the fender. Then he took from the mantel a strange, three-cornered black velvet cap with a dangling silk tassel at the side, put it on his head, and went out. Theron, being left alone with the doctor, hardly knew what to do or say. He took up a paper from the floor beside him, but realized that it would be impolite to go farther, and laid it on his knee. Some trace of that earlier momentary feeling that he was in hostile hands came back and worried him. He lifted himself upright in the chair, and then became conscious that what really disturbed him was the fact that Dr. Ledsmar had turned in his seat, crossed his legs, and was contemplating him with a gravely concentrated scrutiny through his spectacles. This uncomfortable gaze kept itself up a long way beyond the point of good manners, but the doctor seemed not to mind that at all. Chapter 8. When Dr. Ledsmar finally spoke, it was in a kindlier tone than the young minister had looked for. I had half a notion of going to hear you preach the other evening, he said, but at the last minute I backed out. I dare say I shall pluck up the courage, sooner or later, and really go. It must be fully 20 years since I last heard a sermon, and I had supposed that that would suffice for the rest of my life. But they tell me that you are worthwhile, and for some reason or other, I find myself curious on the subject. Involved and dubious though the compliment might be, Theron felt himself flushing with satisfaction. He nodded his acknowledgment and changed the topic. I was surprised to hear Father Forbes say that he did not preach, he remarked. Why should he? Asked the doctor indifferently. I suppose he hasn't more than 15 parishioners in 1,000 who would understand him if he did. And of these, probably 12 would join in a complaint to his bishop about the heterodox tone of his sermon. There is no point in his going to all that pains merely to incur that risk. Nobody wants him to preach, and he has reached an age where personal vanity no longer tempts him to do so. What is wanted of him is that he should be the paternal, ceremonial, authoritative head and center of his flock, advisor, monitor, overseer, elder brother, friend, patron, seigneur, whatever you like. Everything except a bore. They draw the line at that. You see how diametrically opposed this Catholic point of view is to the Protestant. The difference does seem extremely curious to me, said Theron. Now those people in the hall, go on, put in the doctor, as the other faltered hesitatingly. I know what you were going to say. It struck you as odd that he should let them wait on the bench. There, while he came up here to smoke. Theron smiled faintly. I was thinking that my parishioners wouldn't have taken it so quietly, but of course it is all so different. As chalk from cheese? Said Dr. Ledsmar, lighting a fresh cigar. I dare say every one you saw there had come, either to take the pledge or see to it that one of the others took it. That is the chief industry in the hall, so far as I have observed. Now discipline is an important element in the machinery here. Coming to take the pledge implies that you have been drunk and are now ashamed. Both states have their values, but they are opposed. Sitting on that bench tends to develop penitence to the prejudice of alcoholism. But at no stage would it ever occur to the occupant of the bench that he was the best judge of how long he was to sit there, or that his priest should interrupt his dinner or general personal routine in order to administer that pledge. Now, I dare say you have no people at all coming to swear off. The Reverend Mr. Ware shook his head. No, if a man with us got as bad as all that, he wouldn't come near the church at all. He'd simply drop out, and there would be an end to it. Quite so, interjected the doctor. That is the voluntary system. But these fellows can't drop out. There's no bottom to the Catholic Church. Everything that's in stays in. If you don't mind my saying so, of course I view you all impartially from the outside, but it seems logical to me that a church should exist for those who need its help, and not for those who by their own profession are so good already that it is they who help the church. Now, you turn a man out of your church who behaves badly. That must be on the theory that his remaining in would injure the church, and that in turn involves the idea that it is the excellent character of the parishioners which imparts virtue to the church. The Catholics' conception, you see, is quite the converse. Such virtue as they keep in stock is on tap, so to speak, here in the church itself, and the parishioners come and get some for themselves, according to their need for it. Some come every day, some only once a year, some perhaps never between their baptism and their funeral, but they all have a right here, the professional burglar, every white as much as the speckless saint. The only stipulation is that they oughtn't to come under false pretenses. The burglar is in honor bound not to pass himself off to his priest as the saint. But that is merely a moral obligation established in the burglar's own interest. It does him no good to come unless he feels that he is playing the rules of the game, and one of these is confession. If he cheats there, he knows that he is cheating nobody but himself, and might much better have stopped away altogether. Theron nodded his head comprehendingly. He had a great many views about the Romanish rite of confession which did not at all square with this statement of the case, but this did not seem a specially fit time for bringing them forth. There was indeed a sense of languid repletion in his mind, as if it had been overfed and wanted to lie down for a while. He contented himself with nodding again and murmuring reflectively, "Yes, it is all strangely different." His tone was an invitation to silence, and the doctor turned his attention to the cigar, studying its ash for a minute with an air of deep meditation and then solemnly blowing out a slow series of smoke rings. Theron watched him with an indolent, placid eye, wondering lazily if it was, after all, so very pleasant to smoke. There fell upon this silence with a softness so delicate that it came almost like a progression in the hush, the sound of sweet music. For a little, strain and source were alike indefinite and impalpable setting to harmony of the mellowed light, the perfumed opalescence of the air, the luxury and charm of the room. Then it rose as by a sweeping curve of beauty into a firm, calm, severe melody, delicious to the ear, but as cold in the mind's vision as moonlit sculpture. It went on upward with stately collectedness of power, till the atmosphere seemed all alive with the trembling consciousness of the presence of lofty souls, sternly pure and pitilessly great. Theron found himself moved as he had never been before. He almost resented the discovery when it was presented to him by the prosaic, mechanical side of his brain that he was listening to organ music and that it came through the open window from the church close by. He would fain have reclined in his chair and closed his eyes and saturated himself with the uttermost fullness of the sensation. Yet, in absurd despite of himself, he rose and moved over to the window. Only a narrow alley separated the pastorate from the church. Mr. Ware could have touched with a walking stick the opposite wall. Indirectly facing him was the arched and mullioned top of a great window. A dim light from within shone through the more translucent portions of the glass below, throwing out faint little bars of party-colored radiance upon the blackness of the deep passageway. He could vaguely trace by these the outlines of some sort of picture on the window. There were human figures in it, and yes, up here in the center, nearest him, was a woman's head. There was a halo about it, engirdling rich, flowing waves of reddish hair, the lights in which glowed like flame. The face itself was barely distinguishable, but its half-suggested form raised a curious sense of resemblance to some other face. He looked at it closely, blankly, the noble music throbbing through his brain meanwhile. "It's that Madden girl," he suddenly heard a voice say by his side. Dr. Ledsmar had followed him to the window and was close at his shoulder. Theron's thoughts were upon the puzzling, shadowed lineaments on the stained glass. He saw now in a flash the resemblance which had baffled him. "It is like her, of course," he said. "Yes, unfortunately, it is just like her," replied the doctor, with a hostile note in his voice. "Whenever I am dining here, she always goes in and kicks up that racket. She knows I hate it." "Oh, you mean that it is she who is playing," remarked Theron. "I thought you referred to, at least I was thinking of." His sentence died often in consequence. He had a feeling that he did not want to talk with the doctor about the stained glass likeness. The music had sunk away now into fragmentary and unconnected passages, broken here and there by abrupt stops. Dr. Ledsmar stretched an arm out past him and shut the window. "Let's hear as little of the row as we can," he said, and the two went back to their chairs. "Pardon me for the question," the Reverend Mr. Ware said, after a pause which began to affect him as constrained. "But something you said about dining, you don't live here then?" "In the house, I mean." The doctor laughed a characteristically abrupt, dry little laugh, which struck Theron at once as bearing the sort of black sheep relationship to the priest's habitual chuckle. "That must have been puzzling you no end," he said. "That notion that the pastorate kept a devil's advocate on the premises." "No, Mr. Ware, I don't live here. I inhabit a house of my own. You may have seen it, an old-fashioned place up beyond the racecourse, with a sort of tower at the back and a big garden. But I dine here 3 or 4 times a week. It is an old arrangement of ours. Vincent and I have been friends for many years now. We are quite alone in the world, we two much to our mutual satisfaction. You must come up and see me some time. Come up and have a look over the books we were speaking of." "I am much obliged," said Theron, without enthusiasm. The thought of the doctor by himself did not attract him greatly. The reservation in his tone seemed to interest the doctor. "I suppose you are the first man I have asked in a dozen years," he remarked, frankly willing that the young minister should appreciate the favor extended him. "It must be fully that, since anybody but Vincent Forbes has been under my roof, that is, of my own species, I mean." "You live there quite alone," commented Theron. "Quite, with my dogs, and cats, and lizards, and my Chinaman. I mustn't forget him." The doctor noted the inquiry in the other's lifted brows, and smilingly explained. "He is my solitary servant. Possibly he might not appeal to you much, but I can assure you he used to interest Octavius a great deal when I first brought him here, 10 years ago or so. He afforded occupation for all the idle boys in the village for a 12-month at least." They used to lie in wait for him all day long, with stones or horse chestnuts or snowballs according to the season. The Irishman from the wagon works nearly killed him once or twice, but he patiently lived it all down. The Chinaman has the patience to live everything down, the Caucasian races included. He will see us all to bed, will that gentleman with the pigtail. The music over in the church had lifted itself again into form and sequence and defied the closed window. If anything, it was louder than before, and the sonorous roar of the bass pedals seemed to be shaking the very walls. It was something with a big, lunged, exultant, triumphing swing in it, something which ought to have been sung on the battlefield at the close of day by the whole jubilant army of victors. It was impossible to pretend not to be listening to it, but the doctor submitted with an obvious scowl and bit off the tip of his third cigar with an annoyed air. "You don't seem to care much for music," suggested Mr. Ware, when a lull came. Dr. Ledsmar looked up, lighted match in hand. "Say, musicians," he growled. "Has it ever occurred to you," he went on, between puffs at the flame, "that the only animals who make the noises we call music are of the bird family, a debased offshoot of the reptilian creation, the very lowest types of the vertilian creation, the very lowest types of the vertebrata now in existence? I insist upon the parallel among humans. I have in my time, sir, had considerable opportunities for studying close at hand the various orders of mammalia who devote themselves to what they describe as the arts. It may sound a harsh judgment, but I am convinced that musicians stand on the very bottom rung of the ladder in the subcellar of human intelligence, even lower than painters and actors." This seemed such unqualified nonsense to the Reverend Mr. Ware that he offered no comment whatever upon it. He tried instead to divert his thoughts to the stormy strains which rolled in through the vibrating brickwork, and to picture to himself the large, capable figure of Miss Madden seated in the half-light at the organ board, swaying to and fro in the splendid ecstasy of power, as she evoked at will this superb and ordered uproar. But the doctor broke insistently in upon his musings. "All art, so-called, is decay," he said, raising his voice. "When a race begins to brood on the beautiful so-called, it is a sign of rot, of getting ready to fall from the tree. Take the Jews, those marvelous old fellows who were never more than a handful, yet have imposed the rule of their ideas and their gods upon us for 1,500 years. Why? They were forbidden by their most fundamental law to make sculptures or pictures. That was at a time when the Egyptians, when the Assyrians, and other Semites were running to artistic riot. Every great museum in the world now has whole floors devoted to statues from the Nile, and marvelous carvings from the palaces of Sargon and Ashurbanipal. You can get the artistic remains of the Jews during that whole period into a child's wheelbarrow. They had the sense and strength to penalize art. They alone survived. They saw the Egyptians go, the Assyrians go, the Greeks go, the late Romans go, the Moors in Spain go, all the artistic peoples perish. They remained triumphing over all. Now at last their long-belated apogee is here. Their decline is at hand. I am told that in this present generation in Europe, the Jews are producing a great lot of young painters and sculptors and actors, just as for a century they have been producing famous composers and musicians. That means the end of the Jews. What? Have you only got as far as that?" came the welcome interruption of a cheery voice. Father Forbes had entered the room and stood looking down with a whimsical twinkle in his eye from one to the other of his guests. "You must have been taken over the ground at a very slow pace, Mr. Ware," he continued, chuckling softly, "to have arrived merely at the collapse of the New Jerusalem. I fancied I had given him time enough to bring you straight up to the end of all of us, with that Chinaman of his gently slapping our graves with his pigtail. That's where the doctor always winds up if he's allowed to run his course. It has all been very interesting, extremely so, I assure you," faltered Theron. It had become suddenly apparent to him that he desired nothing so much as to make his escape, that he had indeed only been waiting for the host's return to do so. He rose at this and explained that he must be going. No special effort being put forth to restrain him, he presently made his way out, Father Forbes hospitably following him down to the door and putting a very gracious cordiality into his. Adieu. The night was warm and black. Theron stood still in it the moment the pastorate door had closed. The sudden darkness was so thick that it was as if he had closed his eyes. His dominant sensation was of a deep relief and rest after some undue fatigue. It crossed his mind that drunken men probably felt like that as they leaned against things on their way home. He was affected himself, he saw, by the weariness and half nausea following the mental intoxication. The conceit pleased him, and he smiled to himself as he turned and took the first homeward steps. It must be growing late, he thought. Alice would be wondering as she waited. There was a street lamp at the corner, and as he walked toward it, he noted all at once that his feet were keeping step to the movement of the music proceeding from the organ within the church, a vaguely processional air, marked enough in measure, but still with a dreamy effect. It became a pleasure to identify his progress with the quaint rhythm of sound as he sauntered along. He discovered, as he neared the light, that he was instinctively stepping over the seams in the flagstone sidewalk as he had done as a boy. He smiled again at this. There was something exceptionally juvenile and buoyant about his mood, now that he examined it. He set it down as a reaction from that doctor's extravagant and incendiary talk. One thing was certain, he would never be caught up at that house beyond the racecourse, with its reptiles and its Chinamen. Should he ever even go to the pastorate again? He decided not to quite definitely answer that in the negative, but as he felt now, the chances were all against it. Turning the corner and walking off into the shadows along the side of the huge church building, Theron noted, almost at the end of the edifice, a small door, the entrance to a porch coming out to the sidewalk, which stood wide open. A thin, pale, vertical line of light showed that the inner door, too, was ajar. Through this wee aperture, the organ music, reduced and mellowed by distance, came to him again with that same curious, intimate, personal relation which had so moved him at the start before the doctor closed the window. It was as if it was being played for him alone. He paused for a doubting minute or two, with bowed head, listening to the exquisite harmony which floated out to caress and soothe and enfold him. There was no spiritual, or at least pious, effect in it now. He fancied that it must be secular music, or if not, then something adapted to marriage ceremonies, rich, vivid, passionate, a celebration of beauty and the glory of possession, with its ruling note of joy, only heightened by soft, wooing interludes, and here and there the tremor of a fond, timid little sob. Theron turned away irresolutely, half frightened at the undreamt of impression this music was making upon him. Then all at once he wheeled and stepped boldly into the porch, pushing the inner door open and hearing it rustle against its leathern frame as it swung to behind him. He had never been inside a Catholic church before. Chapter 9. Jeremiah Madden was supposed to be probably the richest man in Octavius. There was no doubt at all about his being its least pretentious citizen. The huge and ornate modern mansion which he had built, putting to shame every other house in the place, gave an effect of ostentation to the Maddens as a family. It seemed only to accentuate the air of humility which enveloped Jeremiah as with a garment. Everybody knew some version of the many tales afloat which, in a kindly spirit, illustrated the incongruity between him and his splendid habitation. Some had it that he slept in the shed. Others told whimsical stories of his sitting alone in the kitchen evenings, smoking his old clay pipe, and sorrowing because the second Mrs. Madden would not suffer the pigs and chickens to come in and bear him company. But no matter how comic the exaggeration, these legends were invariably amiable. It lay in no man's mouth to speak harshly of Jeremiah Madden. He had been born a Connemara peasant, and he would die one. When he was 10 years old, he had seen some of his own family and most of his neighbors starve to death. He could remember looking at the stiffened figure of a woman stretched on the stones by the roadside, with the green stain of nettles on her white lips. A girl 5 years or so older than himself, also a Madden and distantly related, had started in despair off across the mountains to the town where it was said the poor law officers were dealing out food. He could recall her coming back next day, wild-eyed with hunger and the fever. The officers had refused her relief because her bare legs were not wholly shrunken to the bone. "While there's a calf on the shank, there's no starvation," they had explained to her. The girl died without profiting by this official apothec. The boy found it burned ineffaceably upon his brain. Now, after a lapse of more than 40 years, it seemed the thing that he remembered best about Ireland. He had drifted westward as an unconsidered, unresisting item in that vast flight of the famine years. Others whom he rubbed against in that melancholy exodus and deemed of much greater promise than himself had done badly. Somehow he did well. He learned the wheelwright's trade, and really that seemed all there was to tell. The rest had been calm and sequent progression, steady employment as a journeyman first, then marriage and a house and lot, the modest start as a master, the move to Octavius and cheap lumber, the growth of his business, always marked of late years stupendous, all following naturally, easily, one thing out of another. Jeremiah encountered the idea among his fellows now and again that he was entitled to feel proud of all this. He smiled to himself at the thought, and then sent a sigh after the smile. What was it all but empty and transient vanity? The score of other Connemara boys he had known none, very fortunate, several broken tragically in prison or the gutter, nearly all now gone the way of flesh were as good as he. He could not have it in his heart to take credit for his success. It would have been like sneering over their poor graves. Jeremiah Madden was now 53, a little man of a reddened, weather-worn skin and the meditative, almost saddened aspect. He had blue eyes, but his scanty iron-gray hair showed raven-black in its shadows. The width and prominence of his cheekbones dominated all one's recollections of his face. The long vertical upper lip and irregular teeth made, in repose, an unshapely mouth. Its smile, though, sweetened the whole countenance. He wore a fringe of stiff, steel-colored beard, passing from ear to ear under his chin. His weekday clothes were as simple as his workaday manners, fitting his short black pipe and his steadfast devotion to his business. On Sundays, he dressed with a certain rigor of respectability, all in black, and laid aside tobacco, at least to the public view. He never missed going to the early low mass, quite alone. His family always came later, at the 10 o'clock high mass. There had been, at one time or another, a good many members of this family. 2 wives had borne Jeremiah Madden a total of over a dozen children. Of these, there survived now only 2 of the first Mrs. Madden's offspring, Michael and Celia, and a son of the present wife, who had been baptized Turns, but called himself Theodore. This minority of the family inhabited the great new house on Main Street. Jeremiah went every Sunday afternoon by himself to kneel in the presence of the majority, there where they lay in St. Agnes's consecrated ground. If the weather was good, he generally extended his walk through the fields to an old deserted Catholic burial field, which had been used only in the first years after the famine invasion and now was clean forgotten. The old wagon maker liked to look over the primitive, neglected stones which marked the graves of these earlier exiles. Fully half of the inscriptions mentioned his county Galway. There were 2 naming the very parish adjoining his. The latest date on any stone was of the remoter 50s. They had all been stricken down, here in the strange land with its bitter winters, while the memory of their own soft, humid, gentle West Coast air was fresh within them, musing upon the Clovesea sculpture with its R.I.P. or pray for the soul of, half to be gassed under the stain and moss of a generation, there would seem to him but a step from this present to that heart-rending, awful past. What had happened between was a meaningless vision, as impersonal as the passing of the planets overhead. He rarely had an impulse to tears in the new cemetery where his 10 children were. He never left his weed-grown, forsaken old God's acre dry-eyed. One must not construct from all this the image of a melancholy man as his fellows met and knew him. Mr. Madden kept his griefs, racial and individual, for his own use. To the men about him in the offices and the shops he presented day after day, year after year, an imperturbable cheeriness of demeanor. He had been always fortunate in the selection of lieutenants and chief helpers. 2 of these had grown now into partners and were almost as much a part of the big enterprise as Jeremiah himself. They spoke often of their inability to remember any unjust or petulant word of his, much less any unworthy deed. Once they had seen him in a great rage, all the more impressive because he said next to nothing. A thoughtless fellow told a dirty story in the presence of some apprentices, and Madden, listening to this, drove the offender implacably from his employ. It was years now since anyone who knew him had ventured upon lewd pleasantries in his hearing. Jokes of the sort which women might hear he was very fond of, though he had not much humor of his own. Of books he knew nothing whatever, and he made only the most perfunctory pretense now and again of reading the newspapers. The elder son, Michael, was very like his father, diligent, unassuming, kindly, and simple, a plain, tall, thin-red man of nearly 30, who toiled in paper cap and rolled-up shirt-sleeves as the superintendent in the sawmill, and put on no airs whatever as the son of the master. If there was surprise felt at his not being taken into the firm as a partner, he gave no hint of sharing it. He attended to his religious duties with great zeal, and was president of the sodality as a matter of course. This was regarded as his blind side, and young employees who cultivated it and made broad their phylacteries under his notice certainly had an added chance of getting on well in the works. To some few whom he knew specially well, Michael would confess that if he had had the brains for it, he should have wished to be a priest. He displayed no inclination to marry. The other son, Terence, was some 8 years younger and seemed the product of a wholly different race. The contrast between Michael's sandy skin and long gaunt visage and this dark boy's handsome rounded face, with its prettily curling black hair, large, heavily fringed brown eyes, and delicately modeled features, was not more obvious than their temperamental separation. This second lad had been away for years at school, indeed at a good many schools, for no one seemed to manage to keep him long. He had been with the Jesuits at Georgetown, with the Christian Brothers at Manhattan, the sectarian Mount Fund, St. Mary's, and the severely secular Annapolis had both been tried and proved misfits. The young man was home again now, and save that his name had become Theodore, he appeared in no wise changed from the beautiful, willful, bold, and showy boy who had gone away in his teens. He was still rather small for his years, but so gracefully molded in form and so perfectly tailored that the fact seemed rather an advantage than otherwise. He never dreamed of going near the wagon works, but he did go a good deal, in fact, most of the time to the Nadama Club. His mother spoke often to her friends about her fears for his health. He never spoke to his friends about his mother at all. The second Mrs. Madden did not, indeed, appeal strongly to the family pride. She had been a Miss Foley, a dressmaker, and an old maid. Jeremiah had married her after a brief widowerhood, principally because she was the sister of his parish priest and had a considerable reputation for piety. It was at a time when the expansion of his business was promising certain wealth and suggesting the removal to Octavius. He was conscious of a notion that his obligations to social respectability were increasing. It was certain that the embarrassments of a motherless family were. Miss Foley had shown a good deal of attention to his little children. She was not ill-looking. She bore herself with modesty. She was the priest's sister, the niece once removed of a vicar general. And so it came about. Although those most concerned did not say so, everybody could see from the outset the pity of its ever having come about at all. The pious and stiffly respectable priest-sister had been harmless enough as a spinster. It made the heart ache to contemplate her as a wife. Incredibly narrow-minded, ignorant, suspicious, vain, and sour-tempered, she must have driven a less equable and well-rooted man than Jeremiah Madden to drink or flight. He may have had his temptations, but they made no mark on the even record of his life. He only worked the harder, concentrating upon his business those extra hours which another sort of home life would have claimed instead. The end of 20 years found him a rich man, but still toiling pertinaciously day by day as if he had his wage to earn. In the great house which had been built to please, or rather placate, his wife, he kept to himself as much as possible. The popular story of his smoking alone in the kitchen was more or less true. Only Michael as a rule sat with him, too weak lunged for tobacco himself, but reading stray scraps from the papers to the lonely old man and talking with him about the works, the while Jeremiah meditatively supped his clay pipe. 1 or 2 evenings in the week the twain spent up in Celia's part of the house, listening with the awe of simple, honest mechanics to the music she played for them. Celia was to them something indefinably less, indescribably more, than a daughter and sister. They could not think there had ever been anything like her before in the world. The notion of criticizing any deed or word of hers would have appeared to them monstrous and unnatural. She seemed to have come up to this radiant and wise and marvelously talented womanhood of hers, to their minds, quite spontaneously. There had been a little Celia, a red-headed, sulky, mutinous slip of a girl, always at war with her stepmother, and affording no special comfort or hope to the rest of the family. Then there was a long gap, during which the father, 4 times a year, handed Michael a letter he had received from the superioress of a distant convent, referring with cold formality to the studies and discipline by which Miss Madden might profit more if she had been better brought up, and enclosing a large bill. Then all at once they beheld a big Celia, whom they spoke of as being home again, but who really seemed never to have been there before, a tall, handsome, confident young woman, swift of tongue and apprehension, appearing to know everything there was to be known by the most learned, able to paint pictures, carve wood, speak in divers languages, and make music for the gods, yet with it all a very proud lady, one might say a queen. The miracle of such a Celia as this impressed itself even upon the stepmother. Mrs. Madden had looked forward with a certain grim tightening of her combative jaws to the homecoming of the red head. She felt herself much more the fine lady now than she had been when the girl went away. She had her carriage now, and the magnificent new house was nearly finished, and she had a greater number of ailments and spent far more money on doctors' bills than any other lady in the whole section. The flush of pride in her greatest achievement up to date, having the most celebrated of New York physicians brought up to Octavius by special train, still prickled in her blood. It was in all the papers, and the admiration of the flatterers and soft-sauterers' wives, of Irish merchants and smaller professional men who formed her social circle, was raising visions in her poor head of going next year with Theodore to Saratoga, and fastening the attention of the whole fashionable republic upon the variety and resources of her invalidism. Mrs. Madden's fancy did not run to the length of seeing her stepdaughter also at Saratoga. It pictured her still as the sullen and hated redhead, moping defiantly in corners, or courting by her insolence the punishments which leaped against their leash in the stepmother's mind to get at her. The real Celia, when she came, fairly took Mrs. Madden's breath away. The peevish little plans for annoyance and tyranny, the resolutions born of ignorant and jealous egotism, found themselves swept out of sight by the very first swirl of Celia's dress train when she came down from her room robed in peacock blue. The stepmother could only stare. Now, after 2 years of it, Mrs. Madden still viewed her stepdaughter with round-eyed uncertainty, not unmixed with wrathful fear. She still drove about behind 2 magnificent horses. The new house had become almost tiresome by familiarity. Her preeminence in the interested minds of the Dearborn County Medical Society was as towering as ever, but somehow it was all different. There was a note of unreality nowadays in Mrs. Donnelly's professions of wonder at her, bearing up under her multiplied maladies. There was almost a leer of mockery in the sympathetic smirk with which the Misses Mangan listened to her symptoms. Even the doctors, though they kept their faces turned toward her, obviously did not pay much attention. The people in the street seemed no longer to look at her and her equipage at all. Worst of all, something of the meaning of this managed to penetrate her own mind. She caught now and again a dim glimpse of herself, as others must have been seeing her for years, as a stupid, ugly, boastful, and bad-tempered old nuisance. And it was always as if she saw this in a mirror held up by Celia. Of open discord there had been next to none. Celia would not permit it, and showed this so clearly from the start that there was scarcely need for her saying it. It seemed hardly necessary for her to put into words any of her desires, for that matter. All existing arrangements in the Madden household seemed to shrink automatically and make room for her, whichever way she walked. A whole quarter of the unfinished house set itself apart for her. Partitions altered themselves, doorways moved across to opposite sides, a recess opened itself, tall and deep, for it knew not what statue, simply because it seemed the Lady Celia willed it so. When the family moved into this mansion, it was with a consciousness that the only one who really belonged there was Celia. She alone could behave like one perfectly at home. It seemed entirely natural to the others that she should do just what she liked, shut them off from her portion of the house, take her meals there if she felt disposed, and keep such hours as pleased her instant whim. If she awakened them at midnight by her piano, or deferred her breakfast to the late afternoon, they felt that it must be all right. Since Celia did it. She had one room furnished with only divans and huge soft cushions, its walls covered with large copies of statuary not too strictly clothed, which she would suffer no one, not even the servants, to enter. Michael fancied sometimes, when he passed the draped entrance to the sacred chamber, that the portiere smelt of tobacco, but he would not have spoken of it even had he been sure. Old Jeremiah, whose established habit it was to audit minutely the expenses of his household, covered over round sums to Celia's separate banking account, upon the mere playful hint of her holding her checkbook up, without a dream of questioning her. That the stepmother had joy, or indeed anything but gall and wormwood, out of all this is not to be pretended. There lingered along in the recollection of the family some vague memories of her having tried to assert an authority over Celia's comings and goings at the outset, but they grouped themselves as only parts of the general disorder of moving and settling, which a fortnight or so quite righted. Mrs. Madden still permitted herself a certain license of hostile comment when her stepdaughter was not present, and listened with gratification to what the women of her acquaintance ventured upon saying in the same spirit. But actual interference or remonstrance she never offered nowadays. The two rarely met, for that matter, and exchanged only the baldest and curtest forms of speech. Celia Maiden interested all Octavius deeply. This she must have done in any case, if only because she was the only daughter of its richest citizen. But the bold, luxuriant quality of her beauty, the original and piquant freedom of her manners, the stories told in gossip about her lawlessness at home, her intellectual attainments, and artistic vagaries, these were even more exciting. The unlikelihood of her marrying anyone, at least any Octavian, was felt to add a certain romantic zest to the image she made on the local perceptions. There was no visible young Irishman at all approaching the social and financial standard of the Mattons. It was taken for granted that a mixed marriage was quite out of the question in this case. She seemed to have more business about the church than even the priest. She was always playing the organ or drilling the choir or decorating the altars with flowers or looking over the robes of the acolytes for rents and stains, or going in or out of the pastorate. Clearly this was not the sort of girl to take a Protestant husband. The gossip of the town concerning her was, however, exclusively Protestant. The Irish spoke of her, even among themselves, but seldom. There was no occasion for them to pretend to like her. They did not know her, except in the most distant and formal fashion. Even the members of the choir, of both sexes, had the sense of being held away from her at haughty arm's length. No single parishioner dreamed of calling her friend, but when they referred to her, it was always with a cautious and respectful reticence. For one thing, she was the daughter of their chief man, the man they most esteemed and loved. For another, reservations they may have had in their souls about her touched close upon a delicately sore spot. It could not escape their notice that their Protestant neighbors were watching her with vigilant curiosity and with a certain tendency to wink when her name came into conversation, along with that of Father Forbes. It had never yet got beyond a tendency, the barest fluttering suggestion of a tempted eyelid. But the whole Irish population of the place felt themselves to be waiting with clenched fists but sinking hearts for the wink itself. The Reverend Theron Ware had not caught even the faintest hint of these overtures to suspicion. When he had entered the huge, dark, cool vault of the church, he could see nothing at first but a faint light up over the gallery, far at the other end. Then, little by little, his surroundings shaped themselves out of the gloom. To his right was a rail and some broad steps rising toward a softly confused mass of little gray vertical bars in the pale twinkle of tiny spots of gilded reflection, which he made out in the dusk to be the candles and trappings of the altar. Overhead, the great arches faded away from foundations of dimly discernible capitals into utter blackness. There was a strange medicinal odor, as of cubeb cigarettes, in the air. After a little pause, he tiptoed noiselessly up the side aisle toward the end of the church, toward the light above the gallery. This radiance from a single gas jet expanded as he advanced and spread itself upward over a burnished row of monster metal pipes, which went towering into the darkness like giants. They were roaring at him now, a sonorous, deafening, angry bellow, which made everything about him vibrate. The gallery balustrade hid the keyboard and the organist from view. There were only these jostling brazen tubes, as big round as trees and as tall, trembling with their own furious thunder. It was for all the world as if he had wandered into some vast, tragical, enchanted cave, and was being drawn against his will like fascinated bird and python toward fate at the savage hands of these swollen and enraged genii. He stumbled in the obscure light over a kneeling bench, making a considerable racket. On the instant the noise from the organ ceased, and he saw the black figure of a woman rise above the gallery rail and look down. "Who is it?" the indubitable voice of Miss Madden demanded sharply. Theron had a sudden sheepish notion of turning and running. With the best grace he could summon, he called out an explanation instead. "Wait a minute. I'm through now. I'm coming down," she returned. He thought there was a note of amusement in her tone. She came to him a moment later, accompanied by a thin, tall man, whom Theron could barely see in the dark, now that the organ light too was gone. This man lighted a match or two to enable them to make their way out. When they were on the sidewalk, Celia spoke. "Walk on ahead, Michael," she said. "I have some matters to speak of with Mr. Ware." Chapter 10. "Well, what did you think of Dr. Ledsmar?" The girl's abrupt question came as a relief to Theron. They were walking along in a darkness so nearly complete that he could see next to nothing of his companion. For some reason this seemed to suggest a sort of impropriety. He had listened to the footsteps of the man ahead, whom he guessed to be a servant, and pictured him as intent upon getting up early next morning to tell everybody that the Methodist minister had stolen into the Catholic Church at night to walk home with Miss Madden. That was going to be very awkward. Yes, worse than awkward. It might mean ruin itself. She had mentioned aloud that she had matters to talk over with him. That of course implied confidences, and the man might put heaven only knew what construction on that. It was notorious that servants did ascribe the very worst motives to those they worked for. The bare thought of the delight an Irish servant would have in also dragging a Protestant clergyman into the thing was sickening. And what could she want to talk to him about, anyway? The minute of silence stretched itself out upon his nerves into an interminable period of anxious unhappiness. Her mention of the doctor at last, somehow, seemed to lighten the situation. "Oh, I thought he was very smart," he made haste to answer. "Wouldn't it be better to keep close to your man? He may think we've gone some other way." "It wouldn't matter if he did," remarked Celia. She appeared to comprehend his nervousness and take pity on it, for she added, "It is my brother Michael, as good a soul as ever lived. He is quite used to my ways." The Reverend Mr. Ware drew a long, comforting breath. "Oh, I see. He went with you to bring you home." "To blow the organ," said the girl in the dark, correctingly. "But about that doctor, did you like him?" "Well," Theron began, "like is rather a strong word for so short an acquaintance. He talked very well, that is, fluently. But he is so different from any other man I have come into contact with. What I wanted you to say was that you hated him," put in Celia, firmly. "I don't make a practice of saying that of anybody," returned Theron, so much at his ease again that he put an effect of gentle, smiling reproof into the words. "And why specially should I make an exception for him? Because he's a beast." Theron fancied that he understood. "I noticed that he seemed not to have much of an ear for music," he commented with a little laugh. "He shut down the window when you began to play. His doing so annoyed me because I wanted very much to hear it all. I never heard such music before. I came into the church to hear more of it, but then you stopped. I will play for you some other time," Celia said, answering the reproach in his tone. "But tonight I wanted to talk with you instead." She kept silent, in spite of this, so long now that Theron was on the point of jestingly asking when the talk was to begin. Then she put a question abruptly. "It is a conventional way of putting it, but are you fond of poetry, Mr. Ware?" "Well, yes, I suppose I am," replied Theron, much mystified. "I can't say that I am any great judge, but I like the things that I like, and Meredith," interposed Celia, "makes one of his women, Amelia, in England, say that poetry is like talking on tiptoe, like animals in cages, always going to one end and back again. Does it impress you that way?" "I don't know that it does," said he, dubiously. It seemed, however, to be her whim to talk literature, and he went on, "I've hardly read Meredith at all. I once borrowed his Lucelo, but somehow I never got interested in it. I heard a recitation of his once, though a piece about a dead wife, and the husband and another man quarreling as to whose portrait was in the locket on her neck, and of their going up to settle the dispute, and finding that it was the likeness of a third man, a young priest, and though it was very striking, it didn't give me a thirst to know his other poems. I fancied I shouldn't like them, but I dare say I was wrong. As I get older, I find that I take less narrow views of literature, that is, of course, of light literature, and that Celia mercifully stopped him. "The reason I asked you was," she began, and then herself paused. "Or no, never mind that. Tell me something else. Are you fond of pictures, statuary, the beautiful things of the world? Do great works of art, the big achievements of the big artists, appeal to you, stir you up?" "Alas, that is something I can only guess at myself," answered Theron humbly. "I have always lived in little places. I suppose from your point of view I have never seen a good painting in my life. I can only say this, though, that it has always weighed on my mind as a great and sore deprivation, this being shut out from knowing what others mean when they talk and write about art. Perhaps that may help you to get at what you are after. If I ever went to New York, I feel that one of the first things I should do would be to see all the picture galleries. Is that what you meant? And would you mind telling me why you? Why I asked you? Celia supplied his halting question. No, I don't mind. I have a reason for wanting to know to satisfy myself whether I had guessed rightly or not about the kind of man you are. I mean in the matter of temperament and bent of mind and tastes. The girl seemed to be speaking seriously and without intent to offend. Theron did not find any comment ready but walked along by her side, wondering much what it was all about. I dare say you think me too familiar on short acquaintance, she continued after a little. My dear Miss Madden, he protested perfunctorily. No, it is a matter of a good deal of importance, she went on. I can see that you are going to be thrown into friendship, close contact, with Father Forbes. He likes you, and you can't help liking him. There is nobody else in this raw, overgrown, empty-headed place for you and him to like. Nobody except that man, that Dr. Ledsmar. And if you like him, I shall hate you. He has done mischief enough already. I am counting on you to help undo it and to choke him off from doing more. It would be different if you were an ordinary Orthodox minister, all encased like a terrapin in prejudices and nonsense. Of course, if you had been that kind, we should never have got to know you at all. But when I saw you in McEvoy's cottage there, it was plain that you were one of a man, and not a marionette or a mummy. I am talking very frankly to you, you see. I want you on my side, against that doctor and his heartless, bloodless science. I feel myself very heartily on your side, replied Theron. She had set their progress at a slower pace, now that the lights of the main street were drawing near, as if to prolong their talk. All his earlier reservations had fled. It was almost as if she were a parishioner of his own. I need hardly tell you that the doctor's whole attitude toward revelation was deeply repugnant to me. It doesn't make it any the less hateful to call it science. I am afraid, though, he went on hesitatingly, that there are difficulties in the way of my helping, as you call it. You see, the very fact of my being a Methodist minister and his being a Catholic priest rather puts my interference out of the question. No, that doesn't matter a button, said Celia lightly. None of us think of that at all. There is the other embarrassment then, pursued Theron diffidently, that Father Forbes is a vastly broader and deeper scholar in all these matters than I am. How could I possibly hope to influence him by my poor arguments? I don't know even the alphabet of the language he thinks in on these subjects, I mean. Of course you don't, interposed the girl, with a confidence which the other, for all his meekness, rather winced under. That wasn't what I meant at all. We don't want arguments from our friends. We want sympathies, sensibilities, emotional bonds. The right person's silence is worth more for companionship than the wisest talk in the world from anybody else. It isn't your mind that is needed here, or what you know. It is your heart and what you feel. You are full of poetry, of ideals, of generous, unselfish impulses. You see the human, that warm-blooded side of things. That is what is really valuable. That is how you can help. You overestimate me sadly, protested Theron, though with considerable tolerance for her error in his tone. But you ought to tell me something about this Dr. Ledsmar. He spoke of being an old friend of the progeny of Father Forbes. Oh yes, they've always known each other. That is, for many years. They were professors together in a college once, heaven only knows how long ago. Then they separated. I fancy they quarreled too, before they parted. The doctor came here, where some relative had left him the place he lives in. Then in time the bishop chanced to send Father Forbes here. That was about 3 years ago, and the two men after a while renewed their old relations. They dined together. That is the doctor's stronghold. He knows more about eating than any other man alive, I believe. He studies it as you would study a language. He has taught old Maggie, the pastorate there, to cook like the mother of all the Delmonicos. And while they sit and stuff themselves, or loll about afterward like gorged snakes, They think it is smart to laugh at all the sweet and beautiful things in life, and to sneer at people who believe in ideals, and to talk about mankind being merely a fortuitous product of fermentation and twaddle of that sort. It makes me sick. I can readily see, said Theron with sympathy, how such a cold, material, and infidel influence as that must shock and revolt an essentially religious temperament like yours. Miss Madden looked up at him. They had turned into the main street, and there was light enough for him to detect something startlingly like a grin on her beautiful face. "But I'm not religious at all, you know," he heard her say. "I'm as pagan as anything. Of course there are forms to be observed, and so on. I rather like them than otherwise. I can make them serve very well for my own system. For I am myself, you know, an out-and-out Greek. Why, I had supposed that you were full-blooded Irish." The Reverend Mr. Ware found himself remarking, and then on the instant was overwhelmed by the consciousness that he had said a foolish thing. Precisely where the folly lay he did not know, but it was impossible to mistake the gesture of annoyance which his companion had instinctively made at his words. She had widened the distance between them now and quickened her step. They went on in silence till they were within a block of her house. Several people had passed them who Theron felt sure must have recognized them both. "What I meant was," the girl all at once began, drawing nearer again and speaking with patient slowness, "that I find myself much more in sympathy with the Greek thought, the Greek theology of the beautiful and the strong, the Greek philosophy of life, and all that than what is taught nowadays. Personally, I take much more stock in Plato than I do in Peter, but of course it is a wholly personal affair. I had no business to bother you with it. And for that matter, I oughtn't to have troubled you with any of our— I assure you, Miss Madden," the young minister began with fervor. "No," she broke in a resigned and even downcast tone. "Let it all be as if I hadn't spoken. Don't mind anything I have said. If it is to be, it will be. You can't say more than that, can you?" She looked into his face again, and her large eyes produced an impression of deep melancholy which Theron found himself somehow impelled to share. Things seemed all at once to have become very sad indeed. "It is one of my unhappy nights," she explained in gloomy confidence. "I det them every once in a while, as if some vicious planet or other was crossing in front of my good star, and then I'm a caution to snakes. I shut myself up, that's the only thing to do, and have it out with myself. I didn't know but the organ music would calm me down, but it hasn't. I shan't sleep a wink tonight, but just rage around from one room to another, piling all the cushions from the divans onto the floor, and then kicking them away again. Do you ever have fits like that?" Theron was able to reply with a good conscience in the negative. It occurred to him to add, with jocose intent, "I am curious to know, do these fits, as you call them, occupy a prominent part in Grecian philosophy as a general rule?" Celia gave a little snort, which might have signified amusement, but did not speak until they were upon her own sidewalk. "There is my brother, waiting at the gate," she said then briefly. "Well then, I will bid you good night here, I think," Theron remarked, coming to a halt and offering his hand. "It must be getting very late, and that is, I have to be up particularly early tomorrow, so good night. I hope you will be feeling ever so much better in spirits in the morning." "Oh, that doesn't matter," replied the girl listlessly. "It's a very paltry little affair, this life of ours, at the best of it. Luckily it's soon done with like a bad dream." "Tut, tut! I won't have you talk like that," interrupted Theron, with a swift and smart assumption of authority. "Such talk isn't sensible, and it isn't good. I have no patience with it." "Well, try and have a little patience with M, anyway, just for tonight," said Celia, taking the reproof with gentlest humility, rather to her censor's surprise. "I really am unhappy tonight, Mr. Ware, very unhappy. It seems as if all at once the world had swelled out in size 1,000-fold, and that poor me had dwindled." down to the merest wee little red-headed atom, the most helpless and forlorn and lonesome of atoms at that. She seemed to force a sorrowful smile on her face as she added, "But all the same, it has done me good to be with you. I am sure it has, and I dare say that by tomorrow I shall be quite out of the blues. Good night, Mr. Ware. Forgive my making such an exhibition of myself. I was going to be such a fine early Greek, you know, and I have turned out only a late Milesian, quite of the decadence. I shall do better next time, and good night again, and ever so many thanks." She was walking briskly away toward the gate now, where the shadowy Michael still patiently stood. Theron strode off in the opposite direction, taking long, deliberate steps and bowing his head in thought. He had his hands behind his back, as was his wont, and the sense of their recent contact with her firm, ungloved hands was, curiously enough, the thing which pushed itself uppermost in his mind. There had been a frank, almost manly vigor in her grasp. He said to himself that of course that came from her playing so much on the keyboard. The exercise naturally would give her large, robust hands. Suddenly he remembered about the piano. He had quite forgotten to solicit her aid in selecting it. He turned, upon the impulse, to go back. She had not entered the gate as yet, but stood, shiningly visible under the street lamp, on the sidewalk, and she was looking in his direction. He turned again like a shot and started homeward. The front door of the parsonage was unlocked, and he made his way on tiptoe through the unmited hall to the living room. The stuffy air here was almost suffocating with the evil smell of a kerosene lamp turned down too low. Alice sat asleep in her old farmhouse rocking chair, with an inelegant darning basket on the table by her side. The whole effect of the room was as bare and squalid to Theron's newly informed eye as the atmosphere was offensive to his nostrils. He coughed sharply, and his wife sat up and looked at the clock. It was after 11. "Where on earth have you been?" she asked, with a yawn, turning up the wick of her sewing lamp again. "You ought never to turn down a light like that," said Theron, with a complaining note in his voice. "It smells up the whole place. I never dreamed of your sitting up for me like this. You ought to have gone to bed." "But how could I guess that you were going to be so late?" she retorted. "And you haven't told me where you were. Is this book of yours going to keep you up like this right along?" The episode of the book was buried in the young minister's mind beneath such a mass of subsequent experiences that it required an effort for him to grasp what she was talking about. It seemed as if months had elapsed since he was in earnest about that book, and yet he had left the house full of it only a few hours before. He shook his wits together and made answer, "Oh, bless you, no. Only there arose a very curious question. You have no idea, literally no conception, of the interesting and important problems which are raised by the mere fact of Abraham leaving the city of Ur. It's amazing, I assure you. I hadn't realized it myself." "Well," remarked Alice, rising and with good humor and petulance struggling sleepily ill her tone, "all I've got to say is that if Abraham hasn't anything better to do than to keep young ministers of the gospel out, goodness knows where, till all hours of the night, I wish to gracious he'd stayed in the city of Ur right straight along. You have no idea what a scholarly man Dr. Ledsmar is." Theron suddenly found himself inspired to volunteer. "He has the most marvelous collection of books, a whole library devoted to this very subject, and he has put them all quite freely at my disposal. Extremely kind of him, isn't it?" "Ledsmar? Ledsmar?" queried Alice. "I don't seem to remember the name. He isn't the little man with the birthmark who sits in the pew behind the Lovejoys, is he? I think someone said he was a doctor." "Yes, a horse doctor," said Theron with a sniff. "No, you haven't seen this Dr. Ledsmar at all?" I don't know that he attends any church regularly. I scraped his acquaintance quite by accident. He is really a character. He lives in the big house, just beyond the race course. You know the one with the tower at the back. No, I don't know. How should I? I've hardly poked my nose outside of the yard since I have been here. Well, you shall go, said the husband, consolingly. You have been cooped up here too much, poor girl. I must take you out more, really. I don't know that I could take you to the doctor's place without an invitation, I mean. He is very queer about some things. He lives there all alone, for instance, with only a Chinaman for a servant. He told me I was almost the only man he had asked under his roof for years. He isn't a practicing physician at all, you know. He is a scientist. He makes experiments with lizards and things. Theron, the wife said, pausing lamp in hand on her way to the bedroom, do you be careful now? For all you know, this doctor may be a loose man, or pretty near an infidel. You got to be mighty particular in such matters, you know, or you'll have the trustees down on you like 1,000 of bricks. I will thank the trustees to mind their own business, said Theron stiffly, and the subject dropped. The bedroom window upstairs was open, and upon the fresh night air was born in the shrill, jangling sound of a piano being played off somewhere in the distance, but so vehemently that the noise imposed itself upon the silence far and wide. Theron listened to this as he undressed. It proceeded from the direction of the main street, and he knew, as by instinct, that it was the Madden girl who was playing. The incongruity of the hour escaped his notice. He mused instead upon the wild and tropical tangle of moods, emotions, passions which had grown up in that strange temperament. He found something very pathetic in that picture she had drawn of herself in forecast, roaming disconsolate through her rooms the livelong night, unable to sleep. The woeful moan of insomnia seemed to make itself heard in every strain from her piano. Alice heard it also, but being unillumined, she missed the romantic pathos. I call it disgraceful, she muttered from her pillow, for folks to be banging away on a piano at this time of night. There ought to be a law to prevent it. It may be some distressed soul, said Theron gently, seeking relief from the curse of sleeplessness. The wife laughed almost contemptuously. Distressed fiddlesticks, was her only other comment. The music went on for a long time, rising now to strident heights, now sinking off to the merest tinkling murmur, and broken ever and again by intervals of utter hush. It did not prevent Alice from at once falling sound asleep, but Theron lay awake, it seemed to him, for hours, listening tranquilly and letting his mind wander at will through the pleasant antechambers of sleep, where are more unreal fantasies than dreamland itself affords. Part 2. Chapter 11. For some weeks the Reverend Theron Ware saw nothing of either the priest or the doctor or the interesting Miss Madden. There were, indeed, more urgent matters to think about. June had come, and every succeeding day brought closer to hand the ordeal of his first quarterly conference in Octavius. The waters grew distinctly rougher as his pastoral bark neared this difficult passage. He would have approached the great event with an easier mind if he could have made out just how he stood with his congregation. Unfortunately, nothing in his previous experiences helped him in the least to measure or guess at the feelings of these curious Octavians. Their Methodism seemed to be sound enough, and to stick quite to the letter of the discipline so long as it was expressed in formulae. It was its spirit which he felt to be complicated by all sorts of conditions wholly novel to him. The existence of a line of streetcars in the town, for example, would not impress the casual thinker as likely to prove a rock in the path of peaceful religion. Theron, in his simplicity, had even thought, when he first saw these bob-tailed cars bumping along the rails in the middle of the main street, that they must be a great convenience to people living in the outskirts who wished to get into church of a Sunday morning. He was imprudent enough to mention this in conversation with one of his new parishioners. Then he learned, to his considerable chagrin, that when this line was built, some years before, a bitter war of words had been fought upon the question of its being worked on the Sabbath day. The then occupant of the Methodist pulpit had so distinguished himself above the rest by the solemnity and fervor of his protests against this insolent desecration of God's day that the Methodists of Octavius still felt themselves peculiarly bound to hold this horse-car line, its management, and everything connected with it, in unbending aversion. At least once a year, they were accustomed to expect a sermon denouncing it and all its impious Sunday patrons. Theron made a mental resolve that this year they should be disappointed. Another burning problem, which he had not been called upon before to confront, he found now entangled with the mysterious line which divided a circus from a menagerie. Those itinerant tent shows had never come his way heretofore, and he knew nothing of that fine balancing proportion between ladies in tights on horseback and cages full of deeply educational animals, which, even as the impartial reign, was designed to embrace alike the just and the unjust. There had arisen inside the Methodist Society of Octavius some painful episodes, connected with members who took their children just to see the animals, and were convicted of having also watched the Rose Queen of the Arian in her Hinil than in Hyquick. Theron understood that he was expected to name a committee of 5 to examine and try it. This he neglected to do. He was no longer at all certain that the congregation as a whole liked his sermons. The truth was, no doubt, that he had learned enough to cease regarding the congregation as a whole. He could still rely upon carrying along with him in his discourses from the pulpit a large majority of interested and approving faces. But here, unhappily, was a case where the majority did not rule. The minority, relatively small in numbers, was prodigious in virile force. More than 20 years had now elapsed since that minor schism in the Methodist Episcopal Church, the result of which was the independent body known as Free Methodists, had relieved the parent flock of its principal disturbing element. The rupture came fittingly at that time when all the isms of the argumentative 50s were hurled violently together into the melting pot of civil war. The great Methodist Church, South, had broken bodily off on the question of state rights. The smaller and domestic fraction of Free Methodism separated itself upon an issue which may be most readily described as one of civilization. The seceders resented growth in material prosperity. They repudiated the introduction of written sermons and organ music. They deplored the increasing laxity in meddlesome piety, the introduction of polite manners in the pulpit and classroom, and the development of even a rudimentary desire among the younger people of the church to be like others outside in dress and speech and deportment. They did battle as long as they could, inside the fold, to restore it to the severely straight and narrow path of primitive Methodism. When the adverse odds became too strong for them, they quitted the church and set up a Bethel for themselves. Octavius chanced to be one of the places where they were able to hold their own within the church organization. The Methodism of the town had gone along without any local secession. It still held in full fellowship the radicals who elsewhere had followed their unbridled bent into the strongest emotional vagaries, where excited brethren worked themselves up into epileptic fits, and women whirled themselves about in weird religious ecstasies like dervishes of the Orient, till they fell headlong in a state of trance. Octavian Methodism was spared extravagances of this sort, it is true, but it paid a price for the immunity. The people whom an open split would have taken away remained to leaven and dominate the whole lump. This small advanced section, with its men of a type all the more aggressive from its narrowness, and women who went about solemnly in plain gray garments with tight-fitting, unadorned, mouse-colored sunbonnets, had not been able wholly to enforce its views upon the social life of the church members, but of its controlling influence upon their official and public actions there could be no doubt. The situation had begun to unfold itself to Theron from the outset. He had recognized the episodes of the forbidden Sunday milk and of the flowers in poor Alice's bonnet as typical of much more that was to come. No week followed without bringing some new fulfillment of this foreboding. Now, at the end of 2 months, he knew well enough that the hitherto dominant minority was hostile to him and his ministry, and would do whatever it could against him. Though Theron at once decided to show fight, and did not at all waver in that resolve, his courage was in the main of a despondent sort. Sometimes it would flutter up to the point of confidence, or at least hopefulness, when he met with substantial men of the church who obviously liked him, and whom he found himself mentally ranging on his side in the struggle which was to come. But more often it was blankly apparent to him that, the moment flags were flying and drums on the roll, these amiable fair-weather friends would probably take to their heels. Still, such as they were, his sole hope lay in their support. He must make the best of them. He set himself doggedly to the task of gathering together all those who were not his enemies into what, when the proper time came, should be known as the pastor's party. There was plenty of apostolic warrant for this. If there had not been, Theron felt that the mere elementary demands of self-defense would have justified his use of strategy. The institution of pastoral calling, particularly that inquisitorial form of it laid down in the discipline, had never attracted Theron. He and Alice had gone about among their previous flocks in quite a haphazard fashion, without thought of system, much less of deliberate purpose. Theron made lists now, and devoted thought and examination to the personal tastes and characteristics of the people to be cultivated. There were some, for example, who would expect him to talk pretty much as the discipline ordained, that is, to ask if they had family prayer, to inquire after their souls, and generally to minister grace to his hearers, and these in turn subdivided themselves into classes, ranging from those who would wish nothing else to those who needed only a mild spiritual flavor. There were others whom he would please much better by not talking shop at all. Although he could ill afford it, he subscribed now for a daily paper that he might have a perpetually renewed source of good conversational topics for these more worldly calls. He also bought several pounds of candy, pleasing in color, but warranted to be entirely harmless, and he made a large mysterious mark on the inside of his new silk hat to remind him not to go out calling without some of this in his pocket for the children. Alice, he felt, was not helping him in this matter as effectively as he could have wished. Her attitude toward the church and Octavius might best be described by the word sulky. Great allowance was to be made, he realized, for her humiliation over the flowers in her bonnet. That might justify her, fairly enough, in being kept away from meeting now and again by headaches, or undefined megrims. But it ought not to prevent her from going about and making friends among the kindlier parishioners who would welcome such a thing, and whom he from time to time indicated to her. She did go to some extent, it is true, but she produced in doing so an effect of performing a duty. He did not find traces anywhere of her having created a brilliant social impression. When they went out together, he was peculiarly conscious of having to do the work unaided. This was not at all like the Alice of former years of other charges. Why, she had been, beyond comparison, the most popular young woman in Tyre. What possessed her to mope like this in Octavius? Theron looked at her attentively nowadays, when she was unaware of his gaze, to try if her face offered any answer to the riddle. It could not be suggested that she was ill. Never in her life had she been looking so well. She had thrown herself, all at once, and with what was to him an unaccountable energy, into the creation and management of a flower garden. She was out the better part of every day, rain or shine, digging, transplanting, pruning, pottering generally about among her plants and shrubs. This work in the open air had given her an aspect of physical well-being which it was impossible to be mistaken about. Her husband was glad, of course, that she had found some occupation which at once pleased her and so obviously conduced to health. This was so much a matter of course, in fact, that he said to himself over and over again that he was glad, only sometimes the thought would force itself upon his attention that if she did not spend so much of her time in her own garden, she would have more time to devote to winning friends for them in the garden of the Lord, friends whom they were going to need badly. The young minister, in taking anxious stock of the chances for and against him, turned over often in his mind the fact that he had already won rank as a pulpit orator. His sermons had attracted almost universal attention at Tyre, and his achievement before the conference at Tecumseh, if it did fail to receive practical reward, had admittedly distanced all the other preaching there. It was a part of the evil luck pursuing him that here in this perversely enigmatic Octavius, his special gift seemed to be of no use whatever. There were times, indeed, when he was tempted to think that bad preaching was what Octavius wanted. Somewhere he had heard of a Presbyterian minister in charge of a big city church who managed to keep well in with a watchfully orthodox congregation and at the same time establish himself in the affections of the community at large by simply preaching two kinds of sermons. In the morning, when almost all who attended were his own communicants, he gave them very cautious and edifying doctrinal discourses, treading loyally in the path of the Westminster Confession. To the evening assemblages, made up for the larger part of outsiders, he addressed broadly liberal sermons, literary in form, and full of respectful allusions to modern science and the philosophy of the day. Thus he filled the church at both services and put money in its treasury and his own fame before the world. There was of course the obvious danger that the pious elders who in the forenoon heard infant damnation vigorously proclaimed would revolt when they heard after supper that there was some doubt about even adults being damned at all. But either because the same people did not attend both services, or because the minister's perfect regularity in the morning was each week regarded as a retraction of his latest vagaries of an evening, no trouble ever came. Theron had somewhat tentatively tried this on in Octavius. It was no good. His parishioners were of the sort who would have come to church 8 times a day on Sunday, instead of 2 if occasion offered. The hope that even a portion of them would stop away, and that their places would be taken in the evening by less prejudiced strangers who wished for intellectual rather than theological food, fell by the wayside. The yearned-for strangers did not come. The familiar faces of the morning service all turned up in their accustomed places every evening. They were faces which confused and disheartened Theron in the daytime. Under the gaslight they seemed even harder and more unsympathetic. He timorously experimented with them for an evening or two, then abandoned the effort. Once there had seemed the beginning of a chance. The richest banker in Octavius, a fat, sensual, hog-faced old bachelor, surprised everybody one evening by entering the church and taking a seat. Theron happened to know who he was. Even if he had not known, the suppressed excitement visible in the congregation, the way the sisters turned round to look, the way the more important brethren put their heads together and exchanged furtive whispers would have warned him that big game was in view. He recalled afterward with something like self-disgust the eager, almost tremulous pains he himself took to please this banker. There was a part of the sermon as it had been written out, which might easily give offense to a single man of wealth and free notions of life. With the alertness of a mental gymnast, Theron ran ahead, excised this portion, and had ready when the gap was reached some very pretty general remarks, all the more effective and eloquent, he felt, for having been extemporized. People said it was a good sermon, and after the benediction and dispersion some of the officials and principal pew-holders remained to talk over the likelihood of a capture having been effected. Theron did not get away without having this mentioned to him, and he was conscious of sharing deeply the hope of the brethren, with the added reflection that it would be a personal triumph for himself into the bargain. He was ashamed of this feeling a little later and of his trick with the sermon. But this chastening product of introspection was all the fruit which the incident bore. The banker never came again. Theron returned one afternoon, a little earlier than usual, from a group of pastoral calls. Alice, who was plucking weeds in a border at the shady side of the house, heard his step and rose from her labors. He was walking slowly and seemed weary. He took off his high hat as he saw her and wiped his brow. The broiling June sun was still high overhead. Doubtless it was its insufferable heat which was accountable for the worn lines in his face and the spiritless air which the wife's eye detected. She went to the gate and kissed him as he entered. "I believe if I were you," she said, "I'd carry an umbrella such scorching days as this. Nobody'd think anything of it. I don't see why a minister shouldn't carry one as much as a woman carries a parasol." Theron gave her a rueful, meditative sort of smile. "I suppose people really do think of us as a kind of hybrid female," he remarked. Then, holding his hat in his hand, he drew a long breath of relief at finding himself in the shade and looked about him. "Why, you got more posies here on this one side of the house alone than Mother had in her whole yard," he said after a little. "Let's see, I know that one. That's Columbine, isn't it? And that's London Pride, and that's Ragged Robin. I don't know any of the others." Alice recited various unfamiliar names as she pointed out the several plants which bore them, and he listened with a kindly semblance of interest. They strolled thus to the rear of the house, where thick clumps of fragrant pinks lined both sides of the path. She picked some of these for him and gave him more names with which to label the considerable number of other plants he saw about him. "I had no idea we were so well provided as all this," he commented at last. "Those Van Sizers must have been tremendous hands for flowers. You were lucky in following such people." "Van Sizers," echoed Alice with contempt. "All they left was old tomato cans and clamshells. Why, I've put in every blessed one of these myself, all except those peonies there, and one briar on the side wall." "Good for you," exclaimed Theron approvingly. Then it occurred to him to ask, "But where did you get them all?" "Around among our friends." "Some few," responded Alice with a note of hesitation in her voice. "Sister Boat gave me the verbenas there, and the white pinks were a present from Miss Stevens. But most of them, Levi Geringe was good enough to send me from his garden." "I didn't know that Geringe had a garden," said Theron. "I thought he lived over his law office, in the brick block there." "Well, I don't know that it's exactly his," explained Alice, "but it's a big garden somewhere outside where he can have anything he likes." She went on with a little laugh. "I didn't like to question him too closely, for fear he'd think I was looking a gift horse in the mouth, or else hinting for more. It was quite his own offer, you know. He picked them all out for me, and brought them here, and lent me a book telling me just what to do with each one. And in a few days now, I am to have another big batch of plants, dahlias and zinnias and asters and so on. I'm almost ashamed to take them. But it's such a change to find someone in this Octavius who isn't all self." "Yes, Geringe is a good fellow," said Theron. "I wish he was a professing member." Then some new thought struck him. "Alice," he exclaimed, "I believe I'll go and see him this very afternoon. I don't know why it hasn't occurred to me before. He's just the man whose advice I need most. He knows these people here. He can tell me what to do." "Aren't you too tired now?" suggested Alice as Theron put on his hat. "No, the sooner the better," he replied, moving now toward the gate. "Well," she began, "if I were you, I wouldn't say too much about that but never mind." "What is it?" asked her husband. "Nothing whatever," replied Alice positively. "It was only some nonsense of mine." And Theron, placidly accepting the feminine whim, went off down the street again. Chapter 12. The Reverend Mr. Ware found Levi Geringe's law office readily enough, but its owner was not in. He probably would be back again, though, in a quarter of an hour or so, the boy said, and the minister at once decided to wait. Theron was interested in finding that this office boy was no other than Harvey, the lad who brought milk to the parsonage every morning. He remembered now that he had heard good things of this urchin as to the hard work he did to help his mother, the widow Semple, in her struggle to keep a roof over her head, and also bad things, in that he did not come regularly either to church or Sunday school. The clergyman recalled, too, that Harvey had impressed him as a character. "Well, Sonny, are you going to be a lawyer?" he asked as he seated himself by the window and looked about him, first at the dusty litter of old papers, pamphlets, and tape-bound documents, in bundles which crowded the stuffy chamber, and then at the boy himself. Harvey was busy at a big box, a rough pine, dry goods box which bore the flaring label of an express company and also of a well-known seed firm in a western city, and which the boy had apparently just opened. He was lifting from it and placing on the table after he had shaken off the sawdust and moss in which they were packed, small parcels of what looked in the fading light to be half-dried plants. "Well, I don't know. I rather guess not," he made answer as he pursued his task. "So far as I can make out, this wouldn't be the place to start in at if I was going to be a lawyer. A boy can learn here first-rate how to load cartridges and clean a gun, and braid trout flies onto leaders, but I don't see much law laying around loose. Anyway," he went on, "I couldn't afford to read law and not be getting any wages. I have to earn money, you know." Theron felt that he liked the boy. "Yes," he said with a kindly tone, "I've heard that you are a good, industrious youngster. I dare say Mr. Geringe will see to it that you get a chance to read law and get wages too." "Oh, I can read all there is here and welcome," the boy explained, stepping toward the window to decipher the label on a bundle of roots in his hand. "But that's no good unless there's regular practice coming into the office all the while. Told Knots, how you learn to be a lawyer." "But Geringe don't have what I call a practice at all. He just sees men in the other room there, with the door shut, and whatever there is to do he does it all himself." The minister remembered a stray hint somewhere that Mr. Geringe was a moneylender, what was colloquially called a note-shaver. To his rustic sense, there was something not quite nice about that occupation. It would be indecorous, he felt, to encourage further talk about it from the boy. "What are you doing there?" he inquired, to change the subject. "Sorting out some plants," replied Harvey. "I don't know what's got into Geringe lately. This is the third big box he's had since I've been here. That is, in 6 weeks, besides 2 baskets full of rose bushes. I don't know what he does with them. He carries them off himself somewhere. I've had kind of half a notion that he's figuring on getting married. I can't think of anything else that would make a man spend money like water just for flowers and bushes. They do get foolish, you know, when they've got marriage on the brain." Theron found himself only imperfectly following the theories of the young philosopher. It was his fact that monopolized the minister's attention. "But as I understand it," he remarked hesitatingly, "Brother Geringe, or rather Mr. Geringe, gets all the plants he wants, everything he likes, from a big garden somewhere outside. I don't know that it is exactly his, but I remember hearing something to that effect." The boy slapped the last litter off his hands, and as he came to the window, shook his head. "These don't come from no garden outside," he declared. "They come from the dealers, and he pays solid cash for 'em. The invoice for this lot alone was $31.60. There it is on the table. You can see it for yourself." Mr. Ware did not offer to look. "Very likely these are for the garden I was speaking of," he said. "Of course you can't go on taking plants out of a garden indefinitely without putting others in." "I don't know anything about any garden that he takes plants out of," answered Harvey, and looked meditatively for a minute or two out upon the street below. Then he turned to the minister. "Your wife's doing a good deal of gardening this spring, I notice," he said casually. "You'd hardly think it was the same place she's fixed it up so. If she wants any extra hoeing done, I can always get off Saturday afternoons." "I will remember," said Theron. He also looked out of the window, and nothing more was said until, a few moments later, Mr. Geringe himself came in. The lawyer seemed both surprised and pleased at discovering the identity of his visitor, with whom he shook hands in almost an excess of cordiality. He spread a large newspaper over the pile of seedling plants on the table, pushed the packing box under the table with his foot, and said almost peremptorily to the boy, "You can go now." Then he turned again to Theron. "Well, Mr. Ware, I'm glad to see you," he repeated, and drew up a chair by the window. "Things are going all right with you, I hope." Theron noted again the waving black hair, the dark skin, and the carefully trimmed mustache and chin tuft, which gave the lawyer's face a combined effect of romance and smartness. No, it was the eyes, cool, shrewd, dark gray eyes, which suggested this latter quality. The recollection of having seen one of them wink in deliberate hostility of sarcasm when those other trustees had their backs turned came mercifully at the moment to recall the young minister to his errand. "I thought I would drop in and have a chat with you," he said, getting better underway as he went on. "Quarterly conference is only a fortnight off, and I am a good deal at sea about what is going to happen." "I'm not a church member, you know," interposed Gurringe. "That shuts me out of the quarterly conference." "Alas, yes," said Theron. "I wish it didn't. I'm afraid I'm not going to have any friends to spare there." "What are you afraid of?" asked the lawyer, seeming now to be wholly at his ease again. "They can't eat you." "No, they keep me too lean for that," responded Theron, with a pensive smile. "I was going to ask, you know, for an increase of salary, or an extra allowance. I don't see how I can go on as it is. The sum fixed by the last quarterly conference of the old year, and which I am getting now, is $100 less than my predecessor had. That isn't fair, and it isn't right. But so far from its looking as if I could get an increase, the prospect seems rather that they will make me pay for the gas and that sidewalk. I never recovered more than about half of my moving expenses, as you know, and frankly, I don't know which way to turn. It keeps me miserable all the while." "That's where you're wrong," said Mr. Gurringe. "If you let things like that worry you, you'll keep a sore skin all your life. You take my advice and just go ahead your own gait and let other folks do the worrying. They are pretty close-fisted here, for a fact, but you can manage to rub along somehow. If you should get into any real difficulties, why, I guess," the lawyer paused to smile in a hesitating, significant way, "I guess some road out can be found all right. The main thing is, don't fret, and don't allow your wife to fret either." He stopped abruptly. Theron nodded in recognition of his amiable tone, and then found the nod lengthening itself out into almost a bow, as the thought spread through his mind that this had been nothing more nor less than a promise to help him with money, if worst came to worst. He looked at Levy Gurringe and said to himself that the intuition of women was wonderful. Alice had picked him out as a friend of theirs merely by seeing him pass the house. "Yes," he said, "I am specially anxious to keep my wife from worrying. She was surrounded in her girlhood by a good deal of what, relatively, we should call luxury, and that makes it all the harder for her to be a poor minister's wife. I had quite decided to get her a hired girl, come what might, but she thinks she'd rather get on without one. Her health is better, I must admit, than it was when we came here. She works out in her garden a great deal, and that seems to agree with her. Octavius is a healthy place that's generally admitted," replied the lawyer with indifference. He seemed not to be interested in Mrs. Ware's health, but looked intently out to the window at the buildings opposite, and drummed with his fingers on the arms of his chair. Theron made haste to revert to his errand. "Of course your not being in the quarterly conference," he said, "renders certain things impossible. But I didn't know. But you might have some knowledge of how matters are going, what plans the officials of the church had. They seem to have agreed to tell me nothing." "Well, I have heard this much," responded Gurringe. "They're figuring on getting the Soulsbys here to raise the debt and kind of shake things up generally. I guess that's about as good as settled. Hadn't you heard of it?" "Not a breath," exclaimed Theron mournfully. "Well," he added upon reflection, "I'm sorry, downright sorry. The deck raiser seems to me about the lowest down thing we produce. I've heard of those Soulsbys. I think I saw him indeed once at conference, but I believe she is the head of the firm." "Yes, she wears the breeches, I understand," said Garin sententiously. "I had hoped," the young minister began with a rueful sigh. "In fact, I felt quite confident at the outset that I could pay off this debt and put the church generally on a new footing by giving extra attention to my pulpit work. It is hardly for me to say it, but in other places where I have been, my preaching has been rather a feature in the town itself. I have always been accustomed to attract to our services a good many non-members, and that, as you know, helps tremendously from a money point of view. But somehow that has failed here. I doubt if the average congregations are a whit larger now than they were when I came in April. I know the collections are not." "No," commented the lawyer slowly. "You'll never do anything in that line in Octavius. You might, of course, if you were to stay here and work hard at it for 5 or 6 years. "Heaven forbid," groaned Mr. Ware. "Quite so," put in the other. "The point is that the Methodists here are a little set by themselves. I don't know that they like one another specially, but I do know that they are not what you might call popular with people outside. Now, a new preacher at the Presbyterian Church, or even the Baptist, he might have a chance to create talk and make a stir. But Methodists, no. People who don't belong won't come near the Methodist church here so long as there's any other place with a roof on it to go to. Give a dog a bad name, you know. Well, the Methodists here have got a bad name. And if you could preach like Henry Ward Beecher himself, you wouldn't change it or get folks to come and hear you." "I see what you mean," Theron responded. "I'm not particularly surprised myself that Octavius doesn't love us or look to us for intellectual stimulation. I myself leave that pulpit more often than otherwise, feeling like a wet rag, utterly limp and discouraged. But if you don't mind my speaking of it, you don't belong. And yet you come." It was evident that the lawyer did not mind. He spoke freely in reply. "Oh yes, I've got into the habit of it. I began going when I first came here, and so it grew to be natural for me to go. Then, of course, being the only lawyer you have, a considerable amount of my business is mixed up in one way or another with your membership. You see, those are really the things which settle a man in a rut and keep him there." "I suppose your people were Methodists," said Theron to fill in the pause, "and that is how you originally started with us." Levi Garin shook his head. He leaned back, half closed his eyes, put his fingertips together, and almost smiled as if something in retrospect pleased and moved him. "No," he said. "I went to the church first to see a girl who used to go there. It was long before your time. All her family moved away years ago. You wouldn't know any of them. I was younger then, and I didn't know as much as I do now. I worshipped the very ground that girl walked on, and like a fool I never gave her so much as a hint of it. Looking back now, I can see that I might have had her if I'd asked her. But I went instead and sat around and looked at her at church and Sunday school and prayer meetings, Thursday nights, and class meetings after the sermon. She was devoted to religion and church work, and, thinking it would please her, I joined the church on probation. Men can fool themselves easier than they can other people. I actually believed at the time that I had experienced religion. I felt myself full of all sorts of awakenings of the soul and so forth. But it was really that girl. You see, I'm telling you the thing just as it was. I was very happy. I think it was the happiest time of my life. I remember there was a love feast while I was on probation, and I sat down in front, right beside her, and we ate the little square chunks of bread and drank the water together, and I held one corner of her hymn book when we stood up and sang. That was the nearest I ever got to her, or to full membership in the church. That very next week, I think it was, we learned that she had got engaged to the minister's son, a young man who had just become a minister himself. They got married and went away, and I never took up my membership when the 6 months' probation was over. That's how it was. It is very interesting, remarked Theron softly, after a little silence, and very full of human nature. Well, now you see, said the lawyer, what I mean when I say that there hasn't been another minister here since, that I should have felt like telling this story to. They wouldn't have understood it at all. They would have thought it was blasphemy for me to say straight out that what I took for experiencing religion was really a girl. But you are different. I felt that at once, the first time I saw you, in a pulpit or out of it. What I like in a human being is that he should be human. It pleases me beyond measure that you should like me, then, returned the young minister with frank gratification shining on his face. The world is made all the sweeter and more lovable by these elements of romance. I am not one of those who would wish to see them banished or frowned upon. I don't mind admitting to you that there is a good deal in Methodism, I mean the strict practice of its letter, which you find here in Octavius, that is personally distasteful to me. I read the other day of an English bishop who said boldly, publicly, that no modern nation could practice the principles laid down in the Sermon on the Mount and survive for 24 hours. That's good, laughed the lawyer. I felt that it was good too, pursued Theron. I am getting to see a great many things differently here in Octavius. Our Methodist discipline is like the Beatitudes, very helpful and beautiful if treated as spiritual suggestion, but more or less of a stumbling block if insisted upon literally. I declare, he added, sitting up in his chair, I never talked like this to a living soul before in all my life. Your confidences were contagious. The Reverend Mr. Ware rose as he spoke and took up his hat. Must you be going? Asked the lawyer, also rising. Well, I'm glad I haven't shocked you. Come in oftener when you are passing, and if you see anything I can help you in, always tell me. The two men shook hands with an emphatic and lingering clasp. I am glad, said Theron, that you didn't stop coming to church just because you lost the girl. Levi Goringe answered the minister's pleasantry with a smile which curled his mustache upward and expanded in little wrinkles at the ends of his eyes. No, he said jestingly, I'm death on collecting debts, and I reckon that the church still owes me a girl. I'll have one yet. So with merriment, the echoes of which pleasantly accompanied Theron down the stairway, the two men parted. Chapter 13. Though time lagged in passing with a slowness which seemed born of studied insolence, there did arrive at last a day which had something definitive about it to Theron's disturbed and restless mind. It was a Thursday, and the prayer meeting to be held that evening would be the last before the quarterly conference, now only 4 days off. For some reason, the young minister found himself dwelling upon this fact and investing it with importance. But yesterday the quarterly conference had seemed a long way ahead. Today brought it alarmingly close to hand. He had not heretofore regarded the weekly assemblage for prayer and song as a thing calling for preparation or for any preliminary thought. Now on this Thursday morning he went to his desk after breakfast, which was a sign that he wanted the room to himself, quite as if he had the task of a weighty sermon before him. He sat at the desk all the forenoon, doing no writing, it is true, but remembering every once in a while, when his mind turned aside from the book in his hands, that there was that prayer meeting in the evening. Sometimes he reached the point of vaguely wondering why this strictly commonplace affair should be forcing itself thus upon his attention. Then, with a kind of mental shiver at the recollection that this was Thursday and that the great struggle came on Monday, he would go back to his book. There were a half-dozen volumes on the open desk before him. He had taken them out from beneath a pile of old Sunday school advocates and church magazines, where they had lain hidden from Alice's view most of the week. If there had been a locked drawer in the house, he would have used it instead to hold these books, which had come to him in a neat parcel, which also contained an amiable note from Dr. Ledsmar, recalling a pleasant evening in May, and expressing the hope that the accompanying works would be of some service. Theron had glanced at the backs of the uppermost two and discovered that their core author was Renan. Then he had hastily put the lot in the best place he could think of to escape his wife's observation. He realized now that there had been no need for this secrecy. Of the other 4 books, by Sayce, Budge, Smith, and Lenormant, 3 indeed revealed themselves to be published under religious auspices. As for Renan, he might have known that the name would be meaningless to Alice. The feeling that he himself was not much wiser in this matter than his wife may have led him to pass over the learned textbooks on Chaldean antiquity, and even the volume of Renan, which appeared to be devoted to Oriental inscriptions, and take up his other book, entitled in the translation, Recollections of My Youth. This he rather glanced through at the outset, following with a certain inattention to introductory sketches and essays which dealt with an unfamiliar and, to his notion, somewhat preposterous Breton racial type. Then, little by little, it dawned upon him that there was a connected story in all this, and suddenly he came upon it, out in the open, as it were. It was the story of how a deeply devout young man, trained from his earliest boyhood for the sacred office, and desiring passionately nothing but to be worthy of it, came to a point where, at infinite cost of pain to himself and of anguish to those dearest to him, he had to declare that he could no longer believe at all in revealed religion. Theron Ware read this all with an excited interest which no book had ever stirred in him before. Much of it he read over and over again, to make sure that he penetrated everywhere the husk of French habits of thought and Catholic methods in which the Colonel was wrapped. He broke off midway in this part of the book to go out to the kitchen to dinner, and began the meal in silence. To Alice's questions he replied briefly that he was preparing himself for the evening's prayer meeting. She lifted her brows in such frank surprise at this that he made a further and somewhat rambling explanation about having again taken up the work on his book, the book about Abraham. "I thought you said you'd given that up altogether," she remarked. "Well," he said, "I was discouraged about it for a while. But a man never does anything big without getting discouraged over and over again while he's doing it. I don't say now that I shall write precisely that book. I'm merely reading scientific works about the period, just now, but if not that, I shall write some other book. Else, how will you get that piano?" he added, with an attempt at a smile. "I thought you had given that up too," she replied ruefully. Then before he could speak she went on, "Never mind the piano. That can wait. What I've got on my mind just now isn't piano. It's potatoes. Do you know, I saw some the other day at Rosbach's. Splendid potatoes, these are some of them, and 15 cents a bushel cheaper than those dried-up old things Brother Barnum keeps. And so I bought 2 bushels. And Sister Barnum met me on the street this morning and threw it in my face that the discipline commands us to trade with each other. Is there any such command?" "Yes," said the husband. "It's section 33. Don't you remember? I looked it up entire. We are to evidence our desire of salvation by doing good, especially to them that are of the household of faith, or groaning so to be, by employing them preferably to others, buying one of another, helping each other in businesses, and so on. Yes, it's all there." "Well, I told her I didn't believe it was," put in Alice, "and I said that even if it was, there ought to be another section about selling potatoes to their minister for more than they're worth, potatoes that turn all green when you boil them too. I believe I'll read up that old discipline myself and see if it hasn't got some things that I can talk back with. The very section before that, number 32, enjoins members against uncharitable or unprofitable conversation, particularly speaking evil of magistrates or ministers. You'd have him there, I think." Theron had begun cheerfully enough, but the careworn, preoccupied look returned now to his face. "I'm sorry if we've fallen out with the Barnums," he said. "His brother-in-law, Davis, the Sunday school superintendent, is a member of the quarterly conference, you know, and I've been hoping that he was on my side. I've been taking a good deal of pains to make up to him." He ended with a sigh, the pathos of which impressed Alice. "If you think it will do any good," she volunteered, "I'll go and call on the Davises this very afternoon. I'm sure to find her at home. She's tied hand and foot with that brood of hers, and you'd better give me some of that candy for them." Theron nodded his approval and thanks and relapsed into silence. When the meal was over, he brought out the confectionery to his wife, and without a word, went back to that remarkable book. When Alice returned toward the close of day to prepare the simple tea, which was always laid a half-hour earlier on Thursdays and Sundays, she found her husband where she had left him, still busy with those new scientific works. She recounted to him some incidents of her call upon Mrs. Davis. As she took off her hat and put on the big kitchen apron, how pleased Mrs. Davis seemed to be. How her affection for her sister-in-law, the grocer's wife, disclosed itself to be not even skin deep. How the children leaped upon the candy as if they had never seen any before, and how, in her belief, Mr. Davis would be heart and soul on Theron's side at the conference. To her surprise, the young minister seemed not at all interested. He hardly looked at her during her narrative, but reclined in the easy chair with his head thrown back and an abstracted gaze wandering aimlessly about the ceiling. When she avowed her faith in the Sunday school superintendent's loyal partisanship, which she did with a pardonable pride in having helped to make it secure, her husband even closed his eyes and moved his head with a gesture which plainly bespoke indifference. "I expected you'd be tickled to death," she remarked with evident disappointment. "I've a bad headache," he explained after a minute's pause. "No wonder," Alice rejoined sympathetically enough, but with a note of reproof as well. "What can you expect, staying cooped up in here all day long poring over those books? People are all the while remarking that you study too much. I tell them, of course, that you're a great hand for reading, and always were. But I think myself it would be better if you got out more and took more exercise and saw people. You know lots and slathers more than they do now, or ever will if you never opened another book." Theron regarded her with an expression which she had never seen on his face before. "You don't realize what you are saying," he replied slowly. He sighed as he added with increased gravity, "I am the most ignorant man alive." Alice began a little laugh of wifely incredulity, and then let it die away as she recognized that he was really troubled and sad in his mind. She bent over to kiss him lightly on the brow and tiptoed her way out into the kitchen. "I believe I will let you make my excuses at the prayer meeting this evening," he said all at once, as the supper came to an end. He had eaten next to nothing during the meal, and had sat in a sort of brown study from which Alice kindly forbore to arouse him. "I don't know, I hardly feel equal to it. They won't take it amiss for once if you explain to them that I am not at all well." "Oh, I do hope you're not coming down with anything." Alice had risen too, and was gazing at him with a solicitude the tenderness of which at once comforted, and in some obscure way jarred on his nerves. "Is there anything I can do, or shall I go for a doctor? We've got mustard in the house, and senna. I think there's some senna left and Jamaica ginger." Theron shook his head warily at her. "Oh, no, no," he expostulated. "It isn't anything that needs drugs or doctors either. It isn't anything that needs drugs or doctors either. It's just mental worry and fatigue, that's all. An evening's quiet rest in the big chair and early to bed that will fix me up all right." "But you'll read, and that will make your head worse," said Alice. "No, I won't read any more," he promised her, walking slowly into the sitting room and settling himself in the big chair, the while she brought out a pillow from the adjoining best bedroom and adjusted it behind his head. "That's nice. I'll just lie quiet here, and perhaps doze a little till you come back. I feel in the mood for the rest. It will do me all sorts of good." He closed his eyes, and Alice, regarding his upturned face anxiously, decided that already it looked more at peace than a while ago. "Well, I hope you'll be better when I get back." she said, as she began preparations for the evening service. These consisted in combing stiffly back the strands of light brown hair which, during the day, had exuberantly loosened themselves over her temples into something almost like curls. In fastening down upon this rebellious hair a plain brown straw bonnet, guiltless of all ornaments save a binding ribbon of dull umber hue, and in putting on a thin dark gray shawl and a pair of equally subdued lisle thread gloves. Thus attired, she made a mischievous little grimace of dislike at her puritanical image in the looking-glass over the mantel, and then turned to announce her departure. "Well, I'm off," she said. Theron opened his eyes to take in this figure of his wife dressed for prayer meeting, and then closed them again abruptly. "All right," he murmured, and then he heard the door shut behind her. Although he had been alone all day, there seemed to be quite a unique value and quality in this present solitude. He stretched out his legs on the opposite chair and looked lazily about him, with the feeling that at last he had secured some leisure, and could think undisturbed to his heart's content. There were nearly 2 hours of unbroken quiet before him, and the mere fact of his having stepped aside from the routine of his duty to procure it marked it in his thoughts as a special occasion, which ought in the nature of things to yield more than the ordinary harvest of mental profit. Theron's musings were broken in upon from time to time by rumbling outbursts of hymn singing from the church next door. Surely, he said to himself, there could be no other congregation in the conference, or in all Methodism, which sang so badly as these Octavians did. The noise, as it came to him now and again, divided itself familiarly into a main strain of hard, high, sharp, and tinny female voices, with 3 or 4 concurrent and clashing branch strains of part singing by men who did not know how. How well he already knew these voices! Through 2 wooden walls he could detect the conceited and pushing note of Brother Lovejoy, who tried always to drown the rest out, and the lifeless, unmeasured weight of shrill clamor which Sister Barnum hurled into every chorus, half closing her eyes and sticking out her chin as she did so. They drawled their hymns, too, these people, till Theron thought he understood that injunction in the discipline against singing too slowly. It had puzzled him heretofore. Now he felt that it must have been meant in prophecy for Octavius. It was impossible not to recall in contrast that other church music he had heard a month before, and the whole atmosphere of that other pastoral sitting-room from which he had listened to it. The startled and crowded impressions of that strange evening had been lying hidden in his mind all this while, driven into a corner by the pressure of more ordinary, everyday matters. They came forth now and passed across his brain no longer confusing and distorted, but in orderly and intelligible sequence. Their earlier effect had been one of frightened fascination. Now he looked them over calmly as they lifted themselves one by one, and found himself not shrinking at all, or evading anything, but dwelling upon each in turn as a natural and welcome part of the most important experience of his life. The young minister had arrived, all at once, at this conclusion. He did not question at all the means by which he had reached it. Nothing was clearer to his mind than the conclusion itself that his meeting with the priest and the doctor was the turning point in his career. They had lifted him bodily out of the slough of ignorance, of contact with low minds and sordid, narrow things, and put him on solid ground. This book he had been reading, this gentle, tender, lovable book, which had as much true piety in it as any devotional book he had ever read, and yet, unlike all devotional books, put its foot firmly upon everything which could not be proved in human reason to be true, must be merely one of 1,000 which men like Father Forbes and Dr. Ledsmar knew by heart. The very thought that he was on the way now to know them too made Theron tremble. The prospect wooed him, and he thrilled in response with the wistful and delicate eagerness of a young lover. Somehow, the fact that the priest and the doctor were not religious men, and that this book which had so impressed and stirred him was nothing more than Renan's recital of how he, too, ceased to be a religious man, did not take a form which Theron could look square in the face. It wore the shape instead of a vague premise that there were a great many different kinds of religions. The past and dead races had multiplied these in their time, literally into thousands, and that each no doubt had its central support of truth somewhere for the good men who were in it, and that to call one of these divine and condemn all the others was a part fit only for untutored bigots. Renan had formerly repudiated Catholicism, yet could write in his old age with the deepest filial affection of the mother church he had quitted. Father Forbes could talk coolly about the Christ myth without even ceasing to be a priest, and apparently a very active and devoted priest. Evidently there was an intellectual world, a world of culture and grace, of lofty thoughts and the inspiring communion of real knowledge, where creeds were not of importance, and where men asked one another, not, "Is your soul saved?" but "Is your mind well furnished?" Theron had the sensation of having been invited to become a citizen of this world. The thought so dazzled him that his impulses were dragging him forward to take the new oath of allegiance, before he had had time to reflect upon what it was he was abandoning. The droning of the doxology from the church outside stirred Theron suddenly out of his reverie. It had grown quite dark, and he rose and lit the gas. "Blessed be the tie that binds," they were singing. He paused, with hand still in air, to listen. That well-worn phrase arrested his attention and gave itself a new meaning. He was bound to those people, it was true, but he could never again harbor the delusion that the tie between them was blessed. There was vaguely present in his mind the consciousness that other ties were loosening as well. Be that as it might, one thing was certain. He had passed definitely beyond pretending to himself that there was anything spiritually in common between him and the Methodist Church of Octavius. The necessity of his keeping up the pretense with others rose on the instant like a looming shadow before his mental vision. He turned away from it and bent his brain to think of something else. The noise of Alice opening the front door came as a pleasant digression. A second later it became clear from the sound of voices that she had brought someone back with her, and Theron hastily stretched himself out again in the armchair, with his head back in the pillow and his feet on the other chair. He had come mighty near forgetting that he was an invalid, and he protected himself the further now by assuming an air of lassitude verging upon prostration. "Yes, there's a light burning." "It's all right," he heard Alice say. She entered the room, and Theron's head was too bad to permit him to turn it and see who her companion was. "Theron, dear," Alice began, "I knew you'd be glad to see her, even if you were out of sorts, and I persuaded her just to run in for a minute. Let me introduce you to Sister Soulsby." "Sister Soulsby, my husband." The Reverend Mr. Ware sat upright with an energetic start and fastened upon the stranger a look which conveyed anything but the satisfaction his wife had been so sure about. It was at the first blush an undisguised scowl, and only some fleeting memory of that reflection about needing now to dissemble prevented him from still frowning as he rose to his feet and perfunctorily held out his hand. "Delighted, I'm sure," he mumbled. Then, looking up, he discovered that Sister Soulsby knew he was not delighted, and that she seemed not to mind in the least. "As your good lady said, I just ran in for a moment," she remarked, shaking his limp hand with a brisk, businesslike grasp and dropping it. "I hate bothering sick people, but as we're to be thrown together a good deal this next week or so, I thought I'd like to lose no time in saying howdy. I won't keep you up now. Your wife has been sweet enough to ask me to move my trunk over here in the morning, so that you'll see enough of me, and to spare." Theron looked falteringly into her face, as he strove for words which sufficiently masked the disgust this intelligence stirred within him. A debt-raiser in the town was bad enough. A debt-raiser quartered in the very parsonage. He ground his teeth to think of it. Alice read his hesitation aright. "Sister Soulsby went to the hotel," she hastily put in. and Morin Pierce was after her to come and stay at his house, and I ventured to tell her that I thought we could make her more comfortable here. She accompanied this by so daring a grimace and nod that her husband woke up to the fact that a point in conference politics was involved. He squeezed a doubtful smile upon his features. "We shall both do our best," he said. It was not easy, but he forced increasing amiability into his glance and tone. "Is Brother Soulsby here too?" he asked. The debt raiser shook her head again, the prompt, decisive movement so like a busy man of affairs. "No," she answered. "He's doing supply down on the Hudson this week, but he'll be here in time for the Sunday morning love feast. I always like to come on ahead and see how the land lies. Well, good night. Your head will be all right in the morning." Precisely what she meant by this assurance, Theron did not attempt to guess. He received her adieu, noted the masterful manner in which she kissed his wife, and watched her pass out into the hall, with the feeling uppermost that this was a person who decidedly knew her way about. Much as he was prepared to dislike her, and much as he detested the vulgar methods her profession typified, he could not deny that she seemed a very capable sort of woman. This mental concession did not prevent his fixing upon Alice, when she returned to the room, a glance of obvious disapproval. "Theron," she broke forth, to anticipate his reproach, "I did it for the best. The Pierces would have got her if I hadn't cut in. I thought it would help to have her on our side, and besides, I like her. She's the first sister I've seen since we've been in this hole that's had a kind word for me, or sympathized with me, and if you're going to be offended, I shall cry." There were real tears on her lashes, ready to make good the threat. "Oh, I guess I wouldn't," said Theron, with an approach to his old half-playful manner. "If you like her, that's the chief thing." Alice shook her teardrops away. "No," she replied, with a wistful smile. "The chief thing is to have her like you. She's as smart as a steel trap, that woman is. And if she took the notion, I believe she could help get us a better place." Chapter 14. The ensuing week went by with a buzz and whirl, circling about Theron Ware's dizzy consciousness like some huge, impalpable teetotum sent spinning under Sister Soulsby's resolute hands. Whenever his vagrant memory recurred to it, in after months, he began by marveling and ended with a shudder of repulsion. It was a week crowded with events which seemed to him to shoot past so swiftly that in effect they came all of a heap. He never essayed the task in retrospect of arranging them in their order of sequence. They had, however, a definite and interdependent chronology, which it is worth the while to trace. Mrs. Soulsby brought her trunk round to the parsonage bright and early on Friday morning, and took up her lodgment in the best bedroom, and her headquarters in the house at large, with a cheerful and business-like manner. She desired nothing so much, she said, as that people should not put themselves out on her account, or allow her to get in their way. She appeared to mean this too, and to have very good ideas about securing its realization. During both Friday and the following day, indeed, Theron saw her only at the family meals. There she displayed a hearty relish for all that was set before her, which quite won Mrs. Ware's heart, and though she talked rather more than Theron found himself expecting from a woman, he could not deny that her conversation was both seemly and entertaining. She had evidently been a great traveler, and referred to things she had seen in Savannah or Montreal or Los Angeles in as matter-of-fact fashion as he could have spoken of a visit to Tecumseh. Theron asked her many questions about these and other far-off cities, and her answers were all so pat and showed so keen and clear an eye that he began, in spite of himself, to think of her with a certain admiration. She in turn plied him with inquiries about the principal pew-holders and members of his congregation, their means, their disposition, and the measure of their devotion. She put these queries with such intelligence and seemed to assimilate his replies with such an alert understanding that the young minister was spurred to put dashes of character in his descriptions and set forth the idiosyncrasies and distinguishing earmarks of his flock with what he felt afterward might have been too free a tongue. But at the time her fine air of appreciation led him captive. He gossiped about his parishioners as if he enjoyed it. He made a specially happy thumbnail sketch for her of one of his trustees, Erastus Winch, the loud-mouthed, ostentatiously jovial, and really cold-hearted cheese buyer. She was particularly interested in hearing about this man. The personality of Winch seemed to have impressed her, and she brought the talk back to him more than once and prompted Theron to the very threshold of indiscretion in his confidences on the subject. Save at mealtimes, Sister Soulsby spent the 2 days out around among the Methodists of Octavius. She had little or nothing to say about what she thus saw and heard, but used it as the basis for still further inquiries. She told more than once, however, of how she had been pressed here or there to stay to dinner or supper, and how she had excused herself. "I've knocked about too much," she would explain to the Wares, "not to fight shy of random country cooking. When I find such a born cook as you are, well, I know when I'm well off." Alice flushed with pleased pride at this, and Theron himself felt that their visitor showed great good sense. By Saturday noon, the two women were calling each other by their first names. Theron learned with a certain interest that Sister Soulsby's Christian name was Candace. It was only natural that he should give even more thought to her than to her quaint and unfamiliar old Ethiopian name. She was undoubtedly a very smart woman. To his surprise, she had never introduced in her talk any of the stock religious and devotional phrases which official Methodists so universally employed in mutual converse. She might have been an insurance agent or a school teacher visiting in a purely secular household, so little parade of cant was there about her. He caught himself wondering how old she was. She seemed to have been pretty well over the whole American continent, and that must take years of time. Perhaps, however, the exertion of so much travel would tend to age one in appearance. Her eyes were still youthful, decidedly wise eyes, but still juvenile. They had sparkled with almost girlish merriment at some of his jokes. She turned them about a good deal when she spoke, making their glances fit and illustrate the things she said. He had never met anyone whose eyes played so constant and prominent a part in their owner's conversation. Theron had never seen a play, but he had encountered the portraits of famous queens of the drama several times in illustrated papers or shop windows, and it occurred to him that some of the more marked contortions of Sister Soulsby's eyes, notably a trick she had of rolling them swiftly round and plunging them, so to speak, into an intent yearning, one might almost say devouring, gaze at the speaker, were probably employed by eminent actresses like Ristori and Fanny Davenport. The rest of Sister Soulsby was undoubtedly subordinated in interest to those eyes of hers. Sometimes her face seemed to be reviving temporarily, a comeliness which had been constant in former days. Then again it would look decidedly, organically, plain. It was the worn and loose-skinned face of a nervous, middle-aged woman who had had more than her share of trouble and drank too much tea. She wore the collar of her dress rather low, and Theron found himself wondering at this, because, though long and expansive, her neck certainly showed more cords and cavities than consorted with his vague ideal of statuesque beauty. Then he wondered at himself for thinking about it, and abruptly reined up his fancy, only to find that it was playing with speculations as to whether her yellowish complexion was due to that tea drinking or came to her as a legacy of Southern blood. He knew that she was born in the South because she said so. From the same source he learned that her father had been a wealthy planter who was ruined by the war and sank into a premature grave under the weight of his accumulated losses. The large, dark rings around her eyes grew deeper still in their shadows when she told about this, and her ordinarily sharp voice took on a mellow cadence, with a soft, drawling accent, turning U's into O's and having no R's to speak of. Theron had imbibed somewhere in early days the conviction that the South was the land of romance, of cavaliers and gallants and black eyes flashing behind mantillas and outspread fans, and somehow when Sister Soulsby used this intonation, she suggested all these things. But almost all her talk was in another key, a brisk, direct, idiomatic manner of speech, with an intonation hinting at no section in particular. It was merely that of the city dweller as distinguished from the rustic. She was of about Alice's height, perhaps a shade taller. It did not escape the attention of the Wares that she wore clothes of a more stylish cut and a livelier arrangement of hues than any Alice had ever dared own, even in lax-minded tire. The two talked of this in their room on Friday night, and Theron explained that congregations would tolerate things of this sort with a stranger which would be sharply resented in the case of local folk whom they controlled. It was on this occasion that Alice in turn told Theron she was sure Mrs. Soulsby had false teeth, a confidence which she immediately regretted as an act of treachery to her sex. On Saturday afternoon toward evening, Brother Soulsby arrived, and was guided to the parsonage by his wife, who had gone to the depot to meet him. They must have talked over the situation pretty thoroughly on the way, for by the time the newcomer had washed his face and hands and put on a clean collar, Sister Soulsby was ready to announce her plan of campaign in detail. Her husband was a man of small stature and, like herself, of uncertain age. He had a gentle, if rather dry, clean-shaven face, and wore his dust-colored hair long behind. His little figure was clad in black clothes of a distinctively clerical fashion, and he had a white neckcloth neatly tied under his collar. The Wares noted that he looked clean and amiable rather than intellectually or spiritually powerful, as he took the vacant seat between theirs and joined them in concentrating attention upon Mrs. Soulsby. This lady, holding herself erect and alert on the edge of the low, big easy-chair, had the air of presiding over a meeting. "My idea is," she began, with an easy implication that no one else's idea was needed, "that your quarterly conference, when it meets on Monday, must be adjourned to Tuesday. We will have the people all out tomorrow morning to Love Feast, and announcement can be made there, and at the morning service afterward that a series of revival meetings are to be begun that same evening. Mr. Soulsby and I can take charge in the evening, and will see to it that Pax the House fills the church to overflowing Monday evening. Then we'll quietly turn the meeting into a debt-raising convention before they know where they are, and we'll wipe off the best part of the load. Now, don't you see?" She turned her eyes full upon Theron as she spoke. "You want to hold your quarterly conference after this money's been raised, not before." "I see what you mean," Mr. Ware responded gravely. "But what?" Sister Soulsby interjected with vivacity. "Well," said Theron, picking his words, "in the first place, it rests with the presiding elder to say whether an adjournment can be made until Tuesday, not with me." "That's all right. Leave that to me," said the lady. "In the second place," Theron went on, still more hesitatingly, "there seems a certain, what shall I say, indirection in getting them together for a revival and springing a debt-raising on them," Sister Soulsby put in. "Why, man alive, that's the best part of it. You ought to be getting some notion by this time what these Octavius folks of yours are like. I've only been here 2 days, but I've got their measure down to an allspice. Supposing you were to announce tomorrow that the debt was to be raised Monday, how many men with bank accounts would turn up, do you think? You could put them all in your eye, sir, all in your eye." "Very possibly you're right," faltered the young minister. "Right? Why, of course I'm right," she said with placid confidence. "You've got to take folks as you find them, and you've got to find them the best way you can. One place can be worked, managed, in one way, and another needs quite a different way, and both ways would be dead frosts, complete failures in a third." Brother Soulsby coughed softly here, and shuffled his feet for an instant on the carpet. His wife resumed her remarks with slightly abated animation and at a slower pace. My experience, she said, has shown me that the apostle was right. To properly serve the cause, one must be all things to all men. I have known very queer things indeed turn out to be means of grace. You simply can't get along without some of the wisdom of the serpent. We are commanded to have it for that matter. And now, speaking of that, do you know when the presiding elder arrives in town today and where he is going to eat supper and sleep? Theron shook his head. All I know is he isn't likely to come here, he said, and added sadly, I'm afraid he's not an admirer of mine. Perhaps that's not all his fault, commented Sister Soulsby. I'll tell you something. He came in on the same train as my husband, and that old trustee Pierce of yours was waiting for him with his buggy, and I saw like a flash what was in the wind, and the minute the train stopped I caught the presiding elder and invited him in your name to come right here and stay. Told him you and Alice were just set on his coming, wouldn't take no for an answer. Of course he couldn't come. I knew well enough he had promised old Pierce, but we got in our invitation anyway, and it won't do you any harm. Now, that's what I call having some gumption, wisdom of the serpent, and so on. I'm sure, remarked Alice, I should have been mortified to death if he had come. We lost the extension leaf to our table in moving, and 4 is all it'll see decently. Sister Soulsby smiled winningly into the wife's honest face. Don't you see? Dear, she explained patiently, I only asked him because I knew he couldn't come. A little butter spreads a long way, if it's only intelligently warmed. It was certainly very ingenious of you, Theron began almost stiffly. Then he yielded to the humanities, and with a kindling smile added, and it was as kind could be. I'm afraid you're wrong about it's doing me any good, but I can see how well you meant it, and I'm grateful. We could have sneaked in the kitchen table, perhaps, while he was out in the garden, and put on the extra long tablecloth, interjected Alice musingly. Sister Soulsby smiled again at Sister Ware, but without any words this time, and Alice on the instant rose, with the remark that she must be going out to see about supper. I'm going to insist on coming out to help you, Mrs. Soulsby declared, as soon as I'd talked over one little matter with your husband. Oh yes, you must let me this time. I insist. As the kitchen door closed behind Mrs. Ware, a swift and apparently significant glance shot its way across from Sister Soulsby's roving, eloquent eyes to the calmer and smaller gray orbs of her husband. He rose to his feet, made some little explanation about being a gardener himself, and desiring to inspect more closely some rhododendrons he had noticed in the garden, and forthwith moved decorously out by the other door into the front hall. They heard his footsteps on the gravel beneath the window before Mrs. Soulsby spoke again. You're right about the presiding elder, and you're wrong, she said. He isn't what one might call precisely in love with you. Oh, I know the story, how you got into dead attire, and he stepped in and insisted on your being denied Tecumseh and sent here instead. He was responsible for that then, was he? Broke in Theron, with contracted brows. Why don't you make any effort to find out anything at A.L.? She asked pertly enough, but with such obvious good nature that he could not but have pleasure in her speech. Why, of course he did it. Who else did you suppose? Well, said the young minister despondently, if he's as much against me as all that, I might as well hang up my fiddle and go home. Sister Soulsby gave a little involuntary groan of impatience. She bent forward and, lifting her eyes, rolled them at him in a curve of downward motion which suggested to his fancy the image of 2 eagles in a concerted pounce upon a lamb. My friend, she began with a new note of impressiveness in her voice, if you'll pardon my saying it, you haven't got the spunk of a mouse. If you're going to lay down and let everybody trample over you just as they please, you're right, you might as well go home. But now here, this is what I wanted to say to you. Do you just keep your hands off these next few days and leave this whole thing to me. I'll pull it into shipshape for you. No, wait a minute. Don't interrupt now. I have taken a liking to you. You've got brains, and you've got human nature in you and heart. What you lack is sabi common sense. You'll get that too in time, and meanwhile I'm not going to stand by and see you cut up and fed to the dogs for want of it. I'll get you through this scrape and put you on your feet again, right side up with care, because, as I said, I like you. I like your wife too, mind. She's a good, honest little soul, and she worships the very ground you tread on. Of course, as long as people will marry in their teens, the wrong people will get yoked up together. But that's neither here nor there. She's a kind, sweet little body, and she's devoted to you, and it isn't every intellectual man that gets even that much. But now it's a go, is it? You promise to keep quiet, do you, and leave? The whole show absolutely to me? Shake hands on it. Sister Soulsby had risen, and stood now holding out her hand in a frank, manly fashion. Theron looked at the hand and made mental notes that there were a good many veins discernible on the small wrist, and that the forearm seemed to swell out more than would have been expected in a woman, producing such a general effect of leanness. He caught the shine of a thin bracelet band of gold under the sleeve. A delicate, significant odor just hinted its presence in the air about this outstretched arm, something which was not a perfume, yet deserved as gracious a name. He rose to his feet and took the proffered hand with a deliberate gesture, as if he had been cautiously weighing all the possible arguments for and against this momentous compact. "I promise," he said gravely, and the two palms squeezed themselves together in an earnest clasp. "Right you are," exclaimed the lady, once more with cheery vivacity. "Mind, when it's all over, I'm going to give you a good, serious, downright talking to a regular hoeing over. I'm not sure I shan't give you a sound shaking into the bargain. You need it. And now I'm going out to help Alice." The Reverend Mr. Ware remained standing after his new friend had left the room, and his meditative face wore an even unusual air of abstraction. He strolled aimlessly over, after a time, to the desk by the window, and stood there looking out at the slight figure of Brother Soulsby, who was bending over and attentively regarding some pink blossoms on a shrub through what seemed to be a pocket magnifying glass. What remained uppermost in his mind was not this interesting woman's confident pledge of championship in his material difficulties. He found himself dwelling instead upon her remark about the incongruous results of early marriages. He wondered idly if the little man in the white tie, fussing out there over that rhododendron bush, had figured in her thoughts as an example of these evils. Then he reflected that they had been mentioned in queer relation to talk about Alice. Now that he faced this question, it was as if he had been consciously ignoring and putting it aside for a long time. How was it, he asked himself now, that Alice, who had once seemed so bright and keen-witted, who had in truth started out immeasurably his superior in swiftness of apprehension and readiness, in humorous quips and conceits, should have grown so dull? For she was undoubtedly slow to understand things nowadays. Her absurd lugging in of the extension table problem, when the great strategic point of that invitation foisted upon the presiding elder came up, was only the latest sample of a score of these heavy-minded exhibitions that recalled themselves to him. And outsiders were apparently beginning to notice it. He knew by intuition what those phrases, good, honest little soul, and kind, sweet little body, signified when another woman used them to a husband about his wife. The very employment of that word little was enough, considering that there was scarcely more than a hair's difference between Mrs. Soulsby and Alice, and that they were both rather tall than otherwise, as the stature of women went. What she had said about the chronic misfortunes of intellectual men in such matters gave added point to those meaning phrases. Nobody could deny that geniuses and men of conspicuous talent had, as a rule, all through history, contracted unfortunate marriages. In almost every case where their wives were remembered at all, it was on account of their abnormal stupidity or bad temper or something of that sort. Take Xantippe, for example, and Shakespeare's wife, and well, there was Byron and Bulwer-Lytton and ever so many others. Of course there was nothing to be done about it. These things happened, and one could only put the best possible face on them, and live one's appointed life as patiently and contentedly as might be. And Alice undoubtedly merited all the praise which had been so generously bestowed upon her. She was good and honest and kindly, and there could be no doubt whatever as to her utter devotion to him. These were tangible, solid qualities which must always secure respect for her. It was true that she no longer seemed to be very popular among people. He questioned whether men, for instance, like Father Forbes and Dr. Ledsmar, would care much about her. Visions of the wifeless and academic calm in which these men spent their lives and existence consecrated to literature and knowledge and familiarity with all the loftiest and noblest thoughts of the past rose and enveloped him in a cloud of depression. No such lot would be his. He must labor along among ignorant and spiteful, narrow-minded people to the end of his days, pocketing their insults and fawning upon the harsh hands of jealous non-entities who happened to be his official masters just to keep a roof over his head, or rather Alice's. He must sacrifice everything to this, his ambitions, his passionate desires to do real good in the world on a large scale, his mental freedom, yes, even his chance of having truly elevating, intellectual friendships. For it was plain enough that the men whose friendship would be of genuine and stimulating profit to him would not like her. Now that he thought of it, she seemed latterly to make no friends at all. Suddenly, as he watched in a blank sort of way Brother Soulsby take out a penknife and lop an offending twig from a rosebush against the fence, something occurred to him. There was a curious exception to that rule of Alice's isolation. She had made at least one friend. Levi Gorringe seemed to like her extremely, as if his mind had been a camera. Theron snapped a shutter down upon this odd, unbidden idea, and turned away from the window. The sounds of an active, almost strenuous conversation in female voices came from the kitchen. Theron opened the door noiselessly and put in his head, conscious of something furtive in his intention. You must drain every drop of water off the spinach, mind, before you put it over, or else. It was Sister Soulsby's sharp and penetrating tones which came to him. Theron closed the door again and surrendered himself once more to the circling whirl of his thoughts. Chapter 15. A love feast at 9 in the morning opened the public services of a Sunday still memorable in the annals of Octavius Methodism. This ceremony, which 4 times a year preceded the sessions of the Quarterly Conference, was not necessarily an event of importance. It was an occasion upon which the brethren and sisters who clung to the old-fashioned, primitive ways of the itinerant circuit riders let themselves go with emphasized independence, putting up more vehement prayers than usual, and adding a special fervor of noise to their amens and other interjections. And that was all. It was Theron's first love feast in Octavius, and as the big classroom in the church basement began to fill up, and he noted how the men with ultra-radical views and the women clad in the most ostentatious drabs and grays were crowding into the front seats, he felt his spirits sinking. He had literally to force himself from sentence to sentence when the time came for him to rise and open the proceedings with an exhortation. He had eagerly offered this function to the presiding elder, the Reverend Aziel P. Larrabee, who sat in severe silence on the little platform behind him, but had been informed that the dignitary would lead off in giving testimony later on. So Theron, feeling all the while the hostile eyes of the elder burning holes in his back, dragged himself somehow through the task. He had never known any such difficulty of speech before. The relief was almost overwhelming when he came to the customary part where all are adjured to be as brief as possible in witnessing for the Lord, because the time belongs to all the people, and the discipline forbids the feast to last more than 90 minutes. He delivered this injunction to brevity with marked earnestness and then sat down abruptly. There was some rather boisterous singing, during which the stewards, beginning with the platform, passed plates of bread cut in small cubes and water in big plated pitchers and tumblers about among the congregation, threading their way between the long wooden benches ordinarily occupied at this hour by the children of the Sunday school, and helping each brother and sister in turn. They helped by the old custom here in Octavius, and all along the seats the sexes alternated as they do at a polite dinner table. Durin impassively watched the familiar scene. The early nervousness had passed away. He felt now that he was not in the least afraid of these people, even with the presiding elder thrown in. Folks who sang with such unintelligence and who threw themselves with such undignified fervor into this childish business of the bread and water could not be formidable antagonists for a man of intellect. He had never realized before what a spectacle the Methodist love feast probably presented to outsiders. What must they think of it? He had noticed that the Soulsbys sat together in the center and toward the front. Next to Brother Soulsby sat Alice. He thought she looked pale and preoccupied, and set it down in passing to her innate distaste for the somber garments she was wearing and for the company she perforce found herself in. Another head was in the way, and for a time Theron did not observe who sat beside Alice on the other side. When at last he saw that it was Levi Geringe, his instinct was to wonder what the lawyer must be saying to himself about these noisy and shallow enthusiasts. A recurring emotion of loyalty to the simple people among whom, after all, he had lived his whole life, prompted him to feel that it wasn't wholly nice of Geringe to come and enjoy this revelation of their foolish side as if it were a circus. There was some vague memory in his mind which associated Geringe with other love feasts and with a cynical attitude toward them. Oh yes, he had told how he went to one just for the sake of sitting beside the girl he admired and was pursuing. The stewards had completed their round, and the loud, discordant singing came to an end. There ensued a little pause, during which Theron turned to the presiding elder with a gesture of invitation to take charge of the further proceedings. The elder responded with another gesture, calling his attention to something going on in front. Brother and Sister Soulsby, to the considerable surprise of everybody, had risen to their feet and were standing in their places, quite motionless, and with an air of professional self-assurance dimly discernible under a large show of humility. They stood thus until complete silence had been secured. Then the woman, lifting her head, began to sing. The words were Rock of Ages, but no one present had heard the tune to which she wedded them. Her voice was full and very sweet, and had in it tender cadences which all her hearers found touching. She knew how to sing, and she put forth the words so that each was distinctly intelligible. There came a part where Brother Soulsby, lifting his head in turn, took up a tuneful second to her air. Although the two did not, as one could hear by listening closely, sing the same words at the same time, they produced none the less most moving and delightful harmonies of sound. The experience was so novel and charming that listeners ran ahead in their minds to fix the number of verses there were in the hymn and to hope that none would be left out. Toward the end, when some of the intolerably self-conceited local singers, fancying they had caught the tune, started to join in, they were stopped by an indignant "shh," which rose from all parts of the classroom, and the Soulsbys, with a patient and pensive kindliness written on their uplifted faces, gave that verse over again. What followed seemed obviously restrained and modified by the effect of this unlooked-for and tranquilizing overture. The presiding elder was known to enjoy visits to old-fashioned congregations like that of Octavius, where he could indulge to the full his inner passion for high-pitched, passionate invocations and violent spiritual demeanor, but this time he spoke temperately, almost soothingly. The most tempestuous of the local witnesses for the Lord gave in their testimony in relatively pacific tones, under the influence of the spell which good music had laid upon the gathering. There was the deepest interest as to what the two visitors would do in this way. Brother Soulsby spoke first, very briefly and in well-rounded and well-chosen, if conventional, phrases. His wife, following him, delivered in a melodious monotone some equally hackneyed remarks. The assemblage, listening in rapt attention, felt the suggestion of reserved power in every sentence she uttered, and burst forth as she dropped into her seat in a loud chorus of approving ejaculations. The Soulsbys had captured Octavius with their first outer skirmish line. Everything seemed to move forward now with a new zest and spontaneity. Theron had picked out for the occasion the best of those sermons which he had prepared in Tyre at the time when he was justifying his ambition to be accounted a pulpit orator. It was orthodox enough, but had been planned as the framework for picturesque and emotional rhetoric rather than doctrinal edification. He had never dreamed of trying it on Octavius before, and only on the yesterday had quavered at his own daring in choosing it now. Nothing but the desire to show Sister Soulsby what was in him had held him to this election. Something of the same desire, no doubt, swayed and steadied him now in the pulpit. The labored slowness of his beginning seemed to him to be due to nervous timidity, until suddenly, looking down into those big eyes of Sister Soulsby's, which were bent gravely upon him from where she sat beside Alice in the minister's pew, he remembered that it was instead the studied deliberation which art had taught him. He went on, feeling more and more that the skill and histrionic power of his best days were returning to him, were as marked as ever, nay, had never triumphed before as they were triumphing now. The congregation watched and listened with open, steadfast eyes and parted lips. For the first time in all that weary quarter, their faces shone. The sustaining sparkle of their gaze lifted him to a peroration unrivaled in his own recollection of himself. He sat down and bent his head forward upon the open Bible, breathing hard, but suffused with a glow of satisfaction. His ears caught the music of that sighing rustle through the audience which bespeaks a profound impression. He could scarcely keep the fingers of his hands, covering his bowed face in a devotional posture as they were, from drumming a jubilant tattoo. His pulses did this in every vein, throbbing with excited exultation. The insistent whim seized him as he still bent thus before his people, to whisper to his own heart, "At last, the dogs!" The announcement that in the evening a series of revival meetings was to be inaugurated had been made at the love feast, and it was repeated now from the pulpit, with the added statement that for the once the class meetings usually following this morning service would be suspended. Theron came down the steps, conscious after a fashion that the presiding elder had laid a propitiatory hand on his shoulder and spoken amiably about the sermon, and that several groups of more or less important parishioners were waiting in the aisle and the vestibule to shake hands and tell him how much they had enjoyed the sermon. His mind perversely kept hold of the thought that all this came too late. He politely smiled his way along out, and, overtaking the Soulsbys and his wife near the parsonage gate, went in with them. At the cold, picked-up noonday meal which was the Sunday rule of the house, Theron rather expected that his guests would talk about the sermon, or at any rate about the events of the morning. A Sabbath chill seemed to have settled upon both their tongues. They ate almost in silence, and their sparse remarks touched upon topics far removed from church affairs. Alice, too, seemed strangely disinclined to conversation. The husband knew her face and its varying moods so well that he could see she was laboring under some very powerful and deep emotion. No doubt it was the sermon, the oratorical swing of which still tingled in his own blood, that had so affected her. If she had said so, it would have pleased him, but she said nothing. After dinner, Brother Soulsby disappeared in his bedroom, with the remark that he guessed he would lie down a while. Sister Soulsby put on her bonnet, and, explaining that she always prepared herself for an evening's work by a long solitary walk, quitted the house. Alice, after she had put the dinner things away, went upstairs and stayed there. Left to himself, Theron spent the afternoon in the easy-chair, and, in the intervals of confused introspection, read Recollections of My Youth through again from cover to cover. He went through the remarkable experiences attending the opening of the revival when evening came as one in a dream, long before the hour for the service arrived. The sexton came in to tell him that the church was already nearly full and that it was going to be impossible to present any distinction in the matter of pews. When the party from the parsonage went over after another cold and mostly silent meal, it was to find the interior of the church densely packed and people being turned away from the doors. Theron was supposed to preside over what followed, and he did sit on the central chair in the pulpit, between the presiding elder and Brother Soulsby, and on the several needful occasions did rise and perfunctorily make the formal remarks required of him. The elder preached a short but vigorously phrased sermon. The Soulsby sang 3 or 4 times on each occasion with familiar hymnal words set to novel concerted music, and then separately exhorted the assemblage. The husband's part seemed well done. If his speech lacked some of the fire of the divine girdings which older Methodists recalled, it still led straight and with kindling fervency up to a season of power. The wife took up the word as he sat down. She had risen from one of the side seats, and, speaking as she walked, she moved forward till she stood within the altar rail, immediately under the pulpit, and from this place, facing the listening throng, she delivered her harangue. Those who watched her words most intently got the least sense of meaning from them. The phrases were all familiar enough: Jesus a very present help, sprinkled by the blood, comforted by the word, sanctified by the Spirit, born into the kingdom, and 100 others. But it was as in the case of her singing: the words were old, the music was new. What Sister Soulsby said did not matter. The way she said it, the splendid searching sweep of her great eyes, the vibrating roll of her voice, now full of tears, now scornful, now boldly, jubilantly triumphant, the sympathetic swaying of her willowy figure under the stress of her eloquence, was all wonderful. When she had finished and stood, flushed and panting, beneath the shadow of the pulpit, she held up a hand deprecatingly as the resounding amens and bless the tall lords began to well up about her. "You have heard us sing," she said, smiling, to apologize for her shortness of breath. "Now we want to hear you sing." Her husband had risen as she spoke, and on the instant, with a far greater volume of voice than they had hitherto disclosed, the two began, "From Greenland's icy mountains," in the old familiar tune. It did not need Sister Soulsby's urgent and dramatic gesture to lift people to their feet. The whole assemblage sprang up, and, under the guidance of these two powerful leading voices, thundered the hymn out as Octavius had never heard it before. While its echoes were still alive, the woman began speaking again. "Don't sit down," she cried. "You would stand up if the President of the United States was going by, even if he was only going fishing. How much more should you stand up in honor of living souls passing forward to find their Savior?" The psychological moment was upon them. Groans and cries arose, and a palpable ferment stirred the throng. The exhortation to sinners to declare themselves, to come to the altar, was not only on the revivalists' lips, it seemed to quiver in the very air, to be borne on every inarticulate exclamation in the clamor of the brethren. A young woman, with a dazed and startled look in her eyes, rose in the body of the church, tremblingly hesitated for a moment, and then, with bowed head and blushing cheeks, pressed her way out from the end of a crowded pew and down the aisle to the rail. A triumphant outburst of welcoming ejaculations swelled to the roof as she knelt there, and under its impetus others followed her example. With interspersed snatches of song and shouted encouragements, the excitement reached its height only when 20 people, mostly young, were tightly clustered upon their knees about the rail, and in the space opening upon the aisle. Above the confusion of penitential sobs and moans, and the hysterical murmurings of members whose conviction of entire sanctity kept them in their seats, could be heard the voices of the presiding elder, the Soulsbys, and the elderly deacons of the church, who moved about among the kneeling mourners, bending over them and patting their shoulders and calling out to them, "Fasten your thoughts on Jesus. Oh, the precious blood! Blessed be his name. Seek him and you shall find him. Cling to Jesus and him crucified." The Reverend Theron Ware did not, with the others, descend from the pulpit. Seated where he could not see Sister Soulsby, he had failed utterly to be moved by the wave of enthusiasm she had evoked. What he heard her say disappointed him. He had expected from her more originality, more spice of her own idiomatic, individual sort. He viewed with a cold sense of aloofness the evidences of her success when they began to come forward and abase themselves at the altar. The instant resolve that, come what might, he would not go down there among them, sprang up ready-made in his mind. He saw his two companions pass him and descend the pulpit stairs, and their action only hardened his resolution. If an excuse were needed, he was presiding, and the place to preside in was the pulpit. But he waived in his mind the whole question of an excuse. After a little, he put his hand over his face, leaning the elbow forward on the reading desk. The scene below would have thrilled him to the marrow 6 months, yes, 3 months ago. He put a finger across his eyes now, to have shut it out. The spectacle of these silly young mourners kneeling they knew not why, trembling at they could not tell what, pledging themselves frantically to dogmas and mysteries they knew nothing of, under the influence of a hubbub of outcries as meaningless in their way, and inspiring in much the same way, as the racket of a fife and drum corps, the spectacle saddened and humiliated him now. He was conscious of a dawning sense of shame at being even tacitly responsible for such a thing. His fancy conjured up the idea of Dr. Ledsmar coming in and beholding this maudlin and unseemly scene, and he felt his face grow hot at the bare thought. Looking through his fingers, Theron all at once saw something which caught at his breath with a sharp clutch. Alice had risen from the minister's pew, the most conspicuous one in the church, and was moving down the aisle toward the rail, her uplifted face chalk-like in its whiteness, and her eyes wide open, looking straight ahead. The young pastor could scarcely credit his sight. He thrust aside his hand and bent forward, only to see his wife sink upon her knees among the rest, and to hear this notable accession to the mourners hailed by a tumult of approving shouts. Then, remembering himself, he drew back and put up his hand, shutting out the strange scene altogether. To see nothing at all was a relief, and under cover he closed his eyes and bit his teeth together. A fresh outburst of thanksgivings, spreading noisily through the congregation, prompted him to peer through his fingers again. Levi Geringe was making his way down the aisle, was at the moment quite in front. Theron found himself watching this man with the stern composure of a fatalist. The clamant brethren down below were stirred to new excitement by the thought that the skeptical lawyer, so long with them, yet not of them, had been humbled and won by the outpourings of the Spirit. Theron's perceptions were keener. He knew that Geringe was coming forward to kneel beside Alice. The knowledge left him curiously undisturbed. He saw the lawyer advance, gently insinuate himself past the form of some kneeling mourner who was in his way, and drop on his knees close beside the bowed figure of Alice. The two touched shoulders as they bent forward beneath Sister Soulsby's outstretched hands, held over them as in a blessing. Theron looked fixedly at them, and professed to himself that he was barely interested. A little afterward he was standing up in his place, and reading aloud a list of names which one of the stewards had given him. They were the names of those who had asked that evening to be taken into the church as members on probation. The sounds of the recent excitement were all hushed now, save as 2 or 3 enthusiasts in a corner raised their voices in abrupt greeting of each name in its turn. But Theron felt somehow that this noise had been transferred to the inside of his head. A continuous buzzing went on there, so that the sound of his voice was far off and unfamiliar in his ears. He read through the list, comprising some 15 items, and pronounced the names with great distinctness. It was necessary to take pains with this, because the only name his blurred eyes seemed to see anywhere on the foolscap sheet was that of Levi Goringe. When he had finished and was taking his seat, someone began speaking to him from the body of the church. He saw that this was the steward, who was explaining to him that the most important name of the lot, that of Brother Goringe, had not been read out. Theron smiled and shook his head. Then, when the presiding elder touched him on the arm and assured him that he had not mentioned the name in question, he replied quite simply and with another smile, "I thought it was the only name I did read out." Then he sat down abruptly and let his head fall to one side. There were hurried movements inside the pulpit, and people in the audience had begun to stand up wonderingly, when the presiding elder, with uplifted hands, confronted them. "We will omit the doxology and depart quietly after the benediction," he said. "Brother Ware seems to have been overcome by the heat." Chapter 16. When Theron woke next morning, Alice seemed to have dressed and left the room, a thing which had never happened before. This fact connected itself at once in his brain with the recollection of her having made an exhibition of herself the previous evening, going forward before all eyes to join the unconverted and penitent sinners, as if she were some tramp or shady female, instead of an educated lady, a professing member from her girlhood, and a minister's wife. It crossed his mind that probably she had risen and got away noiselessly, for very shame at looking him in the face after such absurd behavior. Then he remembered more, and grasped the situation. He had fainted in church and had been brought home and helped to bed. Dim memories of unaccustomed faces in the bedroom, of nauseous drugs and hushed voices, came to him out of the night-time. Now that he thought of it, he was a sick man. Having settled this, he went off to sleep again, a feverish and broken sleep, and remained in this state most of the time for the following 24 hours. In the brief though numerous intervals of waking, he found certain things clear in his mind. One was that he was annoyed with Alice, but would dissemble his feelings. Another was that it was much pleasanter to be ill than to be forced to attend and take part in those revival meetings. These two ideas came and went in a lazy, drowsy fashion, mixing themselves up with other vagrant fancies, yet always remaining on top. In the evening, the singing from the church next door filled his room. The Salisbury's part of it was worth keeping awake for. He turned over and deliberately dozed when the congregation sang. Alice came up a number of times during the day to ask how he felt and to bring him broth or toast water. On several occasions, when he heard her step, the perverse inclination mastered him to shut his eyes and pretend to be asleep, so that she might tiptoe out again. She had a depressed and thoughtful air, and spoke to him like one whose mind was on something else. Neither of them alluded to what had happened the previous evening. Toward the close of the long day, she came to ask him whether he would prefer her to remain in the house instead of attending the meeting. "Go, by all means," he said almost curtly. The presiding elder and the Sunday school superintendent called early Tuesday morning at the parsonage to make brotherly inquiries, and Theron was feeling so much better that he himself suggested their coming upstairs to see him. The elder was in good spirits. He smiled approvingly and even put in a jocose word or two, while the superintendent sketched for the invalid in a cheerful way the leading incidents of the previous evening. There had been an enormous crowd, even greater than that of Sunday night, and everybody had been looking forward to another notable and exciting season of grace. These expectations were especially heightened when Sister Soulsby ascended the pulpit stairs and took charge of the proceedings. She deferred to Paul's views about women preachers on Sundays, she said, but on weekdays she had just as much right to snatch brands from the burning as Paul or Peter or any other man. She went on like that, in a breezy, offhand fashion which tickled the audience immensely, and led to the liveliest anticipations of what would happen when she began upon the evening's harvest of souls. But it was something else that happened. At a signal from Sister Soulsby, the steward got up and, in an unconcerned sort of way, went through the throng to the rear of the church, locked the doors, and put the keys in their pockets. The sister dryly explained now to the surprised congregation that there was a season for all things, and that on the present occasion they would suspend the glorious work of redeeming fallen human nature and take up instead the equally noble task of raising some $1,500, which the church needed in its business. The doors would only be opened again when this had been accomplished. The brethren were much taken aback by this trick, and they permitted themselves to exchange a good many scowling and indignant glances, the while their professional visitors sang another of their delightfully novel sacred duets. Its charm of harmony for once fell upon unsympathetic ears. But then Sister Soulsby began another monologue, defending this way of collecting money, chaffing the assemblage with bright-eyed impudence on their having been trapped, and scoring, one after another, neat and jocose little personal points on local characteristics, at which everybody but the individual touched grinned broadly. She was so droll and cheeky, and withal effective in her talk, that she quite won the crowd over. She told a story about a woodchuck which fairly brought down the house. "A man," she began, with a quizzical twinkle in her eye, "told me once about hunting a woodchuck with a pack of dogs, and they chased it so hard that it finally escaped only by climbing a butternut tree. 'But, my friend,' I said to him, 'woodchucks can't climb trees, butternut trees or any other kind, and you know it.' All he said in reply to me was, 'This woodchuck had to climb a tree, and that's the way with this congregation. You think you can't raise a $1,500, but you've got to.' So it went on." She set them all laughing, and then, with a twist of the eyes and a change of voice, lo and behold, she had them nearly crying in the same breath. Under the pressure of these jumbled emotions, brethren began to rise up in their pews and say what they would give. The wonderful woman had something smart and apt to say about each fresh contribution, and used it to screw up the general interest a notch further toward benevolent hysteria. With songs and jokes and impromptu exhortations and prayers, she kept the thing whirling until a sort of duel of generosity began between two of the most unlikely men, Erastus Winch and Levi Geringe. Everybody had been surprised when Winch gave his first $50, but when he rose again, half an hour afterward, and said that, owing to the high public position of some of the new members on probation, he foresaw a great future for the church and so felt moved to give another $25, there was general amazement. Moved by a common instinct, all eyes were turned upon Levi Geringe, and he, without the slightest hesitation, stood up and said he would give $100. There was something in his tone which must have annoyed Brother Winch, for he shot up like a dart and called out, "Put me down for 50 more," and that brought Geringe to his feet with an added $50, and then the two went on raising each other till the assemblage was agape with admiring stupefaction. This gladiatorial combat might have been going on till now, the Sunday school superintendent concluded, if Winch hadn't subsided. The amount of the contributions hadn't been figured up yet, for Sister Soulsby kept the list. But there had been a tremendous lot of money raised, of that there could be no doubt. The presiding elder now told Darren that the quarterly conference had been adjourned yesterday till today. He and Brother Davis were even now on their way to attend the session in the church next door. The elder added with an obvious kindly significance that though Darren was too ill to attend it, he guessed his absence would do him no harm. Then the two men left the room, and Darren went to sleep again. Another almost blank period ensued, this time lasting for 48 hours. The young minister was enfolded in the coils of a fever of some sort, which Brother Soulsby, who had dabbled considerably in medicine, admitted that he was puzzled about. Sometimes he thought that it was typhoid, and then again there were symptoms which looked suspiciously like brain fever. The Methodists of Octavius counted no physician among their numbers, and when, on the second day, Alice grew scared, and decided, with Brother Soulsby's assent, to call in professional advice, the only doctor's name she could recall was that of Ledsmar. She was conscious of an instinctive dislike for the vague image of him her fancy had conjured up, but the reflection that he was Theron's friend, and so probably would be more moderate in his charges, decided her. Brother Soulsby showed a most comforting tact and swiftness of apprehension when Alice, in mentioning Dr. Ledsmar's name, disclosed by her manner a fear that his being sent for would create talk among the church people. He volunteered at once to act as messenger himself and, with no better guide than her dim hints at direction, found the doctor and brought him back to the parsonage. Dr. Ledsmar expressly disclaimed to Soulsby all pretense of professional skill, and made him understand that he went along solely because he liked Mr. Ware, and was interested in him, and in any case would probably be of as much use as the wisest of strange physicians, a view which the little revivalist received with comprehending nods of tacit acquiescence. Ledsmar came, and was taken up to the sick-room. He sat on the bedside and talked with Theron a while, and then went downstairs again. To Alice's anxious inquiries, he replied that it seemed to him merely a case of overwork and overworry, about which there was not the slightest occasion for alarm. "But he says the strangest things," the wife put in. "He has been quite delirious at times." "That means only that his brain is taking a rest as well as his body," remarked Ledsmar. "That is nature's way of securing an equilibrium of repose, of recuperation. He will come out of it with his mind all the fresher and clearer." "I don't believe he knows shucks," was Alice's comment when she closed the street door upon Dr. Ledsmar. "Anybody could have come in and looked at a sick man and said, 'Leave him alone.' You expect something more from a doctor. It's his business to say what to do. And I suppose he'll charge $2 for just telling me that my husband was resting." "No," said Brother Soulsby. "He said he never practiced, and that he would come only as a friend." "Well, it isn't my idea of a friend not to prescribe a single thing," protested Alice. Yet it seemed that no prescription was needed after all. The next morning Theron woke to find himself feeling quite restored in spirits and nerves. He sat up in bed, and after an instant of weakly giddiness, recognized that he was all right again. Greatly pleased, he got up and proceeded to dress himself. There were little recurring hints of faintness and vertigo while he was shaving, but he had the sense to refer these to the fact that he was very, very hungry. He went downstairs and smiled with the pleased pride of a child at the surprise which his appearance at the door created. Alice and the Soulsbys were at breakfast. He joined them and ate voraciously, declaring that it was worth a month's illness to have things taste so good once more. "You still look white as a sheet," said Alice warningly. "If I were you, I'd be careful in my diet for a spell yet." For answer, Theron let Sister Soulsby help him again to ham and eggs. He talked exclusively to Sister Soulsby, or rather invited her by his manner to talk to him, and listened and watched her with indolent content. There was a sort of happy and purified languor in his physical and mental being, which needed and appreciated just this to sit next, a bright and attractive woman, at a good breakfast and be ministered to by her sprightly conversation, by the flash of her informing and inspiring eyes, and the nameless sense of support and repose which her near proximity exhaled. He felt himself figuratively leaning against Sister Soulsby's buoyant personality and resting. Brother Soulsby, like the intelligent creature he was, ate his breakfast in peace, but Alice would interpose remarks from time to time. Theron was conscious of a certain annoyance at this, and knew that he was showing it by an exaggerated display of interest in everything Sister Soulsby said, and persisted in it. There trembled in the background of his thoughts, ever and again, the recollection of a grievance against his wife, an offense which she had committed, but he put it aside as something to be grappled and dealt with when he felt again like taking up the serious and disagreeable things of life. For the moment, he desired only to be amused by Sister Soulsby. Her casual mention of the fact that she and her husband were taking their departure that very day appealed to him as an added reason for devoting his entire attention to her. You mustn't forget that famous talking to you threatened me with that regular hoeing over, you know, he reminded her when he found himself alone with her after breakfast. He smiled as he spoke, in frank enjoyment of the prospect. Sister Soulsby nodded, and aided with a roll of her eyes the effect of mock menace in her uplifted forefinger. "Oh, never fear," she cried. "You'll catch it hot and strong, but that'll keep till afternoon. Tell me, do you feel strong enough to go in next door and attend the trustees' meeting this forenoon? It's rather important that you should be there, if you can spur yourself up to it. By the way, you haven't asked what happened at the quarterly conference yesterday." Theron sighed and made a little grimace of repugnance. "If you knew how little I cared," he said. "I did hope you'd forget all about mentioning that, and everything else connected with the next door. You talk so much more interestingly about other things." "Here's gratitude for you," exclaimed Sister Soulsby with a gay simulation of despair. "Why, man alive, do you know what I've done for you? I got around on the presiding elder's blind side. I captured old Pierce. I wound winch right around my little finger. I worked 2 or 3 of the class leaders, all on your account. The result was you went through as if you'd had your ears pinned back and been greased all over. You've got an extra $100 added to your salary. Do you hear?" On the 6th question of the order of business, the elder ruled that the recommendation of the last conference's estimating committee could be revised. "Between ourselves, he was wrong, but that doesn't matter, and so you're in clover. And very friendly things were said about you, too." "It was very kind of you," said Theron. "I am really extremely grateful to you." He shook her by the hand to make up for what he realized to be a lack of fervor in his tones. "Well, then," Sister Soulsby replied, "you pull yourself together and take your place as chairman of the trustees' meeting, and see to it that, whatever comes up, you side with old Pierce and Winch." "Oh, they're my friends now, are they?" asked Theron, with a faint play of irony about his lips. "Yes, that's your ticket this election," she answered briskly. "And mind you vote it straight. Don't bother about reasons now. Just take it from me, as the song says, that things have changed since Willie died. That's all. And then come back here, and this afternoon we'll have a good old-fashioned jaw." The Reverend Mr. Ware, walking with ostentatious feebleness and forcing a conventional smile upon his wan face, duly made his unexpected appearance at the trustees' meeting in one of the smaller classrooms. He received their congratulations gravely and shook hands with all 3. It required an effort to do this impartially, because, upon sight of Levi Gringe, there rose up suddenly within him an emotion of fierce dislike and enmity. In some enigmatic way his thoughts had kept themselves away from Gringe ever since Sunday evening. Now they concentrated with furious energy and swiftness upon him. Theron seemed able in a flash of time to coordinate many recollections of Grinch, the early liking Alice had professed for him, the mystery of those purchased plants in her garden, the story of the girl he had lost in church, his offer to lend him money, the way in which he had sat beside Alice at the love feast and followed her to the altar rail in the evening. These raced abreast through the young minister's brain, yet with each its own image and its relation to the others clearly defined. He found the nerve, all the same, to take this third trustee by the hand, and to thank him for his congratulations, and even to say, with a surface smile of welcome, "It is Brother Gringe, now, I remember." The work before the meeting was chiefly of a routine kind. In most places this would have been transacted by the stewards, but in Octavius these minor officials had degenerated into mere ceremonial abstractions, who humbly ratified, or by arrangement anticipated, the will of the powerful, mortgage-owning trustees. Theron sat languidly at the head of the table while these commonplace matters passed in their course, noting the intonations of Gringe's voice as he read from his secretary's book, and finding his ear displeased by them. No issue arose upon any of these trivial affairs, and the minister, feeling faint and weary in the heat, wondered why Sister Soulsby had insisted on his coming. All at once he sat up straight with an instinctive warning in his mind that here was the thing. Gringe had taken up the subject of the debt-raising evening and read out its essentials as they had been embodied in a report of the stewards. The gross sum obtained, in cash and promises, was $1,860. The stewards had collected of this a trifle less than half, but hoped to get it all in during the ensuing quarter. There were also the bill of Mr. and Mrs. Soulsby for $150, and the increases of $100 in the pastor's salary and $25 in the apportioned contribution of the charge toward the presiding elder's maintenance, the two latter items of which the quarterly conference had sanctioned. "I want to hear the names of the subscribers and their amounts read out," put in Brother Pierce. When this was done, it became apparent that much more than half of the entire amount had been offered by two men. Levi Goringe's $450 and Erastus Winch's $425 left only $985 to be divided up among some 70 or 80 other members of the congregation. Brother Pierce speedily stopped the reading of these subordinate names. "They're of no concern whatever," he said, despite the fact that his own might have been reached in time. "Those first names are what I was getting at. Have those two first amounts, the big ones, been paid?" "One has, the other not," replied Gringe. "Precisely," remarked the senior trustee, "and I'm going to move that it needn't be paid either." When Brother Winch here began hollering out those extra 25s and 50s that evening, it was under a complete misapprehension. He'd been on the cheese board that same Monday afternoon, and he'd done what he thought was a mighty big stroke of business, and he felt liberal according. I know just what that feeling is myself. If I be making a mint of money, instead o' losing all the while, as I do, I'd 'a done just the same. But the next day, lo and behold, Brother Winch found that it was all a mistake. He hadn't made a single penny. "Fact is, I lost by the whole transaction," put in Erastus Winch defiantly. "Just so," Brother Pierce went on. "He lost money. You have his own word for it. Well then, I say it would be a burning shame for us to consent to touch one penny of what he offered to give in the fullness of his heart while he was laboring under that delusion. And I move he be not asked for it. We've got quite as much as we need without it." "I put my motion." "That is, you don't put it," suggested Winch, correctingly. "You move it, and Brother Ware, whom we're all so glad to see able to come and preside, he'll put it." There was a moment's silence. "You've heard the motion," said Theron tentatively, and then paused for possible remarks. He was not going to meddle in this thing himself, and Gringe was the only other who might have an opinion to offer. The necessities of the situation forced him to glance at the lawyer inquiringly. He did so, and turned his eyes away again like a shot. Gringe was looking him squarely in the face, and the look was freighted with satirical contempt. The young minister spoke between clenched teeth. "All those in favor will say aye." Brothers Pierce and Winch put up a simultaneous and confident aye. "No, you don't," interposed the lawyer with deliberate sneering emphasis. "I decidedly protest against Winch's voting. He's directly interested and he mustn't vote. Your chairman knows that perfectly well." "Yes, I think Brother Winch ought not to vote," decided Theron with great calmness. He saw now what was coming, and underneath his surface composure there were sharp flutterings. "Very well, then," said Gringe. "I vote no, and it's a tie. It rests with the chairman now to cast the deciding vote, and say whether this interesting arrangement shall go through or not." "Me?" said Theron, eyeing the lawyer with a cool self-control which had come all at once to him. "Me? Oh, I vote aye." Chapter 17. "Well, I did what you told me to do," Theron Ware remarked to Sister Soulsby, when at last they found themselves alone in the sitting-room after the midday meal. It had taken not a little strategic skirmishing to secure the room to themselves for the hospitable Alice, much touched by the thought of her new friend's departure that very evening, had gladly proposed to let all the work stand over until night and devote herself entirely to Sister Soulsby. When, finally, Brother Soulsby conceived and deftly executed the coup of interesting her in the budding of roses, and then leading her off into the garden to see with her own eyes how it was done, Theron had a sense of being left alone with the conspirator. The notion impelled him to plunge at once into the heart of their mystery. "I did what you told me to do," he repeated, looking up from his low easy-chair to where she sat by the desk. "And I dare say you won't be surprised when I add that I have no respect for myself for doing it." "And yet you would go and do it right over again, eh?" the woman said in bright, pert tones, nodding her head and smiling at him with roguish, comprehending eyes. "Yes, that's the way we're built. We spend our lives doing that sort of thing." "I don't know that you would precisely grasp my meaning," said the young minister, with a polite effort in his words to mask the untoward side of the suggestion. "It is a matter of conscience with me, and I am pained and shocked at myself." Sister Soulsby drummed for an absent moment with her thin, nervous fingers on the desk-top. "I guess maybe you'd better go and lie down again," she said gently. "You're a sick man, still, and it's no good you're worrying your head just now with things of this sort. You'll see them differently when you're quite yourself again." "No, no," pleaded Theron. "Do let us have our talk out. I'm all right. My mind is clear as a bell. Truly, I've really counted on this talk with you. But there's something else to talk about, isn't there, besides your conscience?" she asked. Her eyes bent upon him a kindly pressure as she spoke, which took all possible harshness from her meaning. Theron answered the glance rather than her words. "I know that you are my friend," he said simply. Sister Soulsby straightened herself and looked down upon him with a new intentness. "Well then," she began, "let's thrash this thing out right now and be done with it. You say it's hurt your conscience to do just 1/100th part of what there was to be done here. Ask yourself what you mean by that." "Mind, I'm not quarreling, and I'm not thinking about anything except just your own state of mind. You think you soiled your hands by doing what you did. That is to say, you wanted all the dirty work done by other people. That's it, isn't it?" The Reverend Mr. Ware sat up in turn and looked doubtingly into his companion's face. "Oh, we were going to be frank, you know," she added, with a pleasant play of mingled mirth and honest liking in her eyes. "No," he said, picking his words, "my point would rather be that there ought not to have been any of what you yourself call this dirty work." "That is my feeling. Now we're getting at it," said Sister Soulsby briskly. "My dear friend, you might just as well say that potatoes are unclean and unfit to eat because manure is put into the ground they grow in. Just look at the case. Your church here was running behind every year. Your people had got into a habit of putting in nickels instead of dimes and letting you sweat for the difference. That's a habit, like tobacco, or biting your fingernails, or anything else. Either you were all to come to smash here, or the people had to be shaken up, stood on their heads, broken of their habit. It's my business, mine and Soulsby's, to do that sort of thing. We came here and we did it up, brown too. We not only raised all the money the church needs and to spare, but I took a personal shine to you and went out of my way to fix up things for you. It isn't only the extra $100, but the whole tone of the congregation is changed toward you now. You'll see that they'll be asking to have you back here next spring, and you're solid with your presiding elder too. Well now, tell me straight, is that worthwhile or not?" "I've told you that I am very grateful," answered the minister, "and I say it again, and I shall never be tired of repeating it, but it was the means I had in mind." "Quite so," rejoined the sister patiently. "If you saw the way a hotel dinner was cooked, you wouldn't be able to stomach it. Did you ever see a play? In a theater, I mean. I suppose not. but you'll understand when I say that the performance looks one way from where the audience sit and quite a different way when you are behind the scenes. There you see that the trees and houses are clocked and the moon is tissue paper, and the flying fairy is a middle-aged woman strung up on a rope. That doesn't prove that the play out in front isn't beautiful and affecting and all that. It only shows that everything in this world is produced by machinery, by organization. The trouble is that you've been let in on the stage, behind the scenes, so to speak, and you're so green, if you'll pardon me, that you want to sit down and cry because the trees are cloth and the moon is a lantern. And I say, don't be such a goose. I see what you mean, Theron said, with an answering smile. He added more gravely, all the same, the wench business seems to me, now the wench business is my own affair. Sister Soulsby broke in abruptly. I take all the responsibility for that. You need know nothing about it. You simply voted as you did on the merits of the case as he presented them, that's all. But Theron began and then paused. Something had occurred to him, and he knitted his brows to follow its course of expansion in his mind. Suddenly he raised his head. "Then you arranged with Winch to make those bogus offers just to lead others on?" he demanded. Sister Soulsby's large eyes beamed down upon him in reply, at first in open merriment, then more soberly, till their regard was almost pensive. "Let us talk of something else," she said. "All that is past and gone, it has nothing to do with you anyway. I've got some advice to give you about keeping up this grip you've got on your people." The young minister had risen to his feet while she spoke. He put his hands in his pockets and with rounded shoulders began slowly pacing the room. After a turn or two he came to the desk and leaned against it. "I doubt if it's worth while going into that," he said, in the solemn tone of one who feels that an irrevocable thing is being uttered. She waited to hear more, apparently. "I think I shall go away, give up the ministry," he added. Sister Soulsby's eyes revealed no such shock of consternation as he, unconsciously, had looked for. They remained quite calm, and when she spoke they deepened to fit her speech with what he read to be a gaze of affectionate melancholy, one might say, pity. She shook her head slowly. "No, don't let anyone else hear you say that," she replied. "My poor young friend, it's no good to even think it. The real wisdom is to school yourself to move along smoothly and not fret and get the best of what's going. I've known others who felt as you do. Of course, there are times when every young man of brains and high notions feels that way, but there's no help for it. Those who tried to get out only broke themselves. Those who stayed in and made the best of it, well, one of them will be a bishop in another 10 years. Theron had started walking again. "But the moral degradation of it," he snapped out at her over his shoulder. "I'd rather earn the meanest living and an honest trade and be free from it." "That may all be," responded Sister Soulsby, "but it isn't a question of what you'd rather do, it's what you can do. How could you earn a living? What trade or business do you suppose you could take up now and get a living out of? Not one, my man. Not one." Theron stopped and stared at her. This view of his capabilities came upon him with the force and effect of a blow. "I don't discover myself," he began stumblingly, "that I'm so conspicuously inferior to the men I see about me, who do make livings, and very good ones too." "Of course you're not," she replied with easy promptness. "You're greatly the other way, or I shouldn't be taking this trouble with you, but you're what you are because you're where you are. The moment you try on being somewhere else, you're done for. In all this world, nobody else comes to such unmerciful and universal grief as the unfrocked priest." The phrase sent Theron's fancy roving. "I know a Catholic priest," he said irrelevantly, "who doesn't believe an atom in things." "Very likely," said Sister Soulsby. "Most of us do. But you don't hear him talking about going and earning his living, I'll bet. Or if he does, he takes powerful good care not to go, all the same. They've got horse sense, those priests. They're artists, too. They know how to allow for the machinery behind the scenes. But it's all so different, urged the young minister. The same things are not expected of them. Now I sat the other night and watched those people you got up around the altar rail, groaning and shouting and crying, and the others jumping up and down with excitement. And Sister Lovejoy, did you see her? Coming out of her pew and regularly waltzing in the aisle with her eyes shut like a whirling dervish. I positively believe it was all that made me ill. I couldn't stand it. I can't stand it now. I won't go back to it. Nothing shall make me. Oh, yes, you will, she rejoined soothingly. There's nothing else to do. Just put a good face on it and make up your mind to get through by treading on as few corns as possible and keeping your own toes well in, and you'll be surprised how easy it'll all come to be. You were speaking of the revival business. Now that exemplifies just what I was saying. It's a part of our machinery. Now a church is like everything else. It's got to have a boss, a head, an authority of some sort that people will listen to and mind. The Catholics are different, as you say. Their church is chock full of authority all the way from the Pope down to the priest, and accordingly they do as they're told. But the Protestants, your Methodists most of all, they say no, we won't have any authority, we won't obey any boss. Very well, what happens? We who are responsible for running the thing and raising the money and so on, we have to put on a spurt every once in a while and work up a general state of excitement. And while it's going, don't you see that is the authority, the motive power, whatever you like to call it, by which things are done. Other denominations don't need it. We do, and that's why we've got it. But the mean dishonesty of it all. Theron broke forth. He moved about again, his bowed face drawn as with bodily suffering. The low-born tricks, the hypocrisies. I feel as if I could never so much as look at these people here again without disgust. Oh, now that's where you make your mistake, Sister Soulsby put in placidly. These people of yours are not a whit worse than other people. They've got their good streaks and their bad streaks, just like the rest of us. Take them by and large, they're quite on a par with other folks the whole country through. I don't believe there's another congregation in the conference where this sort of thing would have been needed, or I might say tolerated, insisted Theron. Perhaps you're right, the other assented, but that only shows that your people here are different from the others, not that they're worse. You don't seem to realize, Octavius, so far as the Methodists are concerned, is 20 or 30 years behind the times. Now that has its advantages and its disadvantages. The church here is tough and coarse and full of grit like a grindstone, and it does ministers from other, more niminy-piminy places all sorts of good to come here once in a while and rub themselves up against it. It scours the rust and mildew off from their piety, and they go back singing and shouting. But of course, it's had a different effect with you. You're razor steel instead of scythe steel, and the grinding's been too rough and violent for you. But you see what I mean. These people here really take their primitive Methodism seriously. To them, the profession of entire sanctification is truly a genuine thing. Well, don't you see, when people just know that they're saved, it doesn't seem to them to matter so much what they do. They feel that ordinary rules may well be bent and twisted in the interest of people so supernaturally good as they are. That's pure human nature. It's always been like that. Theron paused in his walk to look absently at her. That thought, he said, in a vague, slow way, seems to be springing up in my path, whichever way I turn. It oppresses me, and yet it fascinates me, this idea that the dead men have known more than we know, done more than we do, that there is nothing new anywhere. That never mind the dead men, interposed Sister Soulsby. Just you come and sit down here. I hate to have you straddling about the room when I'm trying to talk to you. Theron obeyed, and as he sank into the low seat, Sister Soulsby drew up her chair and put her hand on his shoulder. Her gaze rested upon his with impressive steadiness. "And now, I want to talk seriously to you as a friend," she began. "You mustn't breathe to any living soul the shadow of a hint of this nonsense about leaving the ministry. I could see how you were feeling. I saw the book you were reading the first time I entered this room, and that made me like you. Only I expected to find you mixing up more worldly gumption with your renan. Well, perhaps I like you all the better for not having it, for being so delightfully fresh. At any rate, that made me sail in and straighten your affairs for you. And now, for God's sake, keep them straight. Just put all notions of anything else out of your head. Watch your chief men and women, and be friends with them. Keep your eye open for what they think you ought to do, and do it. Have your own ideas as much as you like, read what you like, say damn under your breath as much as you like, but don't let go of your job. I've knocked about too much, and I've seen too many promising young fellows cut their own throats for pure moonshine not to have a right to say that." Theron could not be insensible to the friendly hand on his shoulder, or to the strenuous sincerity of the voice which thus adjured him. "Well," he said vaguely, smiling up into her earnest eyes, "if we agree that it is moonshine, see here," she exclaimed with renewed animation, patting his shoulder in a brisk, automatic way to point the beginnings of her confidences. "I'll tell you something. It's about myself. I've got a religion of my own, and it's got just one plank in it, and that is that the time to separate the sheep from the goats is on Judgment Day, and that it can't be done a minute before." The young minister took in the thought and turned it about in his mind and smiled upon it. "And that brings me to what I'm going to tell you," Sister Soulsby continued. She leaned back in her chair and crossed her knees so that one well-shaped and artistically shod foot poised itself close to Theron's hand. Her eyes dwelt upon his face with an engaging candor. "I began life," she said, "as a girl by running away from a stupid home with a man that I knew was married already. After that, I supported myself for a good many years generally, at first on the stage. I've been a front ranker in Amazon ballads, and I've been leading lady in comic opera companies out west. I've told fortunes in one room of a mining camp hotel where the biggest game of faro in the territory went on in another. I've been a professional clairvoyant, and I've been a professional medium, and I've been within one vote of being indicted by a grand jury, and the money that bought that vote was put up by the smartest and most famous train gambler between Omaha and Frisco, a gentleman who died in his boots and took 3 sheriff's deputies along with him to Kingdom Come. Now, that's my record." Theron looked earnestly at her and said nothing. "And now take Soulsby," she went on. "Of course I take it for granted there's a good deal that he has never felt called upon to mention. He hasn't what you may call a talkative temperament, but there is also a good deal that I do know. He's been an actor too, and to this day I'd back him against Edwin Booth himself to recite Clarence's Dream. And he's been a medium, and then he was a traveling phrenologist, and for a long time he was advance agent for a British Blondie show, and when I first saw him he was lecturing on female diseases, and he had his little turn with a grand jury too. In fact, he was what you may call a regular bad old rooster." Again Theron suffered the pause to lapse without comment, save for an amorphous sort of conversation, which he felt to be going on between his eyes and those of Sister Soulsby. "Well then," she resumed, "so much for us apart. Now about us together. We liked each other from the start. We compared notes, and we found that we had both soured on living by fakes, and that we were tired of the road and wanted to settle down and be respectable in our old age. We had a little money, enough to see us through a year or two. Soulsby had always hungered and longed to own a garden and raise flowers, and had never been able to stay long enough in one place to see so much as a bean pod ripen. So he took a little place in a quiet country village down on the southern tier, and he planted everything 3 deep all over the place, and I bought a roomful of cheap good books, and we started in. We took to it like ducks to water for a while. And I don't say that we couldn't have stood it out just doing nothing to this very day. But as luck would have it, during the first winter there was a revival at the local Methodist church, and we went every evening at first just to kill time, and then because we found we liked the noise at church after it was all over. Each of us found that the other had been mighty near going up to the rail and joining the mourners. And another thing had occurred to each of us too. That is, what tremendous improvements there were possible in the way that amateur revivalist worked up his business. This stuck in our crops, and we figured on it all through the winter. Well, to make a long story short, we finally went into the thing ourselves. Tell me one thing, interposed Theron. I'm anxious to understand it all as we go along. Were you and he at any time sincerely converted? That is, I mean genuinely convicted of sin and conscious of, you know what I mean. Oh, bless you, yes, responded Sister Soulsby. Not only once, dozens of times, I may say every time. We couldn't do good work if we weren't. But that's a matter of temperament, of emotions. Precisely. That was what I was getting at, explained Theron. Well then, hear what I was getting at, she went on. You were talking very loudly here about frauds and hypocrisies and so on a few minutes ago. Now I say that Soulsby and I do good and that we're good fellows. Now take him, for example. There isn't a better citizen in all Common County than he is, or a kindlier neighbor, or a better or more charitable man. I've known him to stay up a whole winter's night in a poor Irishman's stinking and freezing stable, trying to save his cart horse for him, that had been seized with some sort of fit. The man's whole livelihood, and his family's, was in that horse, and when it died, Soulsby bought him another, and never told even Emmy about it. Now that I call real piety, if you like. So do I, put in Theron, cordially. And this question of fraud, pursued his companion, look at it in this light. You heard us sing. Well now, I was a singer of course, but Soulsby hardly knew one note from another. I taught him to sing, and he went at it patiently and diligently, like a little man. And I invented that scheme of finding tunes which the crowd didn't know, and so couldn't break in on and smother. I simply took Chopin. He is full of sixths, you know, and I got all sorts of melodies out of his waltzes and mazurkas, and nocturnes and so on, and I trained Soulsby just to sing those sixths so as to make the harmony, and there you are. He couldn't sing by himself any more than a crow, but he's got those sixths of his down to a hair. Now that's machinery, management, organization. We take these tunes, written by a devil-may-care Pole, who was living with George Sand openly at the time, and pass 'em off on the brethren for hymns. It's a fraud, yes, but it's a good fraud. So they are all good frauds. I say frankly that I'm glad that the change and the chance came to help Soulsby and me to be good frauds. And the point is that I'm to be a good frauds too, commented the young minister. She had risen, and he got to his feet as well. He instinctively sought for her hand and pressed it warmly and held it in both his, with an exuberance of gratitude and liking in his manner. Sister Soulsby danced her eyes at him with a saucy little shake of the head. I'm afraid you'll never make a really good fraud, she said. You haven't got it in you. Your intentions are all right, but your execution is hopelessly clumsy. I came up to your bedroom there twice while you were sick, just to say howdy, and you kept your eyes shut, and all the while a blind horse could have told that you were wide awake. I must have thought it was my wife, said Theron. Part 3. Chapter 18. When the lingering dusk finally settled down upon this long summer evening, the train bearing the Soulsbys homeward was already some score of miles on its way, and the Methodists of Octavius had nearly finished their weekly prayer meeting. After the stirring events of the revival, it was only to be expected that this routine, homemade affair should suffer from a reaction. The attendance was larger than usual, perhaps, but the proceedings were spiritless and tame. Neither the pastor nor his wife was present at the beginning, and the class leader upon whom control devolved made but feeble headway against the spell of inertia which the hot night air laid upon the gathering. Long pauses intervened between the perfunctory praise offerings and supplications, and the hymns, weariedly raised from time to time, fell again in languor by the wayside. Alice came in just as people were beginning to hope that someone would start the doxology and bring matters to a close. Her appearance apparently suggested this to the class leader, for in a few moments the meeting had been dismissed, and some of the members on their way out were shaking hands with their minister's wife and expressing the polite hope that he was better. The worried look in her face and the obvious stains of recent tears upon her cheeks imparted an added point and fervor to these enquiries. But she replied to all in tones of studied tranquility that, although not feeling well enough to attend prayer meeting, Brother Ware was steadily recovering strength and confidently expected to be in complete health by Sunday. They left her, and could hardly wait to get into the vestibule to ask one another in whispers what on earth she could have been crying about. Meanwhile, Brother Ware improved his convalescent state by pacing slowly up and down under the elms on the side of the street opposite the Catholic church. There were no houses here for a block and more. The sidewalk was broken in many places so that passers-by avoided it. The overhanging boughs shrouded it all in obscurity. It was preeminently a place to be alone in. Theron had driven to the depot with his guests an hour before, and after a period of pleasant waiting on the platform, had said good-bye to them as the train moved away. Then he turned to Alice, who had also accompanied them in the carriage, and was conscious of a certain annoyance at her having come. That long familiar talk of the afternoon had given him the feeling that he was entitled to bid farewell to Sister Soulsby, to both the Soulsbys, by himself. "I'm afraid folks will think it strange neither of us attending the prayer meeting," he said, with a suggestion of reproof in his tone as they left the station yard. "If we get back in time, I'll run in for a minute," answered Alice with docility. No, he broke in. "I'm not equal to walking so fast. You run on ahead and explain matters, and I will come along slowly." "The hack we came in is still there in the yard," the wife suggested. "We could drive home in that. I don't believe it would cost more than a quarter, and if you're feeling badly—" "But I am not feeling badly," Theron replied with frank impatience. "Only I feel that being alone with my thoughts would be good for me." "Oh, certainly, by all means," Alice had said, and turned sharply on her heel. Being alone with these thoughts, Theron strolled aimlessly about, and did not think at all. The shadows gathered, and fireflies began to disclose their tiny gleams among the shrubbery in the gardens. A lamplighter came along and passed him, leaving in his wake a straggling double line of lights, glowing radiantly against the black green of the trees. This recalled to Theron that he had heard that the town council lit the street lamps by the almanac and economized gas when moonshine was due. The idea struck him as droll, and he dwelt upon it in various aspects, smiling at some of its comic possibilities. Looking up in the middle of one of these whimsical conceits, the sportive impulse died suddenly within him. He realized that it was dark, and that the massive black bulk reared against the sky on the other side of the road was the Catholic church. The other fact, that he had been there walking to and fro for some time, was borne in upon him more slowly. He turned and resumed the pacing up and down with a still more leisurely step, musing upon the curious way in which people's minds all unconsciously follow about where instincts and intuitions lead. No doubt it was what Sister Soulsby had said about Catholics which had insensibly guided his purposeless stroll in this direction. What a woman that was! Somehow the purport of her talk striking and even astonishing as he had found, it did not stand out so clearly in his memory, as did the image of the woman herself. She must have been extremely pretty once. For that matter, she still was a most attractive-looking woman. It had been a genuine pleasure to have her in the house, to see her intelligent, responsive face at the table, to have it in one's power to make drafts at will upon the fund of sympathy and appreciation, of facile mirth and ready tenderness in those big eyes of hers. He liked that phrase she had used about herself, a good fellow. It seemed to fit her to a T, and Soulsby was a good fellow too. All at once it occurred to him to wonder whether they were married or not. But really that was no affair of his, he reflected. A citizen of the intellectual world should be above soiling his thoughts with mean curiosities of that sort, and he drove the impertinent query down again under the surface of his mind. He refused to tolerate, as well, sundry vagrant imaginings which rose to cluster about and literalize the romance of her youth, which Sister Soulsby had so frankly outlined. He would think upon nothing but her as he knew her, the kindly, quick-witted, capable and charming woman who had made such a brilliant break in the monotony of life at that dull parsonage of his. The only genuine happiness in life must consist in having bright, smart, attractive women like that always about. The lights were visible now in the upper rooms of Father Forbes' pastorate across the way. Theron paused for a second to consider whether he wanted to go over and call on the priest. He decided that mentally he was too fagged and flat for such an undertaking. He needed another sort of companionship, some restful, soothing human contact, which should exact nothing from him in return, but just take charge of him, with soft, wise words and pleasant plays of fancy and jokes, and something of the general effect created by Sister Soulsby's eyes. The thought expanded itself, and he saw that he had never realized before, nay, never dreamt before, what a mighty part the comradeship of talented, sweet-natured, and beautiful women must play in the development of genius, the achievement of lofty aims, out in the great world of great men. To know such women, that would never fall to his hapless lot. The priest's lamps blinked at him through the trees. He remembered that priests were supposed to be even further removed from the possibilities of such contact than he was himself. His memory reverted to that horribly ugly old woman whom Father Forbes had spoken of as his housekeeper. Life under the same roof with such a hag must be even worse than. The young minister did not finish the comparison, even in the privacy of his inner soul. He stood instead, staring over at the pastorate, in a kind of stupor of arrested thought. The figure of a woman passed in view at the nearest window, a tall figure with pale summer clothes of some sort, and a broad summer hat, a flitting effect of diaphanous shadow between him and the light which streamed from the casement. Theron felt a little shiver run over him, as if the delicate coolness of the changing night air had got into his blood. The window was open, and his strained hearing thought it caught the sound of faint laughter. He continued to gaze at the place where the vision had appeared, the while a novel and strange perception unfolded itself upon his mind. He had come there in the hope of encountering Celia Maiden. Now that he looked this fact in the face, there was nothing remarkable about it. In truth, it was simplicity itself. He was still a sick man, weak in body and dejected in spirits. The thought of how unhappy and unstrung he was came to him now with an insistent pathos that brought tears to his eyes. He was only obeying the universal law of nature, the law which prompts the pallid spindling sprout of the potato in the cellar to strive feebly toward the light. From where he stood in the darkness, he stretched out his hands in the direction of that open window. The gesture was his confession to the overhanging boughs, to the soft night breeze, to the stars above, and it bore back to him something of the confessional's vague and wistful solace. He seemed already to have drawn down into his soul a taste of the refreshment it craved. He sighed deeply, and the hot moisture smarted again upon his eyelids. But this time not all in grief. With his tender compassion for himself, there mingled now a flutter of buoyant prescience, of exquisite expectancy. Fate walked abroad this summer night. The street door of the pastorate opened, and in the flood of illumination which spread suddenly forth over the steps and sidewalk, Theron saw again the tall form, with the indefinitely light-hued flowing garments and the wide straw hat. He heard a tuneful woman's voice call out, "Good night, Maggie," and caught no response save the abrupt closing of the door, which turned everything black again with a bang. He listened acutely for another instant, and then with long, noiseless strides made his way down his deserted side of the street. He moderated his pace as he turned to cross the road at the corner, and then, still masked by the trees, halted altogether in a momentary tumult of apprehension. No. Yes, it was all right. The girl sauntered out from the total darkness into the dim starlight of the open corner. "Why, bless me, is that you, Miss Madden?" Celia seemed to discern readily enough, through the accents of surprise, the identity of the tall, slim man who addressed her from the shadows. "Good evening, Mr. Ware," she said with prompt affability. "I'm so glad to find you out again. We heard you were ill." "I have been very ill," responded Theron as they shook hands and walked on together. He added with a quaver in his voice, "I am still far from strong. I really ought not to be out at all. But the longing well, I couldn't stay in any longer. Even if it kills me, I shall be glad I came out tonight." "Oh, we won't talk of killing," said Celia. "I don't believe in illnesses myself." "But you believe in collapses of the nerves," put in Theron with gentle sadness, "in moral and spiritual and mental breakdowns. I remember how I was touched by the way you told me you suffered from them. I had to take what you said then for granted. I had no experience of it myself. But now I know what it is." He drew a long, pathetic sigh. "Oh, don't! I know what it is," he repeated gloomily. "Come, my friend, cheer up," Celia purred at him in soothing tones. He felt that there was a deliciously feminine and sisterly intuition in her speech, and in the helpful, nurse-like way in which she drew his arm through hers. He leaned upon this support and was glad of it in every fiber of his being. "Do you remember? You promised that last time I saw you to play for me," he reminded her. They were passing the little covered postern door at the side and rear of the church as he spoke, and he made a half halt to point the coincidence. "Oh, there's no one to blow the organ," she said, divining his suggestion. "And I haven't the key, and besides, the organ is too heavy and severe for an invalid. It would overwhelm you tonight." "Not as you would know how to play it for me," urged Theron pensively. "I feel as if good music tonight would make me well again. I am really very ill and weak and unhappy." The girl seemed moved by the despairing note in his voice. She invited him by a sympathetic gesture to lean even more directly on her arm. "Come home with me, and I'll play Chopin to you," she said in compassionate friendliness. "He is the real medicine for bruised and wounded nerves. You shall have as much of him as you like." The idea thus unexpectedly thrown forth spread itself like some vast and inexpressibly alluring vista before Theron's imagination. The spice of adventure in it fascinated his mind as well, but for a shrinking moment the flesh was weak. "I'm afraid your people would think it strange," he faltered, and began also to recall that he had some people of his own who would be even more amazed. "Nonsense," said Celia, in fine, bold confidence, and with the reassuring pressure on his arm. "I allow none of my people to question what I do. They never dream of such a preposterous thing. Besides, you will see none of them. Mrs. Madden is at the seaside, and my father and brother have their own part of the house. I shan't listen for a minute to your not coming. Come, I'm your doctor. I'm too. Make you well again." There was further conversation, and Theron more or less knew that he was bearing a part in it, but his whole mind seemed concentrated, in a sort of delicious terror, upon the wonderful experience to which every footstep brought him nearer. His magnetized fancy pictured a great spacious parlor, such as a mansion like the Maddens would of course contain, and there would be a grand piano and lace curtains and paintings in gold frames, and a chandelier, and velvet easy chairs, and he would sit in one of these, surrounded by all the luxury of the rich, while Celia played to him. There would be servants about, he presumed, and very likely they would recognize him, and of course they would talk about it to Tom, Dick, and Harry afterward. But he said to himself defiantly that he didn't care. He withdrew his arm from hers as they came upon the well-lighted main street. He passed no one who seemed to know him. Presently they came to the Madden place, and Celia, without waiting for the gravelled walk, struck obliquely across the lawn. Theron, who had been lagging behind with a certain circumspection, stepped briskly to her side now. Their progress over the soft, close-cropped turf in the dark together, with the scent of lilies and perfumed shrubs heavy on the night air, and the majestic bulk of the big silent house rising among the trees before them, gave him a thrilling sense of the glory of individual freedom. "I feel a new man already," he declared, as they swung along on the grass. He breathed a long sigh of content and drew nearer, so that their shoulders touched now and again as they walked. In a minute more they were standing on the doorstep, and Theron heard the significant jingle of a bunch of keys which his companion was groping for in her elusive pocket. He was conscious of trembling a little at the sound. It seemed that, unlike other people, the Maddens did not have their parlor on the ground floor, opening off the front hall. Theron stood in the complete darkness of this hall till Celia had lit one of several candles which were in their handsticks on the sort of sideboard next the hat rack. She beckoned him with a gesture of her head, and he followed her up a broad staircase, magnificent in its structural appointments of inlaid woods, and carpeted with what to his feet felt like down. The tiny light which his guide bore before her half revealed, as they passed in their ascent, tall links of tapestry, and the dull glint of armor and brazen discs in shadowed niches on the narrow wall. Over the stair rail lay an open space of such stately dimensions, bounded by terminal lines of decoration so distant in the faint candle flicker that the young country minister could think of no word but palatial to fit it all. At the head of the flight, Celia led the way along a wide corridor to where it ended. Here, stretched from side to side and suspended from broad hoops of copper-like metal, was a thick curtain, of a uniform color which Theron at first thought was green and then decided must be blue. She pushed its heavy folds aside and unlocked another door. He passed under the curtain behind her and closed the door. The room into which he had made his way was not at all after the fashion of any parlor he had ever seen. In the obscure light it was difficult to tell what it resembled. He made out what he took to be a painter's easel, standing forth independently in the center of things. There were rows of books on rude low shelves. Against one of the two windows was a big, flat writing table, or was it a drawing table, littered with papers. Under the other window was a carpenter's bench, with a large mound of something at one end covered with a white cloth. On a table behind the easel rose a tall mechanical contrivance, the chief feature of which was a thick, upright spiral screw. The floor was of bare wood stained brown. The walls of this queer room had photographs and pictures, taken apparently from illustrated papers pinned up at random for their only ornament. Celia had lighted 3 or 4 other candles on the mantel. She caught the dumbfounded expression with which her guest was surveying his surroundings, and gave a merry little laugh. "This is my workshop," she explained. "I keep this for the things I do badly, things I fool with. If I want to paint or model in clay, or bind books, or write, or draw, or turn on the lathe, or do some carpentering, here's where I do it. All the things that make a mess which has to be cleaned up, they are kept out here because this is as far as the servants are allowed to come." She unlocked still another door, as she spoke, a door which was also concealed behind a curtain. "Now," she said, holding up the candle so that its reddish flare rounded with warmth the creamy fullness of her chin and throat, and glowed upon her hair in a flame of orange light, "now I will show you what is my very own." Chapter 19. Theron Ware looked about him with frankly undisguised astonishment. The room in which he found himself was so dark at first that it yielded little to the eye, and that little seemed altogether beyond his comprehension. His gaze helplessly followed Celia and her candle about as she busied herself in the work of illumination. When she had finished and pinched out the taper, there were 7 lights in the apartment, lights beaming softly through half-opaque alternating rectangles of blue and yellow glass. They must be set in some sort of lanterns around against the wall, he thought, but the shape of these he could hardly make out. Gradually his sight adapted itself to this subdued light, and he began to see other things. These queer lamps were placed apparently so as to shed a special radiance upon some statues which stood in the corners of the chamber and upon some pictures which were embedded in the walls. Theron noted that the statues, the marble of which lost its aggressive whiteness under the tinted lights, were mostly of naked men and women. The pictures, 4 or 5 in number, were all variations of a single theme: the Virgin Mary and the Child. A less untutored vision than his would have caught more swiftly the scheme of color and line in which these works of art bore their share. The walls of the room were in part of flat upright wooden columns, terminating high above in simple capitals, and they were all painted in pale amber and straw and primrose hues, irregularly wavering here and there towards suggestions of white. Between these pilasters were broader panels of stamped leather in gently varying shades of peacock blue. These contrasted colors vaguely interwove and mingled in what he could see of the shadowed ceiling far above. They were repeated in the draperies and huge cushions and pillows of the low, wide divan which ran about 3 sides of the room. Even the floor, where it revealed itself among the scattered rugs, was laid in a mosaic pattern of matched woods, which, like the rugs, gave back these same shifting blues and uncertain yellows. The fourth side of the apartment was broken in outline at one end by the door through which they had entered, and at the other by a broad square opening, hung with looped-back curtains of a thin silken stuff. Between the 2 apertures rose against the wall what Theron took at first glance to be an altar. There were pyramidal rows of tall candles here on either side, each masked with a little silken hood. Below, in the center, a shelf-like projection supported what seemed a massive, carved casket, and in the beautiful intricacies of this, and the receding canopy of delicate ornamentation which depended above it, the dominant color was white, deepening away in its shadows, by tenderly minute gradations, to the tints which ruled the rest of the room. Celia lighted some of the high, thick tapers in these candelabra and opened the top of the casket. Theron saw with surprise that she had uncovered the keyboard of a piano. He viewed with much greater amazement her next proceeding, which was to put a cigarette between her lips and, bending over one of the candles with it for an instant, turned to him with a filmy, opalescent veil of smoke above her head. "Make yourself comfortable anywhere," she said, with a gesture which comprehended all the divans and pillows in the place. "Will you smoke? I have never tried since I was a little boy," said Theron, "but I think I could. If you don't mind, I should like to see." Lounging at his ease on the oriental couch, Theron experimented cautiously upon the unaccustomed tobacco, and looked at Celia with what he felt to be the confident quiet of a man of the world. She had thrown aside her hat, and in doing so had half released some of the heavy strands of hair coiled at the back of her head. His glance instinctively rested upon this wonderful hair of hers. There was no mistaking the sudden fascination its disorder had for his eye. She stood before him with the cigarette poised daintily between thumb and finger of a shapely hand, and smiled comprehendingly down on her guest. "I suffered the horrors of the damned with this hair of mine when I was a child," she said. "I dare say all children have a taste for persecuting redheads, but it's a specialty with Irish children. They get hold somehow of an ancient national superstition or legend that red hair was brought into Ireland by the Danes. It's been a term of reproach with us since Brian Boru's, with us since Brian Borough's time to call a child a Dane. I used to be pursued and baited with it every day of my life until the one dream of my ambition was to get old enough to be a sister of charity so that I might hide my hair under one of their big beastly white linen caps. I got rather away from that ideal since, I'm afraid," she added, with a droll downward curl of her lip. "Your hair is very beautiful," said Theron in the calm tone of a connoisseur. "I like it myself," Celia admitted, and blew a little smoke ring toward him. "I've made this whole room to match it." "The colors, I mean," she explained, in deference to his uplifted brows. "Between us, we make up what Lesueur would call a symphony. That reminds me I was going to play for you." "Let me finish the cigarette first." Theron felt grateful for her reticence about the fact that he had laid his own aside. "I have never seen a room at all like this," he remarked. "You are right, it does fit you perfectly." She nodded her sense of his appreciation. "It is what I like," she said. "It expresses M. I will not have anything about me, or anybody either, that I don't like. I suppose if an old Greek could see it, it would make him sick, but it represents what I mean by being a Greek. It is as near as an Irishman can get to it." "I remember your puzzling me by saying that you were a Greek." Celia laughed and tossed the cigarette end away. "I'd puzzle you more, I'm afraid, if I tried to explain to you what I really meant by it. I divide people up into two classes. You know, Greeks and Jews. Once you get hold of that principle, all other divisions and classifications, such as by race or language or nationality, seem pure foolishness. It is the only true division there is. It is just as true among Negroes or wild Indians who never heard of Greece or Jerusalem as it is among white folks. That is the beauty of it. It works everywhere, always." "Try it on me," urged Theron with a twinkling eye. "Which am I?" "Both," said the girl with a merry nod of the head. "But now I'll play. I told you where to hear Chopin. I prescribe him for you. He is the greatest of the Greeks. There was a nation where all the people were artists, where everybody was an intellectual aristocrat, where the Philistine was as unknown, as extinct as the dodo. Chopin might have written his music for them." "I am interested in Chopin," put in Theron, suddenly recalling Sister Soulsby's confidences as to the source of her tunes. "He lived with what's-his-name George something. We were speaking about him only this afternoon." Celia looked down into her visitor's face at first inquiringly, then with a latent grin about her lips. "Yes, George, something," she said, in a tone which mystified him. The Reverend Mr. Ware was sitting up a minute afterward in a ferment of awakened consciousness that he had never heard the piano played before. After a little he noiselessly rearranged the cushions and settled himself again in a recumbent posture. It was beyond his strength to follow that first impulse and keep his mind abreast with what his ears took in. He sighed and lay back and surrendered his senses to the mere unthinking charm of it all. It was the fourth prelude that was singing in the air about him, a simple, plaintive strain wandering at will over a surface of steady rhythmic movement underneath, always creeping upward through mysteries of sweetness, always sinking again in cadences of semitones. With only a moment's pause, there came the seventh waltz, a rich, bold confusion which yet was not confused. Theron's ears dwelt with eager delight upon the chasing medley of swift, tinkling sounds, but it left his thoughts free. From where he reclined, he turned his head to scrutinize, one by one, the statues in the corners. No doubt they were beautiful, for this was a department in which he was all humility, and one of them, the figure of a broad-browed, stately, though thick-waisted woman, bending slightly forward and with both arms broken off, was decently robed from the hips downward. The others were not robed at all. Theron stared at them with the erratic, rippling jangle of the waltz in his ears, and felt that he possessed a new and disturbing conception of what female emancipation meant in these later days. Roving along the wall, his glance rested again upon the largest of the Virgin pictures, a full-length figure in sweeping draperies, its radiant aureoled head upturned in rapt adoration, its feet resting on a crescent moon which shone forth in bluish silver through festooned clouds of cherubs. The incongruity between the unashamed statues and this serene incarnation of holy womanhood jarred upon him for the instant. Then his mind went to the piano. Without a break, the waltz had slowed and expanded into a passage of what might be church music, an exquisitely modulated and gently solemn chant, through which a soft, lingering song roved capriciously, forcing the listener to wonder where it was coming out, even while it caressed and soothed to repose. He looked from the Madonna to Celia, beyond the carelessly drooping braids and coils of hair which blazed between the candles. He could see the outline of her brow and cheek, the noble contour of her lifted chin and full, mottled throat, all pink as the most delicate rose leaf is pink, against the cool lights of the altar-like wall. The sight convicted him in the court of his own soul as a prurient and mean-minded rustic. In the presence of such a face, of such music, there ceased to be any such thing as nudity, and statues no more needed clothes than did those slow, deep, magnificent chords which came now, gravely accumulating their spell upon him. It is all singing. The player called out to him over her shoulder in a minute of rest, "That is what Chopin does, he sings." She began with an effect of thinking of something else, the Sixth Nocturne, and Theron at first thought she was not playing anything in particular, so deliberately, haltingly did the chain of charm unwind itself into sequence. Then it came closer to him than the others had done, the dreamy, wistful, meditative beauty of it all at once oppressed and inspired him. He saw Celia's shoulders sway under the impulse of the rubato license, the privilege to invest each measure with the stress of the whole, to loiter, to weep, to run and laugh at will, and the music she made spoke to him as with a human voice. There was the wooing sense of roses and moonlight, of perfumes, white skins, alluring, languorous eyes. "And then you know this part, of course," he heard her say. On the instant they had stepped from the dark, scented, starlit garden, where the nightingale sang, into a great cathedral. A somber and lofty anthem arose and filled the place with the splendor of such dignified pomp of harmony and such suggestions of measureless choral power and authority that Theron sat abruptly up, then was drawn resistlessly to his feet. He stood motionless in the strange room, feeling most of all that one should kneel to hear such music. "This, you'll know too, the funeral march from the second sonata," she was saying. Before he realized that the end of the other had come, he sank upon the divan again, bending forward and clasping his hands tight around his knees. His heart beat furiously as he listened to the weird mediaeval processional, with its wild, clashing chords held down in the bondage of an orderly sadness. There was a propelling motion in the thing, a sense of being borne bodily along which affected him like dizziness. He breathed hard through the robust portions of stern, vigorous noise and rocked himself to and fro when, as rosy morn breaks upon a storm-swept night, the drums are silenced for the sweet, comforting strain of solitary melody. The clanging minor harmonies into which the march relapses came to their abrupt end. Theron rose once more and moved with a hesitating step to the piano. "I want to rest a little," he said, with his hand on her shoulder. "Whew, so do I," exclaimed Celia, letting her hands fall with an exaggerated gesture of weariness. "The sonatas take it out of one. They are hideously difficult, you know. They are rarely played." "I didn't know they are rarely played. I didn't know," remarked Theron. She seemed not to mind his hand upon her shoulder, and he kept it there. "I didn't know anything about music at all. What I do know now is that this evening is an event in my life." She looked up at him and smiled. He read unsuspected tendernesses and tolerances of friendship in the depths of her eyes, which emboldened him to stir the fingers of that audacious hand in a lingering, caressing trill upon her shoulder. The movement was of the faintest, but having ventured it, he drew his hand abruptly away. "You are getting on," she said to him. There was an enigmatic twinkle in the smile with which she continued to regard him. "We are Hellenizing you at a great rate." A sudden thought seemed to strike her. She shifted her eyes toward vacancy with a swift, abstracted glance, reflected for a moment, then let a sparkling half-wink and the dimpling beginnings of an almost roguish smile mark her assent to the conceit, whatever it might be. "I will be with you in a moment," he heard her say, and while the words were still in his ears, she had risen and passed out of sight through the broad, open doorway to the right. The looped curtains fell together behind her. Presently, a mellow light spread over their delicately translucent surface, a creamy, undulating radiance which gave the effect of moving about among the myriad folds of the silk. Theron gazed at these curtains for a little, then straightened his shoulders with a gesture of decision, and, turning on his heel, went over and examined the statues and the further corners minutely. "If you would like some more, I will play you the Berceuse now." Her voice came to him with a delicious shock. He wheeled round and beheld her standing at the piano, with one hand resting, palm upward, on the keys. She was facing him. Her tall form was robed now in some shapeless, clinging drapery, lustrous and creamy and exquisitely soft, like the curtains. The wonderful hair hung free and luxuriant about her neck and shoulders, and glowed with an intensity of fiery color which made all the other hues of the room pale and vague. A fillet of faint, sky-like blue drew a gracious span through the flame of red above her temples, and from this there rose the gleam of jewels. Her head inclined gently, gravely toward him, with the posture of that armless woman in marble he had been studying, and her brown eyes, regarding him from the shadows, emitted light. "It is a lullaby, the only one he wrote," she said, as Theron, pale-faced and with tightened lips, approached her. "No, you mustn't stand there," she added, sinking into the seat before the instrument. "Go back and sit where you were." The most perfect of lullabies, with its swaying abandonment to cooing rhythm, ever and again rising in ripples to the point of insisting on something, one knows not what, and then rocking, melting away once more, passed, so to speak, over Theron's head. He leaned back upon the cushions and watched the white, rounded forearm which the falling folds of this strange, statue-like drapery made bare. There was more that appealed to his mood in the third ballade. It seemed to him that there were words going along with it, incoherent and impulsive, yet very earnest words, appealing to him in strenuous argument and persuasion. Each time he almost knew what they said, and strained after their meaning with a passionate desire, and then there would come a kind of cuckoo call, and everything would swing dancing off again into a mockery of inconsequence. Upon the silence there fell the pure, liquid, mellifluous melody of a soft-throated woman singing to her lover. "It is like Heine, simply a love poem," said the girl over her shoulder. Theron followed now with all his senses as she carried the ninth nocturne onward. The stormy passage which she banged finely forth was in truth a lover's quarrel, and then the mild, placid flow of sweet harmonies into which the furor sank, dying languorously away upon a silence all alive with tender memories of sound. Was that not also a part of love? They sat motionless through a minute, the man on the divan, the girl at the piano, and Theron listened for what he felt must be the audible thumping of his heart. Then, throwing back her head with upturned face, Celia began what she had withheld for the last, the 16th mazurka. This strange foreign thing she played with her eyes closed, her head tilted obliquely so that Theron could see the rose-tinted, beautiful countenance, framed as if asleep in the billowing luxuriance of unloosed auburn hair. He fancied her beholding visions as she wrought the music, visions full of barbaric color and romantic forms. As his mind swam along with the gliding, tricksy phantom of a tune, it seemed as if he too could see these visions, as if he gazed at them through her eyes. It could not be helped. He lifted himself noiselessly to his feet and stole with caution toward her. He would hear the rest of this weird, voluptuous fantasy standing thus, so close behind her that he could look down upon her full uplifted lace so close that if she moved, that glowing nimbus of hair would touch him. There had been some curious and awkward pauses in this last piece, which Theron, by some side cerebration, had put down to her not watching what her fingers did. There came another of these pauses now, an odd, unaccountable halt in what seemed the middle of everything. He stared intently down upon her statuesque, dreaming face during the hush, and caught his breath as he waited. There fell at last a few faltering ascending notes, making a half-finished strain, and then again there was silence. Celia opened her eyes and poured a direct, deep gaze into the face above hers. Its pale lips were parted in suspense, and the color had faded from its cheeks. "That is the end," she said, and with a turn of her lithe body, stood swiftly up, even while the echoes of the broken melody seemed panting in the air about her for completion. Theron put his hands to his face and pressed them tightly against eyes and brow for an instant. Then, throwing them aside with an expansive downward sweep of the arms, and holding them clenched, he returned Celia's glance. It was as if he had never looked into a woman's eyes before. "It can't be the end," he heard himself saying, in a low voice charged with deep significance. He held her gaze in the grasp of his with implacable tenacity. There was a trouble about breathing, and the mosaic floor seemed to stir under his feet. He clung defiantly to the one idea of not releasing her eyes. "How could it be the end?" he demanded, lifting an uncertain hand to his breast as he spoke, and spreading it there as if to control the tumultuous fluttering of his heart. "Things don't end that way." A sharp, blinding spasm of giddiness closed upon and shook him while the brave words were on his lips. He blinked and tottered under it as it passed, and then backed humbly to his divan and sat down, gasping a little and patting his hand on his heart. There was fright written all over his whitened face. We forgot that I am a sick man," he said feebly, answering Celia's look of surprised inquiry with a forced, wan smile. "I was afraid my heart had gone wrong." She scrutinized him for a further moment, with growing reassurance in her air. Then, piling up the pillows and cushions behind him for support, for all the world like a big sister again, she stepped into the inner room and returned with a flagon of quaint shape and a tiny glass. She poured this latter full to the brim of a thick yellowish aromatic liquid and gave it him to drink. "This Benedictine is all I happen to have," she said. "Swallow it down. It will do you good." Theron obeyed her. It brought tears to his eyes, but upon reflection it was grateful and warming. He did feel better almost immediately. A great wave of comfort seemed to enfold him as he settled himself back on the divan. For that one flashing instant he had thought that he was dying. He drew a long, grateful breath of relief and smiled his content. Celia had seated herself beside him, a little away. She sat with her head against the wall, and one foot curled under her, and almost faced him. "I dare say we forced the pace a little," she remarked after a pause, looking down at the floor, with the puckers of a ruminating amusement playing in the corners of her mouth. "It doesn't do for a man to get to be a Greek all of a sudden. He must work along up to it gradually." He remembered the music. "Oh, if I only knew how to tell you," he murmured ecstatically. "What a revelation your playing has been to me. I had never imagined anything like it. I shall think of it to my dying day." He began to remember as well the spirit that was in the air when the music ended. The details of what he had felt and said rose vaguely in his mind. Pondering them, his eye roved past Celia's white-robed figure to the broad, open doorway beyond. The curtains behind which she had disappeared were again parted and fastened back. A dim light was burning within, out of sight, and its faint illumination disclosed a room filled with white marbles, white silks, white draperies of varying sorts, which shaped themselves, as he looked, into the canopy and trappings of an extravagantly oversized and sumptuous bed. He looked away again. "I wish you would tell me what you really mean by that Greek idea of yours," he said with the abruptness of confusion. Celia did not display much enthusiasm in the tone of her answer. "Oh," she said, almost indifferently, "lots of things. Absolute freedom from moral bugbears, for one thing. The recognition that beauty is the only thing in life that is worthwhile. The courage to kick out of one's life everything that isn't worthwhile. The courage to kick out of one's life everything that isn't worthwhile, and so on." "But," said Theron, watching the mingled delicacy and power of the bared arm and the shapely grace of the hand which she had lifted to her face, "I am going to get you to teach it all to me." The memories began crowding in upon him now, and the baffling note upon which the mazurka had stopped short chimed like a tuning fork in his ears. "I want to be a Greek myself, if you're one. I want to get as close to you, to your ideal, that is, as I can. You open up to me a whole world that I had not even dreamed existed. We swore our friendship long ago, you know, and now, after tonight, you and the music have decided me. I am going to put the things out of my life that are not worthwhile. Only you must help me. You must tell me how to begin." He looked up as he spoke, to enforce the almost tender entreaty of his words. The spectacle of a yawn, only fractionally concealed behind those talented fingers, chilled his soft speech and sent a flush over his face. He rose on the instant. Celia was nothing abashed at his discovery. She laughed gaily in confession of her fault, and held her hand out to let him help her disentangle her foot from her draperies and get off the divan. It seemed to be her meaning that he should continue holding her hand after she was also standing. "You forgive me, don't you?" she urged smilingly. "Chopin always first excites me, then sends me to sleep. You see how you sleep tonight." The brown, velvety eyes rested upon him from under their heavy lids with a languorous kindliness. Her warm, large palm clasped his in frank liking. "I don't want to sleep at all," Mr. Ware was impelled to say. "I want to lie awake and think about everything all over again." She smiled drowsily. "And you're sure you feel strong enough to walk home?" "Yes," he replied with a lingering dilatory note which deepened upon reflection into a sigh. "Oh, yes." He followed her and her candle down the magnificent stairway again. She blew the light out in the hall and, opening the front door, stood with him for a silent moment on the threshold. Then they shook hands once more, and with a whispered good night, parted. Celia, returning to the blue and yellow room, lighted a cigarette and helped herself to some Benedictine in the glass which Theron had used. She looked meditatively at this little glass for a moment, turning it about in her fingers with a smile. The smile warmed itself suddenly into a joyous laugh. She tossed the glass aside and, holding out her flowing skirts with both hands, executed a swinging pirouette in front of the gravely beautiful statue of the armless woman. Chapter 20. It was apparent to the Reverend Theron Ware from the very first moment of waking next morning that both he and the world had changed overnight. The metamorphosis, in the harsh toils of which he had been laboring blindly so long, was accomplished. He stood forth, so to speak, in a new skin, and looked about him with perceptions of quite an altered kind upon what seemed in every way a fresh existence. He lacked even the impulse to turn round and inspect the cocoon from which he had emerged. Let the past bury the past. He had no vestige of interest in it. The change was not premature. He found himself not in the least confused by it, or frightened. Before he had finished shaving, he knew himself to be easily and comfortably at home in his new state, and master of all its requirements. It seemed as if Alice, too, recognized that he had become another man when he went down and took his chair at the breakfast table. They had exchanged no word since their parting in the depot yard the previous evening, an event now faded off into remote vagueness in Theron's mind. He smiled brilliantly in answer to the furtive, half-sullen, half-curious glance she stole at him as she brought the dishes in. "Ah, potatoes warmed up in cream," he said with hearty pleasure in his tone. "What a mind-reader you are, to be sure." "I'm glad you're feeling so much better," she said briefly, taking her seat. "Better?" he returned. "I'm a new being." She ventured to look him over more freely upon this assurance. He perceived and catalogued, one by one, the emotions which the small brain was expressing through those shallow blue eyes of hers. She was turning over this, that, and the other hostile thought and childish grievance. Most of all, she was dallying with the idea of asking him where he had been till after midnight. He smiled affably in the face of this scattering fire of peevish glances, and did not dream of resenting any phase of them all. "I am going down to Thurston's this morning and order that piano sent up today," he announced presently in a casual way. "Why, Theron, can we afford it?" the wife asked, regarding him with surprise. "Oh, easily enough," he replied light-heartedly. "You know they've increased my salary." She shook her head. "No, I didn't. How should I? You don't realize it," she went on dolefully. "But you're getting so you don't tell me the least thing about your affairs nowadays." Theron laughed aloud. "You ought to be grateful. Such melancholy affairs as mine have been till now," he declared. "That is, if it weren't absurd to think such a thing." Then, more soberly, he explained, "No, my girl, it is you who don't realize. I am carrying big projects in my mind, big, ambitious thoughts and plans upon which great things depend. They no doubt make me seem preoccupied and absent-minded, but it is a wife's part to understand and make allowances and not intrude trifles which may throw everything out of gear. Don't think I'm scolding, my girl. I only speak to reassure you and then help you to comprehend. Of course I know that you wouldn't willingly embarrass my career." "Of course not," responded Alice dubiously. But what?" Theron felt compelled by civility to say, though on the instant he reproached himself for the weakness of it. "Well, I hardly know how to say it," she faltered. "But it was nicer in the old days, before you bothered your head about big projects and your career, as you call it, and were just a good, earnest, simple young servant of the Lord." "Oh, Theron!" she broke forth suddenly, with tearful zeal. "I get sometimes lately almost scared lest you should turn out to be a backslider." The husband sat upright and hardened his countenance. But yesterday the word would have had in it all sorts of inherited terrors for him. This morning's dawn of a new existence revealed it as merely an empty and stupid epithet. "These are things not to be said," he admonished her after a moment's pause, and speaking with carefully measured austerity. "Least of all are they to be said to a clergyman by his wife." It was on the tip of Alice's tongue to retort, "Better by his wife than by outsiders," but she bit her lips and kept the jibe back. A rebuke of this form and gravity was a novelty in their relations. The fear that it had been merited troubled, even while it did not convince, her mind, and the puzzled apprehension was to be read plainly enough on her face. Theron, noting it, saw a good deal more behind. Really, it was amazing how much wiser he had grown all at once. He had been married for years, and it was only this morning that he suddenly discovered how a wife ought to be handled. He continued to look sternly away into space for a little. Then his brows relaxed slowly, and under the visible influence of melting considerations, he nodded his head, turned toward her abruptly, and broke the silence with labored amiability. "Come, come, the day began so pleasantly, it was so good to feel well again. Let us talk about the piano instead. That is," he added, with an obvious overture to playfulness, "if the thought of having a piano is not too distasteful to you." Alice yielded almost effusively to his altered mood. They went together into the sitting-room to measure and decide between the two available spaces which were at their disposal, and he insisted with resolute magnanimity on her settling this. question entirely by herself. When at last he mentioned the fact that it was Friday, and he would look over some sermon memoranda before he went out, Alice retired to the kitchen in openly cheerful spirits. Theron spread some old manuscript sermons before him on his desk, and took down his scribbling book as well, but there his application flagged, and he surrendered himself instead, chin on hand, to staring out at the rhododendron in the yard. He recalled how he had seen Soulsby patiently studying this identical bush. The notion of Soulsby, not knowing at all how to sing, yet diligently learning those six, brought a smile to his mind. And then he seemed to hear Celia calling out over her shoulder, "That's what Chopin does, he sings." The spirit of that wonderful music came back to him, enfolded him in its wings. It seemed to raise itself up, a palpable barrier between him and all that he had known and felt and done before. That was his new birth that marvelous night with the piano. The conceit pleased him not the less because there flashed along with it the thought that it was a poet that had been born. Yes, the former country lout, the narrow zealot, the untutored slave, groping about in the dark after silly superstitions, cringing at the scowl of mean Pierces and Winches, was dead. There was an end of him, and good riddance. In his place there had been born a poet. He spelled the word out now, unabashed, a child of light, a lover of beauty and sweet sounds, a recognizable brother to Renan and Chopin and Celia. Out of the soothing, tenderly grateful reverie, a practical suggestion suddenly took shape. He acted upon it without a moment's delay, getting out his letter pad and writing hurriedly, "Dear Miss Madden, life will be more tolerable to me if before nightfall I can know that there is a piano under my roof. Even if it remains dumb, it will be some comfort to have it here and look at it, and imagine how a great master might make it speak. Would it be too much to beg you to look in at Thurston's, say at 11 this forenoon, and give me the inestimable benefit of your judgment in selecting an instrument? Do not trouble to answer this, for I am leaving home now, but shall call at Thurston's at 11 and wait. Thanking you in anticipation, I am." Here Theron's fluency came to a sharp halt. There were adverbs enough and to spare on the point of his pen, but the right one was not easy to come at. Gratefully, faithfully, sincerely, truly, each in turn struck a false note. He felt himself not quite any of these things. At last he decided to write just the simple word, "Yours," and then wavered between satisfaction at his boldness, dread lest he had been overbold, and, worst of the lot, fear that she would not notice it one way or the other. All the while he sealed and addressed the letter, put it carefully in an inner pocket, and got his hat. There was a moment's hesitation as to notifying the kitchen of his departure. The interests of domestic discipline seemed to point the other way. He walked softly through the hall and let himself out by the front door without a sound. Down by the canal bridge he picked out an idle boy to his mind, a lad whose aspect appeared to promise intelligence as a messenger, combined with large impartiality in sectarian matters. He was to have 10 cents on his return, and he might report himself to his patron at the bookstore yonder. Theron was grateful to the old bookseller for remaining at his desk in the rear. There was a tacit compliment in the suggestion that he was not a mere customer, demanding instant attention. Besides, there was no keeping Thurston's out of conversations in this place. Loitering along the shelves, the young minister's eye suddenly found itself arrested by a name on a cover. There were a dozen narrow volumes in uniform binding, huddled together under a cardboard label of Eminent Women Series. Oddly enough, one of these bore the title George Sand. Theron saw there must be some mistake as he took the book down and opened it. His glance hit by accident upon the name of Chopin. Then he read attentively until almost the stroke of 11. "We have to make ourselves acquainted with all sorts of queer phases of life," he explained in self-defense to the old bookseller, then counting out the money for the book from his lean purse. He smiled as he added, There seems something almost wrong about taking advantage of the clergyman's discount for a life of George Sand. I don't know, answered the other pleasantly. Guess she wasn't so much different from the rest of 'em except that she didn't mind appearances. We know about her. We don't know about the others. I must hurry, said Theron, turning on his heel. The haste with which he strode out of the store, crossed the street, and made his way toward Thurston's did not prevent his thinking much upon the astonishing things he had encountered in this book. Their relation to Celia forced itself more and more upon his mind. He could recall the twinkle in her eye, the sub-mockery in her tone, as she commented with that half-contemptuous, "Yes, George, something," upon his blundering ignorance. His mortification at having thus exposed his dull rusticity was swallowed up in conjectures as to just what her tolerant familiarity with such things involved. He had never before met a young unmarried woman who would have confessed to him any such knowledge. But then, of course, he had never known a girl who resembled Celia in any other way. He recognized vaguely that he must provide himself with an entire new set of standards by which to measure and comprehend her. But it was for the moment more interesting to wonder what her standards were. Did she object to George Sand's behavior, or did she sympathize with that sort of thing? Did those statues and the loose-flowing diaphanous toga and unbound hair, the cigarettes, the fiery liqueur, the deliberately sensuous music, was he to believe that they signified? "Good morning, Mr. Ware. You have managed by a miracle to hit on one of my punctual days," said Celia. She was standing on the doorstep at the entrance to the musical department of Thurston's. He had not noticed before the fact that the sun was shining. The full glare of its strong light enveloping her figure as she stood and drawing the dazzled eye for relief to the bower of softened color close beneath her parasol of creamy silken lace, was what struck him now first of all. It was as if Celia had brought the sun with her. Theron shook hands with her, and found joy in the perception that his own hand trembled. He put boldly into words the thought that came to him. "It was generous of you," he said, "to wait for me out here, where all might delight in the sight of you instead of squandering the privilege on a handful of clerks inside." Miss Madden beamed upon him and nodded approval. "Alcibiades never turned a prettier compliment," she remarked. They went in together at this, and Theron made a note of the name. During the ensuing half-hour, the young minister followed about even more humbly in the clerks in Celia's commanding wake. There were a good many pianos in the big showroom overhead, and Theron found himself almost awed by their size and brilliancy of polish, and the thought of the tremendous sum of money they represented altogether. Not so with the organist. She ordered them rolled around this way or that, as if they had been so many checkers on a draft board. She threw back their covers with the scant ceremony of a dispensary dentist opening paupers' mouths. She exploited their several capacities with masterful hands, not deigning to seat herself, but just slightly bending forward and sweeping her fingers up and down their keyboards. Able, domineering fingers which pounded, tinkled, meditated, assented, condemned, all in a flash, and amid what affected the layman's ears as a hopelessly discordant hubbub. Theron moved about in the group, nursing her parasol in his arms and watching her. The exaggerated deference which the clerks and salesmen showed to her as the rich Miss Madden seemed to him to be mixed with a certain assertion of the claims of good fellowship on the score of her being a musician. There undoubtedly was a sense of Freemasonry between them. They alluded continually in technical terms to matters of which he knew nothing, and were amused at remarks of hers, which to him carried no meaning whatever. It was evident that the young men liked her, and that their liking pleased her. It thrilled him to think that she knew he liked her too, and to recall what abundant proofs she had given that here, also, she had pleasure in the fact. He clung insistently to the memory of these evidences. They helped him to resist a disagreeable tendency to feel himself an intruder, an outsider, among these pianoforte experts. When it was all over, Celia waved the others aside and talked with Theron. "I suppose you want me to tell you the truth," she said. "There's nothing here really good. It is always much better to buy of the makers direct. Do they sell on the installment plan? He asked. There was a wistful effect in his voice which caught her attention. She looked away out through the window on the street below for a moment. Then her eyes returned to his, and regarded him with a comforting, friendly, half-motherly glance, recalling for all the world the way Sister Soulsby had looked at him at odd times. "Oh, you want it at once, I see," she remarked softly. "Well, this Adelberger is the best value for the money." Mr. Ware followed her finger, and beheld with dismay that it pointed toward the largest instrument in the room, a veritable leviathan among pianos. The price of this had been mentioned as $600. He turned over the fact that this was 2/3 his yearly salary, and found the courage to shake his head. It would be too large for the room, he explained, and besides, it is more than I like to pay or can pay, for that matter. It was pitiful to be explaining such details, but there was no help for it. They picked out a smaller one, which Celia said was at least of fair quality. "Now leave all the bargaining to me," she adjured him. "These prices that they talk about in the piano trade are all in the air. There are tremendous discounts if one knows how to insist upon them. All you have to do is to tell them to send it to your house. You wanted it today, you said." "Yes, in memory of yesterday," he murmured. She herself gave the directions, and Thurston's people, now all salesmen again, bowed grateful acquiescence. Then she sailed regally across the room and down the stairs, drawing Theron in her train. The hirelings made salams to him as well. It would have been impossible to interpose anything so trivial and squalid as talk about terms and dates of payment. "I am ever so much obliged to you," he said fervently, in the comparative solitude of the lower floor. She had paused to look at something in the book department. "Of course I was entirely at your service. Don't mention it," she replied, reaching forth her hand in an absent way for her parasol. He held up instead the volume he had purchased. "Guess what that is? You never would guess in this wide world." His manner was surcharged with a sense of the surreptitious. "Well, then, there's no good trying, is there?" commented Celia, her glance roving again toward the shelves. "It is a life of George Sand," whispered Theron. "I've been reading it this morning, all the Chopin part, while I was waiting for you." To his surprise, there was an apparently displeased contraction of her brows as he made this revelation. For the instant, a dreadful fear of having offended her seized upon and sickened him. But then her face cleared as by magic. She smiled and let her eyes twinkle in laughter at him, and lifted a forefinger in the most winning mockery of admonition. "Naughty, naughty!" she murmured back with a roguishly solemn wink. He had no response ready for this, but mutely handed her the parasol. The situation had suddenly grown too confused for words or even sequent thoughts. Uppermost across the hurly-burly of his mind there scudded the singular reflection that he should never hear her play on that new piano of his. Even as it flashed by out of sight, he recognized it for one of the griefs of his life, and the darkness which followed seemed nothing but a revolt against the idea of having a piano at all. He would countermand the order. He would, but she was speaking. Again. They had strolled toward the door, and her voice was as placidly conventional as if the talk had never strayed from the subject of pianos. Theron with an effort pulled himself together and laid hold of her words. "I suppose you will be going the other way," she was saying. "I shall have to be at the church all day. We have just got a new mass over from Vienna, and I'm head over heels in work at it. I can have Father Forbes to myself today, too. That bear of a doctor has got the rheumatism and can't come out of his cave, thank heaven." And then she was receding from view, up the sunlit, busy sidewalk, and Theron, standing on the doorstep, ruefully rubbed his chin. She had said he was going the other way, and, after a little pause, he made her words good, though each step he took seemed all in despite of his personal inclinations. Some of the Passers-by bowed to him, and one or two paused as if to shake hands and exchange greetings. He nodded responses mechanically, but did not stop. It was as if he feared to interrupt the process of lifting his reluctant feet and propelling them forward, lest they should wheel and scuttle off in the opposite direction. Chapter 21. Deliberate as his progress was, the diminishing number of storefronts along the sidewalk and the increasing proportion of picket fences enclosing domestic lawns forced upon Theron's attention the fact that he was nearing home. It was a trifle past the hour for his midday meal. He was not in the least hungry. Still less did he feel any desire just now to sit about in that library living room of his. Why should he go home at all? There was no reason whatever, save that Alice would be expecting him. Upon reflection, that hardly amounted to a reason. Wives, with their limited grasp of the realities of life, were always expecting their husbands to do things which it turned out not to be feasible for them to do. The customary male animal spent a considerable part of his life in explaining to his mate why it had been necessary to disappoint or upset her little plans for his comings and goings. It was in the very nature of things that it should be so. Sustained by these considerations, Mr. Ware slackened his steps, then halted irresolutely, and after a minute's hesitation, entered the small temperance restaurant before which, as by intuition, he had paused. The elderly woman who placed on the tiny table before him the tea and rolls he ordered was entirely unknown to him, he felt sure. Yet none the less she smiled at him and spoke almost familiarly. "I suppose Mrs. Ware is at the seaside, and you are keeping bachelor's hall." "Not quite that," he responded stiffly, and hurried through the meager and distasteful repast to avoid any further conversation. There was an idea underlying her remark, however, which recurred to him when he had paid his 10 cents and got out on the street again. There was something interesting in the thought of Alice at the seaside. Neither of them had ever laid eyes on salt water, but Theron took for granted the most extravagant landsman's conception of its curative and invigorating powers. It was apparent to him that he was going to pay much greater attention to Alice's happiness and well-being in the future than he had latterly done. He had bought her this very day a superb new piano. He was going to simply insist on her having a hired girl. And this seaside notion, why, that was best of all. His fancy built up pleasant visions of her feasting her delighted eyes upon the marvel of a great ocean storm, or roaming along a beach strewn with wonderful marine shells, exhibiting an innocent joy in their beauty. The fresh sea breeze blew through her hair, as he saw her in mind's eye, and brought the hearty flush of health back upon her rather pallid cheeks. He was prepared already hardly to know her, so robust and revivified would she have become by the time he went down to the depot to meet her on her return. For his imagination stopped short of seeing himself at the seaside. It sketched instead pictures of whole weeks of solitary academic calm, alone with his books and his thoughts. The facts that he had no books and that nobody dreamed of interfering with his thoughts, subordinated themselves humbly to his mood. The prospect, as he mused fondly upon it, expanded to embrace the priest's and the doctor's libraries. The thoughts which he longed to be alone with involved close communion with their thoughts. It could not but prove a season of immense mental stimulation and ethical broadening. It would have its lofty poetic and artistic side as well. The languorous melodies of Chopin stole over his reverie as he dwelt upon these things, and soft azure and golden lights modeled forth the exquisite outlines of tall marble forms. He opened the gate leading to Dr. Ledsmar's house. His walk had brought him quite out of the town and up by a broad main highway which yet took on all sorts of sylvan charms, to a commanding sight on the hillside. Below in the valley lay Octavius, at one end half hidden in factory smoke, at the other, where narrow bands of water gleamed upon the surface of a broad plain piled symmetrically with lumber, presenting an oddly incongruous suggestion of forest odors and the simplicity of the wilderness. In the middle distance, on gradually rising ground, stretched a wide belt of dense artificial foliage, peeping through which tiled turrets and ornamented chimneys marked the polite residences of those who, though they neither stoked the furnace fires to the west, nor sought the lumber on the east, lived in purple and fine linen from the profits of this toil. Nearer at hand, pastures with grazing cows on the one side of the road, and the nigh weather-stained board fence of the racecourse on the other, completed the jumble of primitive rusticity and urban complications characterizing the whole picture. Dr. Ledsmar's house, toward which Theron's impulses had been secretly leading him ever since Celia's parting remark about the rheumatism, was of that spacious and satisfying order of old-fashioned houses which men of leisure and means built for themselves while the early traditions of a sparse and contented homogeneous population were still strong in the Republic. There was a hospitable look about its wide veranda, its broad, low bulk, and its big double front door, which did not fit at all with the sketch of a man-hating recluse that the doctor had drawn of himself. Theron had prepared his mind for the effect of being admitted by a Chinaman, and was taken somewhat aback when the door was opened by the doctor himself. His reception was pleasant enough, almost cordial, but the sense of awkwardness followed him into his host's inner room and rested heavily upon his opening speech. "I heard, quite by accident, that you were ill," he said, laying aside his hat. "It's nothing at all," replied Ledsmar. "Merely a stiff shoulder that I wear from time to time in memory of my father. It ought to be quite gone by nightfall. It was good of you to come, all the same. Sit down if you can find a chair. As usual, we are littered up to our eyes here. That's it. Throw those things on the floor." Mr. Ware carefully deposited an armful of pamphlets on the rug at his feet and sat down. Litter was indeed the word for what he saw about him. Bookcases, chairs, tables, the corners of the floor were all buried deep under disorderly strata of papers, diagrams, and opened books. One could hardly walk about without treading on them. The dust which danced up into the bar of sunshine streaming in from the window as the doctor stepped across to another chair gave Theron new ideas about the value of Chinese servants. "I must thank you, first of all, doctor," he began, "for your kindness in coming when I was ill. I was sick and ye visited me." "You mustn't think of it that way," said Ledsmar. "Your friend came for me, and of course I went, and gladly too. There was nothing that I could do or that anybody could do. Very interesting man, that friend of yours. And his wife, too, both quite out of the common. I don't know when I've seen two such really genuine people. I should like to have known more of them. Are they still here?" "They went yesterday," Theron replied. His earlier shyness had worn off, and he felt comfortably at his ease. "I don't know," he went on, "that the word genuine is just what would have occurred to me to describe the Soulsbys. They are very interesting people, as you say, most interesting, and there was a time, I dare say, when I should have believed in their sincerity. But of course I saw them and their performance from the inside like one on the stage of a theater, you know, instead of in the audience, and well, I understand things better than I used to." The doctor looked over his spectacles at him with a suggestion of inquiry in his glance, and Theron continued. "I had several long talks with her. She told me very frankly the whole story of her life, and it was decidedly queer, I can assure you. I may say to you, you will understand what I mean, that since my talk with you, and the books you lent me, I see many things differently. Indeed, when I think upon it sometimes, my old state of mind seems quite incredible to me. I can use no word for my new state short of illumination." Dr. Ledsmar continued to regard his guest with that calm interrogatory scrutiny of his. He did not seem disposed to take up the great issue of illumination. "I suppose," he said after a little, "no woman can come in contact with a priest for any length of time without telling him the story of her life, as you call it. They all do it. The thing amounts to a law." The young minister's veins responded with a pleasurable thrill to the use of the word priest in obvious allusion to himself. "Perhaps in fairness I ought to explain," he said, "that in her case it was only done in the course of a long talk about myself. I might say that it was by way of kindly warning to me. She saw how I had become unsettled in many of my former views, and she was nervous lest this should lead me to throw up the priesthood." The doctor interposed upon his hesitation. "Yes, I know the tribe. Why, my dear sir, your entire profession would have perished from the memory of mankind if it hadn't been for women. It is a very curious subject. Lots of thinkers have dipped into it, but no one has gone resolutely in with a searchlight and exploited the whole thing. Our boys, for instance, traverse in their younger years all the stages of the childhood of the race. They have terrifying dreams of awful monsters and giant animals of which they have never so much as heard in their waking hours. They pass through the lust for digging caves, building fires, sleeping out in the woods, hunting with bows and arrows, all remote ancestral impulses. They play games with stones, marbles, and so on at regular stated periods of the year, which they instinctively know, just as they were played in the Bronze Age, and heaven only knows how much earlier. But the Polonists with Quay are thinking and doing precisely the things he thought and did a few years before than he would among Kurds or Esquimaux. But the woman is totally different. She is infinitely more precocious as a girl. At an age when her slow brother is still stubbing along somewhere in the Neolithic period, she has flown way ahead to a kind of medieval stage, or dawn of medievalism, which is peculiarly her own. Having got there, she stays there. She dies there. She dies there. The boy passes her, as the tortoise did the hare. He goes on, if he is a philosopher, and lets her remain in the Dark Ages, where she belongs. If he happens to be a fool, which is customary, he stops and hangs around in her vicinity." Theron smiled. "We priests," he said, and paused again to enjoy the words, "I suppose I oughtn't to inquire too closely just where we belong in the procession." "We are considering the question impersonally," said the doctor. "First of all, what you regard as religion is especially calculated to attract women. They remain as superstitious today, down in the marrow of their bones, as they were 10,000 years ago. Even the cleverest of them are secretly afraid of omens and respect auguries. Think of the broadest women you know. One of them will throw salt over her shoulder if she spills it. Another drinks money from her cup by skimming the bubbles in a spoon. Another forecasts her future by the arrangement of tea grounds. They make the constituency to which an institution based on mysteries, miracles, and the supernatural generally would naturally appeal. Secondly, there is the personality of the priest." "Yes," assented Ware. There rose up before him, on the instant, the graceful, portly figure and strong, comely face of Father Forbes. "Women are not a metaphysical people. They do not easily follow abstractions. They want their dogmas and religious sentiments embodied in a man just as they do their romantic fancies. Of course you Protestants, with your merry clergy, see less of the effects of this than celibates do, but even with you there is a great deal in it. Why, the very institution of celibacy itself was forced upon the early Christian church by the scandal of rich Roman ladies loading bishops and handsome priests with fabulous gifts until the passion for currying favor with women of wealth and marrying them or wheedling their fortunes from them debauched the whole priesthood. You should read your Jerome." "I will certainly," said the listener, resolving to remember the name and refer it to the old bookseller. Well, whatever laws one sect or another makes, the woman's attitude toward the priest survives. She desires to see him surrounded by flower pots and candles, to have him smelling of musk. She would like to curl his hair and weave garlands in it. Although she is not learned enough to have ever heard of such things, she intuitively feels in his presence a sort of backwash of the old pagan sensuality and lascivious mysticism which enveloped the priesthood in Greek and Roman days. Ugh! It makes one sick. Dr. Ledsmar rose as he spoke and dismissed the topic with a dry little laugh. "Come, let me show you round a bit," he said. "My shoulder is easier walking than sitting." "Have you never written a book yourself?" asked Theron, getting to his feet. "I have a thing on serpent worship," the scientist replied, "written years ago. I can't tell you how I should enjoy reading it," urged the other. The doctor laughed again. "You'll have to learn German then, I'm afraid. It is still in circulation in Germany, I believe, on its merits as a serious book. I haven't a copy of the edition in English. That was all exhausted by collectors who bought it for its supposed obscenity, like Burton's Arabian Nights. Come this way and I will show you my laboratory." They moved out of the room and through a passage, Ledsmar talking as he led the way. "I took up that subject when I was at college by a curious chance. I kept a young monkey in my rooms which had been born in captivity. I brought home from a beer hall, it was in Germany, some pretzels one night and tossed one toward the monkey. He jumped toward it, then screamed and ran back shuddering with fright. I couldn't understand it at first. Then I saw that the curled pretzel lying there on the floor was very like a little coiled-up snake. The monkey had never seen a snake, but it was in his blood to be afraid of one. That incident changed my whole life for me. Up to that evening, I had intended to be a lawyer." Theron did not feel sure that he had understood the point of the anecdote. He looked now, without much interest, at some dark little tanks containing thick water, a row of small glass cases with adders and other lesser reptiles inside, and a general collection of boxes, jars, and similar receptacles connected with the doctor's pursuits. Further on was a smaller chamber with a big empty furnace and shelves bearing bottles and apparatus like a drugstore. It was pleasanter in the conservatory, a low, spacious structure with broad pathways between the plants and an awning over the sunny side of the roof. The plants were mostly orchids, he learned. He had read of them, but never seen any before. No doubt they were curious, but he discovered nothing to justify the great fuss made about them. The heat grew oppressive inside, and he was glad to emerge into the garden. He paused under the grateful shade of a vine-clad trellis, took off his hat, and looked about him with a sigh of relief. Everything seemed old-fashioned and natural and delightfully free from pretense in the big, overgrown field of flowers and shrubs. Theron recalled with some surprise Celia's indictment of the doctor as a man with no poetry in his soul. "You must be extremely fond of flowers," he remarked. Dr. Ledsmar shrugged his well shoulder. "They have their points," he said briefly. "These are all dioecious here. Over beyond are monoecious species. My work is to test the probabilities for or against Darwin's theory that hermaphroditism in plants is a late byproduct of these earlier forms." "And is his theory right?" asked Mr. Ware with a polite show of interest. "We may know in the course of 300 or 400 years, replied Ledsmar. He looked up into his guest's face with a quizzical half-smile. "That is a very brief period for observation when such a complicated question as sex is involved," he added. "We have been studying the female of our own species for some hundreds of thousands of years, and we haven't arrived at the most elementary rules governing her actions." They had moved along to a bed of tall plants, the more forward of which were beginning to show bloom. "Here, another task will begin next month," the doctor observed. "These are salvias, penstemons, and antirrhinums, or snapdragons, planted very thick for the purpose. Humblebees bore holes through their base to save the labor of climbing in and out of the flowers, and we don't quite know yet why some hive bees discover and utilize these holes at once, while others never do. It may be merely the old foggy conservatism of the individual, or there may be a law in it. These seemed very paltry things for a man of such wisdom to bother his head about." Theron looked, as he was bidden, at the rows of hives shining in the hot sun on a bench along the wall, but offered no comment beyond a casual, "My mother was always going to keep bees, but somehow she never got around to it. They say it pays very well, though. The discovery of the reason why no bee will touch the nectar of the Epipectus latifolia, though it is sweet to our taste, and wasps are greedy for it, would pay, commented the doctor. Not like a blue rhododendron in mere money, but in recognition. Lots of men have achieved a half column in the Encyclopedia Britannica on a smaller basis than that. They stood now at the end of the garden, before a small, dilapidated summer house. On the bench inside, facing him, Theron saw a strange, recumbent figure stretched at full length, apparently sound asleep, or it might be dead. Looking closer with a startled surprise, he made out the shaven skull and outlandish garb of a Chinaman. He turned toward his guide in the expectation of a scene. The doctor had already taken out a notebook and pencil, and was drawing his watch from his pocket. He stepped into the summer house and, lifting the Oriental's limp arm, took account of his pulse. Then, with head bowed low, sidewise, he listened for the heart action. Finally, he somewhat brusquely pushed back one of the Chinaman's eyelids and made a minute inspection of what the operation disclosed. Returning to the light, he inscribed some notes in his book, put it back in his pocket, and came out. In answer to Theron's marveling stare, he pointed toward a pipe of odd construction lying on the floor beneath the sleeper. "This is one of my regular afternoon duties," he explained, again with the whimsical half-smile. "I am increasing his dose monthly by regular stages, and the results promise to be rather remarkable. Heretofore, observations have been made mostly on diseased or morbidly deteriorated subjects. This fellow of mine is strong as an ox, perfectly nourished and watched over intelligently. He can assimilate opium enough to kill you and me and every other vertebrate creature on the premises without turning a hair, and he hasn't got even fairly underway yet." The thing was unpleasant, and the young minister turned away. They walked together up the path toward the house. His mind was full now of the hostile things which Celia had said about the doctor. He had vaguely sympathized with her then, upon no special knowledge of his own. Now he felt that his sentiments were vehemently in accord with hers. The Dr. W.S. a beast, and yet as they moved slowly along through the garden, the thought took sudden shape in his mind. It would be only justice for him to get also the doctor's opinion of Celia. Even while they offended and repelled him, he could not close his eyes to the fact that the doctor's experiments and occupations were those of a patient, an exact man of science, a philosopher, and what he had said about women there was certainly a great deal of acumen and shrewd observation in that. If he would only say what he really thought about Celia, and about her. Relations with the priest. Yes, Darren recognized now there was nothing else that he so much needed light upon as those puzzling ties between Celia and Father Forbes. He paused with a simulated curiosity about one of the flower beds. "Speaking of women and religion," he began, in as casual a tone as he could command, "I notice curiously enough in my own case that as I develop in what you may call the other direction, my wife, who formerly was not especially devout, is being strongly attracted by the most unthinking and hysterical side of our church system." The doctor looked at him, nodded, and stooped to nip some buds from a stalk in the bed. "And another case," Theron went on. "Of course it was all so new and strange to me, but the position which Miss Madden seems to occupy about the Catholic Church here, I suppose you had her in mind when you spoke." Ledsmar stood up. "My mind has better things to busy itself with than mad-asses of that description," he replied. "She is not worth talking about, a mere bundle of egotism, ignorance, and red-headed lewdness. If she were even a type, she might be worth considering, but she is simply an abnormal sport, with a little brain addled by notions that she is like Hypatia, and a large impudence rendered intolerable by the fact that she has money. Her father is a decent man, he ought to have her whipped." Mr. Ware drew himself erect as he listened to these outrageous words. It would be unmanly, he felt, to allow such comments upon an absent friend to pass unrebuked. Yet there was the courtesy due to a host to be considered. His mind, fluttering between these two extremes, alighted abruptly upon a compromise. He would speak so as to show his disapproval, yet not so as to prevent his finding out what he wanted to know. The desire to hear Ledsmar talk about Celia and the priest seemed now to have possessed him for a long time, to have dictated his unpremeditated visit out here, to have been growing in intensity all the while he pretended to be interested in orchids and bees and the drugged Chinaman. It tugged passionately at his self-control as he spoke. "I cannot in the least assent to your characterization of the lady," he began with rhetorical dignity. "Bless me," interposed the doctor with deceptive cheerfulness, "that is not required of you at all. It is a strictly personal opinion, offered merely as a contribution to the general sum of hypotheses. But," Theron went on, feeling his way, "of course I gathered that evening that you had prejudices in the matter, but these are rather apart from the point I had in view. We were speaking, you will remember, of the traditional attitude of women toward priests wanting to curl their hair and put flowers in it, you know, and that suggested to me some individual illustrations, and it occurred to me to wonder just what were the relations between Miss Madden and Father Forbes. She said this morning, for instance, I happened to meet her, quite by accident, that she was going to the church to practice a new piece and that she could have Father Forbes to herself all day. Now that would be quite an impossible remark in that is, in any Protestant circles, and purely as a matter of comparison, I was curious to ask you just how much there was in it. I ask you, because going there so much you have had exceptional opportunities for a sharp exclamation from his companion interrupted the clergyman's hesitating monologue. It began like a high-pitched, violent word, but dwindled suddenly into a groan of pain. The doctor's face, too, which had on the flash of Theron's turning seemed given over to unmixed anger, took on an expression of bodily suffering instead. "My shoulder has grown all at once excessively painful," he said hastily. "I'm afraid I must ask you to excuse me, Mr. Ware." Carrying the afflicted side with ostentatious caution, he led the way without ado round the house to the front gate on the road. He had put his left hand under his coat to press it against his aching shoulder, and his right hung palpably helpless. This rendered it impossible for him to shake hands with his guest in parting. "You're sure there's nothing I can do?" said Theron, lingering on the outer side of the gate. "I used to rub my father's shoulders and back. I'd gladly, oh, not for worlds," groaned the doctor. His anguish was so impressive that Theron, as he walked down the road, quite missed the fact that there had been no invitation to come again. Dr. Ledsmar stood for a minute or two, his gaze meditatively following the retreating figure. Then he went in, opening the front door with his right hand and carrying himself once more as if there were no such thing as rheumatism in the world. He wandered on through the hall into the laboratory and stopped in front of the row of little tanks full of water. Some deliberation was involved in whatever his purpose might be, for he looked from one tank to another with a pondering, dilatory gaze. At last he plunged his hand into the opaque fluid and drew forth a long, slim, yellowish-green lizard with a coiling, sinuous tail and a pointed, evil head. The reptile squirmed and doubled itself backward around his wrist, darting out and in with dizzy swiftness its tiny forked tongue. The doctor held the thing up to the light and, scrutinizing it through his spectacles, nodded his head in sedate approval. A grim smile curled in his beard. "Yes, you are the type," he murmured to it, with evident enjoyment in the conceit. "Your name isn't Johnny any more. It's the Reverend Theron Ware." Chapter 22. The annual camp meeting of the combined Methodist districts of Octavius and Thessaly was held this year in the second half of September, a little later than usual. Of the 9 days devoted to this curious survival of primitive Wesleyanism, the 5th fell upon a Saturday. On the noon of that day, the Reverend Theron Ware escaped for some hours from the burden of work and incessant observation which he shared with 20 other preachers, and walked alone in the woods. The scene upon which he turned his back was one worth looking at. A spacious, irregularly defined clearing in the forest lay level as a tennis court under the soft haze of autumn sunlight. In the center was a large, roughly constructed frame building, untouched by paint, but stained and weather-beaten with time. Behind it were some lines of horse sheds, and still further on in that direction, where the trees began, the eye caught fragmentary glimpses of low roofs and the fronts of tiny cottages, withdrawn from full view among the saplings and underbrush. At the other side of the clearing, fully 80 tents were pitched, some gray and mended, others dazzlingly white in their newness. The more remote of these tents fell into an orderly arrangement of semicircular form, facing that part of the engirdling woods where the trees were largest, and their canopy of overhanging foliage was lifted highest from the ground. Inside this half-ring of tents were many rounded rows of benches, which followed in narrowing lines the idea of an amphitheater cut in two. In the center, just under the edge of the roof of boughs, rose a wooden pagoda, in form not unlike an open-air stand for musicians. In front of this, and leading from it on the level of its floor, there projected a platform, railed round with aggressively rustic woodwork. The nearest benches came close about this platform. At the hour when Theron started away, there were few enough signs of life about this encampment. The 400 or 500 people who were in constant residence were eating their dinners in the big boarding house, or the cottages, or the tents. It was not the time of day for strangers. Even when services were in progress by daylight, the regular attendants did not make much of a show. Huddled in a gray-black mass at the front of the auditorium, by comparison with the great green and blue expanses of nature about them. The real spectacle was in the evening when, as the shadows gathered, big clusters of kerosene torches hung on the trees facing the audience were lighted. The falling darkness magnified the glow of the lights and the size and importance of what they illumined. The preacher, bending forward over the rails of the platform and fastening his eyes upon the abashed faces of those on the anxious seat beneath him, borrowed in effect of druidical mystery from the wall of blackness about him, from the flickering reflections on the branches far above, from the cool night air which stirred across the clearing. The change was in the blood of those who saw and heard him too. The decorum and half-heartedness of their devotions by day deepened under the glare of the torches into a fervent enthusiasm even before the services began. And if there was in the rustic pulpit a man whose prayers or exhortations could stir their pulses, they sang and groaned and bellowed out their praises with an almost barbarous license, such as befitted the wilderness. But in the evening not all were worshippers. For a dozen miles round on the countryside, young farm workers and their girls regarded the camp meeting as perhaps the chief event of the year, no more to be missed than the country fair or the circus, and offering, from many points of view, more opportunities for genuine enjoyment than either. Their behavior when they came was pretty bad, not the less so because all the rules established by the presiding elders for the regulation of strangers took it for granted that they would act as viciously as they knew how. These sightseers sometimes ventured to occupy the back benches where the light was dim. More often they stood outside, in the circular space between the tents and the benches, and mingled catcalls, drovers' yelps, and all sorts of mocking cries and noises with the amens of the earnest congregation. Their rough horseplay on the fringe of the sanctified gathering was grievous enough. Everybody knew that much worse things went on further out in the surrounding darkness. Indeed, popular report gave to these external phases of the camp meeting an even more evil fame than attached to the later moonlight husking bees, or the least reputable of the midwinter dances at Dave Randall's low halfway house. Cynics said that the Methodists found consolation for this scandal in the large income they derived from their unruly visitors' gate money. This was unfair. No doubt the money played its part, but there was something else far more important. The pious dwellers in the camp, intent upon reviving in their poor modern way the character and environment of the heroic early days, felt the need of just this hostile and scoffing mob about them to bring out the spirit they sought. Theirs was preeminently a fighting religion which languished in peaceful fair weather but flamed high in the storm. The throng of loafers and light-minded worldlings of both sexes, with their jeering interruptions and lewd levity of conduct, brought upon the scene a kind of visible personal devil with whom the chosen could do battle face to face. The daylight services became more and more perfunctory, as the sojourn in the woods ran its course and interest concentrated itself upon the night meetings, for the reason that then came the fierce wrestle with the Beelzebub of flesh and blood. And it was not so one-sided a contest either. No evening passed without its victories for the pulpit. Careless or mischievous young people who were pushed into the foremost ranks of the mockers, and stood grinning and grimacing under the lights, would of a sudden feel a spell clamped upon them. They would hear a strange, quavering note in the preacher's voice, catch the sense of a piercing, soul-commanding gleam in his eye, not at all to be resisted. These occult forces would take control of them, drag them forward as in a dream to the benches under the pulpit, and abase them there like worms in the dust. And then the preacher would descend, and the elders advance, and the torch fires would sway and dip before the wind of the mighty roar that went up in triumph from the brethren. These combats with Satan at close quarters, if they made the weekday evenings exciting, reacted with an effect of crushing dullness upon the Sunday services. The rule was to admit no strangers to the grounds from Saturday night to Monday morning. Every year, attempts were made to rescind or modify this rule, and this season at least 3/4 of the laymen in attendance had signed a petition in favor of opening the gates. The two presiding elders, supported by a dozen of the older preachers, resisted the change, and they had the backing of the more bigoted section of the congregation from Octavius. The controversy reached a point where Theron's presiding elder threatened to quit the grounds, and the leaders of the Open Sunday movement spoke freely of the ridiculous figure which its cranks and fanatics made poor Methodism cut in the eyes of modern go-ahead American civilization. Then Theron Ware saw his opportunity and preached an impromptu sermon upon the sanctity of the Sabbath, which ended all discussion. Sometimes its arguments seemed to be on one side, sometimes on the other, but always they were clothed with so serene a beauty of imagery and moved in such a lofty and rarefied atmosphere of spiritual exaltation that it was impossible to link them to so sordid a thing as this question of gate money. When he had finished, nobody wanted the gates opened. The two factions found that the difference between them had melted out of existence. They sat entranced by the charm of the sermon. Then, glancing around at the empty benches, glaringly numerous in the afternoon sunlight, they whispered regrets that 10,000 people had not been there to hear that marvelous discourse. Theron's conquest was of exceptional dimensions. The majority, whose project he had defeated, were strangers who appreciated and admired his effort most. The little minority of his own flock, though less susceptible to the influence of graceful diction and delicately balanced rhetoric, were proud of the distinction he had reflected upon them and delighted with him for having won their fight. The presiding elders wrung his hand with a significant grip. The extremists of his own charge beamed friendship upon him for the first time. He was the veritable hero of the week. The prestige of this achievement made it the easier for Theron to get away by himself next day and walk in the woods. A man of such power had a right to solitude. Those who noted his departure from the camp remembered with pleasure that he was to preach again on the morrow. He was going to commune with God in the depths of the forest, that the message next day might be clearer and more luminous still. Theron strode for a little with an air of aimlessness until he was well outside. the more or less frequented neighborhood of the camp. Then he looked at the sun and the lay of the land with that informing scrutiny of which the farm-bred boy never loses the trick, turned and strode at a rattling pace down the hillside. He knew nothing personally of this piece of woodland, a spur of the great Adirondack wilderness thrust southward into the region of homesteads and dairies and hop fields. But he had prepared himself by a study of the map, and he knew where he wanted to go. Very soon he hit upon the path he had counted upon finding, and at this he quickened his gait. 3 months of the new life had wrought changes in Theron. He bore himself more erectly, for one thing. His shoulders were thrown back and seemed thicker. The alteration was even more obvious in his face. The effect of lank, wistful, sallow juvenility had vanished. It was the countenance of a mature, well-fed, and confident man, firmer and more rounded in its outlines, and with the glow of health on its whole surface. Under the chin were the suggestions of fullness which bespeak an easy mind. His clothes were new. The frock coat fitted him, and the thin, dark-colored autumn overcoat, with its silk lining exposed at the breast, gave a masculine bulk and shape to his figure. He wore a shining tall hat, and, in haste though he was, took pains not to knock it against low-hanging branches. All had gone well, more than well, with him. The second quarterly conference had passed without a ripple. Both the attendance and the collections at his church were larger than ever before, and the tone of the congregation toward him was altered distinctly for the better. As for himself, he viewed with astonished delight the progress he had made in his own estimation. He had taken Sister Soulsby's advice, and the results were already wonderful. He had put aside, once and for all, the 1,000 foolish trifles and childish perplexities which formerly had racked his brain and worried him out of sleep and strength. He borrowed all sorts of books boldly now from the Octavius Public Library, and could swim with a calm mastery and enjoyment upon the deep waters into which Draper and Lecky and Lane and the rest had hurled him. He dallied pleasurably, a little languorously, with the dozen aspects of the case against revealed religion, ranging from the mild heterodoxy of Andover's qualms to the rude Ingersoll's rollicking negation of God himself, as a woman of coquetry might play with as many would-be lovers. They amused him. They were all before him to choose, and he was free to postpone indefinitely the act of selection. There was a sense of the luxurious in this position which softened bodily as well as mental fibers. He ceased to grow indignant at things below or outside his standards, and he bought a small book which treated of the care of the hand and fingernails. Alice had accepted with deference his explanation that shapely hands played so important a part in pulpit oratory. For that matter, she now accepted whatever he said or did with admirable docility. It was months since he could remember her venturing upon a critical attitude toward him. She had not wished to leave home for the seaside or any other resort during the summer, but had worked outside in her garden more than usual. This was inexpensive, and it seemed to do her as much good as a holiday could have done. Her new devotional zeal was now quite an odd thing. It had not slackened at all from the revival pitch. At the outset she had tried several times to talk with her husband upon this subject. He had discouraged conversation about her soul and its welfare, at first obliquely, then, under compulsion, with some directness. His thoughts were absorbed, he said, by the contemplation of vast abstract schemes of creation and the government of the universe, and it only diverted and embarrassed his mind to try to fasten it upon the details of personal salvation. Thereafter the topic was not broached between them. She bestowed a good deal of attention, too, upon her piano. The knack of a girlish nimbleness of touch had returned to her after a few weeks, and she made music which Theron supposed was very good for her. It pleased him at all events when he sat and listened to it, but he had a far greater pleasure, as he listened, in dwelling upon the memories of the yellow and blue room which the sounds always brought up. Although 3 months had passed, Thurston's had never asked for the first payment on the piano or even sent in a bill. This impressed him as being peculiarly graceful behavior on his part, and he recognized its delicacy by not going near Thurston's at all. An hour's sharp walk, occasionally broken by short cuts across open pastures, but for the most part on forest paths, brought Theron to the brow of a small knoll, free from underbrush and covered sparsely with beech trees. The ground was soft with moss and the powdered remains of last year's foliage. The leaves above him were showing the first yellow stains of autumn. A sweet smell of ripening nuts was thick upon the air, and busy rustlings and chirpings through the stillness told how the chipmunks and squirrels were attending to their harvest. Theron had no ears for these noises of the woodland. He had halted and was searching through the little vistas offered between the stout gray trunks of the beeches for some sign of a more sophisticated sort. Yes, there were certainly voices to be heard down in the hollow. And now, beyond all possibility of mistake, there came up to him the low rhythmic throb of music. It was the merest faint murmur of music, made up almost wholly of groaning bass notes, but it was enough. He moved down the slope, swiftly at first, then with increasing caution. The sounds grew louder as he advanced, until he could hear the harmony of the other strings in its place beside the uproar of the big fiddles, and distinguish from both the measured noise of many feet moving as one. He reached a place from which, himself unobserved, he could overlook much of what he had come to see. The bottom of the glade below him lay out in the full sunshine, as flat and as velvety in its fresh greenness as a garden lawn. Its open expanse was big enough to accommodate several distinct crowds, and here the crowds were one massed about an enclosure in which young men were playing at football, another gathered further off in a horseshoe curve at the end of a baseball diamond, and a third thronging at a point where the shade of overhanging woods began, focused upon a center of interest which Theron could not make out. Closer at hand, where a shallow stream rippled along over its black slate bed, some little boys, with legs bared to the thighs, were paddling about under the charge of two men clad in long black gowns. There were others of these frocked monitors scattered here and there upon the scene, pallid, close-shaven, monkish figures who nonetheless wore modern hats, and superintended with knowledge the games of the period. Theron remembered that these were the Christian Brothers, the semi-monastic teachers of the Catholic school, and this was the picnic of the Catholics of Octavius. He gazed and mingled amazement and exhilaration upon the spectacle. There seemed to be literally thousands of people on the open fields before him, and apparently there were still other thousands in the fringes of the woods round about. The noises which arose from this multitude, the shouts of the lads in the water, the playful squeals of the girls in the swings, the fused uproar of the more distant crowds, and above all the diligent, ordered strains of the dance music proceeding from some invisible distance in the greenwood charmed his ears with their suggestion of universal merriment. He drew a long breath, half pleasure, half wistful regret, as he remembered that other gathering in the forest which he had left behind. At any rate, it should be well behind him today, whatever the morrow might bring. Evidently he was on the wrong side of the circle for the headquarters of the festivities. He turned and walked to the right through the beeches, making a detour under cover of the crowds at play. At last he rounded the long oval of the clearing and found himself at the very edge of that largest throng of all, which had been too far away for comprehension at the beginning. There was no mystery now. A rough, narrow shed, fully 50 feet in length, imposed itself in an arbitrary line across the face of this crowd, dividing it into two compact halves. Inside this shed, protected all round by a waist-high barrier of boards, on top of which ran a flat, table-like covering, were 20 men in their shirt-sleeves, toiling ceaselessly to keep abreast of the crowd's thirst for beer. The actions of these bartenders greatly impressed Theron. They moved like so many machines, using one hand, apparently, to take money and give change, and with the other incessantly sweeping off rows of empty glasses and tossing forward in their place fresh foaming glasses, 5 at a time. Hundreds of arms and hands were continually stretched out on both sides of the shed toward this streaming bar, and through the babel of eager cries rose without pause the racket of mallets tapping new kegs. Theron had never seen any considerable number of his fellow citizens engaged in drinking lager beer before. His surprise at the facility of those behind the bar began to yield, upon observation, to a profound amazement at the thirst of those before it. The same people seemed to be always in front, emptying the glasses faster than the busy men inside could replenish them and clamoring tirelessly for more. Newcomers had to force their way to the bar by violent efforts, and once there, they stayed until pushed bodily aside. There were actually women to be seen here and there in the throng, elbowing and shoving like the rest for a place at the front. Some of the more gallant young men fought their way outward, from time to time carrying for safety above their heads glasses of beer which they gave to young and pretty girls standing on the fringe of the crowd among the trees. Everywhere a remarkable good humor prevailed. Once a sharp fight broke out just at the end of the bar nearest Theron, and one young man was knocked down. A rush of the onlookers confused everything before the minister's eyes for a minute, and then he saw the aggrieved combatant up on his legs again, consenting under the kindly pressure of the crowd to shake hands with his antagonist and join him in more beer. The incident caught his fancy. There was something very pleasingly human, he thought, in this primitive readiness to resort to fisticuffs, and this frank and genial reconciliation. Perhaps there was something contagious in this wholesale display of thirst, for the Reverend Mr. Ware became conscious of a notion that he should like to try a glass of beer. He recalled having heard that lager was really a most harmless beverage. Of course, it was out of the question that he should show himself at the bar. Perhaps someone would bring him out a glass, as if he were a pretty girl. He looked about for a possible messenger. Turning, he found himself face to face with 2 smiling people, into whose eyes he stared for an instant in dumbfounded blankness. Then his countenance flashed with joy, and he held out both hands in greeting. It was Father Ford's and Celia. "We stole down upon you unawares," said the priest, in his cheeriest manner. He wore a brown straw hat and loose clothes hardly at all clerical in form, and had Miss Madden's arm drawn lightly within his own. "We could barely believe our eyes that it could be you whom we saw, here among the sinners." "I am in love with your sinners," responded Theron, as he shook hands with Celia, and trusted himself to look fully into her eyes. "I've had 5 days of the saints, over in another part of the woods, and they've bored the head off me." Chapter 23. At the command of Father Forbes, a lad who was loitering near them went down through the throng to the bar and returned with 3 glasses of beer. It pleased the Reverend Mr. Ware that the priest should have taken it for granted that he would do as the others did. He knocked his glass against theirs in compliance with the custom strange to him, but which they seemed to understand very well. The beer itself was not so agreeable to the taste as he had expected, but it was cold and refreshing. When the boy had returned with the glasses, the 3 stood for a moment in silence, meditatively watching the curious scene spread below them. Beyond the bar, Theron could catch now through the trees regularly recurring glimpses of 4 or 5 swings in motion. These were nearest him, and clearest to the vision as well, at the instant when they reached their highest forward point. The seats were filled with girls, some of them quite grown young women, and their curving upward sweep through the air was disclosing at its climax a remarkable sweep. Profusion of white skirts and black stockings. The sight struck him as indecorous in the extreme, and he turned his eyes away. They met Celia's, and there was something latent in their brown depths which prompted him, after a brief dalliance of interchanging glances, to look again at the swings. "That old maid Curran is really too ridiculous, with those white stockings of hers," remarked Celia. Some friend ought to tell her to dye them. Or pad them, suggested Father Forbes, with a gay little chuckle. I dare say the question of swings and lady stockings hardly arises with you, over at the camp meeting, Mr. Ware? Theron laughed aloud at the conceit. I should say not, he replied. I'm just dying to see a camp meeting, said Celia. You hear such racy accounts of what goes on at them. Don't go, I beg of you, urged Theron, with doleful emphasis. Don't let's even talk about them. I should like to feel this afternoon as if there was no such thing within 1,000 miles of me as a camp meeting. Do you know, all this interests me enormously. It is a revelation to me to see these thousands of good, decent, ordinary people just frankly enjoying themselves like human beings. I suppose that in this whole huge crowd there isn't a single person who will mention the subject of his soul to any other person all day long. I should think the assumption was a safe one, said the priest smilingly, unless, he added on afterthought, it be by way of a genial profanity. There used to be some old Clare men who said "hell to my soul" when they missed at quoits, but I haven't heard it for a long time. I dare say they're all dead. I shall never forget that deathbed where I saw you first, remarked Theron musingly. I date from that experience a whole new life. I have been greatly struck lately, in reading our Northern Christian Advocate, to see in the obituary notices of prominent Methodists how over and over again it is recorded that they got religion in their youth through being frightened by some illness of their own or some epidemic about them. The cholera year of 1832 seems to have made Methodists hand over fist. Even to this day our most successful revivalists, those who work conversions wholesale wherever they go, do it more by frightful pictures of hell fire surrounding the sinner's deathbed than anything else. You could hear the same thing at our camp meeting tonight if you were there. There isn't so much difference as you think, said Father Forbes dispassionately. Your people keep examining their souls, just as children keep pulling up the bulbs they have planted to see are there any roots yet. Our people are more satisfied to leave their souls alone once they have been planted, so to speak, by baptism. But fear of hell governs them both, pretty much alike. As I remember saying to you once before, there is really nothing new under the sun. Even the saying isn't new, though there seem to have been the most tremendous changes in races and civilizations and religions, stretching over many thousands of years. Yet nothing is in fact altered very much. Where religions are concerned, the human race are still very like savages in a dangerous wood in the dark, telling one another ghost stories around a campfire. They have always been like that. What nonsense, cried Celia. I have no patience with such gloomy rubbish. The Greeks had a religion full of beauty and happiness and light-heartedness, and they weren't frightened of death at all. They made the image of death a beautiful boy with a torch turned down. Their greatest philosophers openly preached and practiced the doctrine of suicide when one was tired of life. Our own early church was full of these broad and beautiful Greek ideas. You know that yourself. And it was only when your miserable Jeromes and Augustines and Cyrils brought in the abominable meannesses and cruelties of the Jewish Old Testament and stamped out the sane and lovely Greek elements in the church, that Christians became the poor, whining, cowardly egotists they are, troubling about their little tin-pot souls and scaring themselves in their churches by skulls and crossbones. My dear Celia, interposed the priest, patting her shoulder gently, we will have no Greek debate today. Mr. Ware has been permitted to taboo camp meetings, and I claim the privilege to cry off on Greeks. Look at those fellows down there, trampling over one another to get more beer. What have they to do with Athens, or Athens with them? I take it, Mr. Ware, he went on, with a grave face but a twinkling eye, that what we are observing here in front of us is symbolical of a great ethical and theological revolution which in time will modify and control the destiny of the entire American people. You see those young Irishmen there, struggling like pigs at a trough to get their fill of German beer. That signifies a conquest of Teuton over Celt more important and far-reaching in its results than the landing of Hendus and Horsa. The Celt has come to grief heretofore, or at least been forced to play second fiddle to other races because he lacked the right sort of a drink. He has in his blood an excess of impulsive, imaginative, even fantastic qualities. It is much easier for him to make a fool of himself, to begin with, than it is for people of slower wits and more sluggish temperaments. When you add whiskey to that, or that essence of melancholia which in Ireland they call porther, you get the Celt at his very weakest and worst. These young men down there are changing all that. They have discovered lager. Already many of them can outdrink the Germans at their own beverage. The lager-drinking Irishman in a few generations will be a new type of humanity. The Celt at his best, he will dominate America. He will be the American. And his church with the Italian element thrown clean out of it, and its pope living, say, in Baltimore or Georgetown, will be the Church of America. "Let us have some more lager at once," put in Celia. "This revolution can't be." Hurried forward too rapidly. Theron could not feel sure how much of the priest's discourse was in jest, how much in earnest. "It seems to me," he said, "that as things are going, it doesn't look much as if the America of the future will trouble itself about any kind of a church. The march of science must very soon produce a universal skepticism. It is in the nature of human progress. What all intelligent men recognize today, the masses must surely come to see in time." Father Forbes laughed outright this time. "My dear Mr. Ware," he said, as they touched glasses again and sipped the fresh beer that had been brought them, "of all our fictions there is none so utterly baseless and empty as this idea that humanity progresses. The savage's natural impression is that the world he sees about him was made for him, and that the rest of the universe is subordinated to him and his world, and that all the spirits and demons and gods occupy themselves exclusively with him and his affairs. That idea was the basis of every pagan religion, and it is the basis of the Christian religion simply because it is the foundation of human nature. That foundation is just as firm and unshaken today as it was in the Stone Age. It will always remain, and upon it will always be built some kind of a religious superstructure. Intelligent men, as you call them, really have very little influence, even when they all pull one way. The people as a whole soon get tired of them. They give too much trouble. The most powerful forces in human nature are self-protection and inertia. The middle-aged man has found out that the chief wisdom in life is to bend to the pressures about him, to shut up and do as others do. Even when he thinks he has rid his own mind of superstitions, he sees that he will best enjoy a peaceful life by leaving other people's superstitions alone. That is always the ultimate view of the crowd. "But I don't see," observed Aaron, "granting that all this is true, how you think the Catholic Church will come out on top. I could understand it of Unitarianism or Universalism, or the Episcopal Church, where nobody seems to have to believe particularly in anything except the beauty of its burial service, but I should think the very rigidity of the Catholic creed would make it impossible. There, everything is hard and fast, nothing is elastic, there is no room for compromise." "The Church is always compromising," explained the priest. "Only it does it so slowly that no one man lives long enough to quite catch it at the trick. No, the great secret of the Catholic Church is that it doesn't debate with skeptics. No matter what points you make against it, it is never betrayed into answering back. It simply says these things are sacred mysteries, which you are quite free to accept and be saved, or reject and be damned. There is something intelligible and fine about an attitude like that. When people have grown tired of their absurd and fruitless wrangling over texts and creeds, which, humanly speaking, are all barbaric nonsense, they will come back to repose pleasantly under the Catholic roof, in that restful house where things are taken for granted. There the manners are charming. the service excellent, the decoration and upholstery most acceptable to the eye, and the music. He made a little mock bow here to Celia. The music at least is divine. There you have nothing to do but be agreeable and avoid scandal, and observe the conveniences. You are no more expected to express doubts about the Immaculate Conception than you are to ask the lady whom you take down to dinner how old she is. Now that is, as I have said, an intelligent and rational church for people to have. As the Irish civilize themselves, you observe them diligently engaged in the process down below there, and the social roughness of their church becomes softened and ameliorated. Americans will inevitably be attracted toward it. In the end, it will embrace them all and be modified by them, and in turn influence their development, till you will have a new nation and a new national church, each representative of the other. And all this is to be done by lager beer. Theron ventured to comment, jokingly. He was conscious of a novel perspiration around the bridge of his nose, which was obviously another effect of the drink. The priest passed the pleasantry by. "No," he said seriously, "what you must see is that there must always be a church. If one did not exist, it would be necessary to invent it. It is needed, first and foremost, as a police force. It is needed, secondly, so to speak, as a fire insurance. It provides the most even temperature and pure atmosphere for the growth of young children. It furnishes the best obtainable social machinery for marrying off one's daughters, getting to know the right people, patching up quarrels, and so on. The priesthood earn their salaries as the agents for these valuable social arrangements. Their theology is thrown in as a sort of intellectual diversion, like the ritual of a benevolent organization. There are some who get excited about this part of it, just as one hears of Freemasons who believe that the sun rises and sets to exemplify their ceremonies. Others take their duties more quietly, and, understanding just what it all amounts to, make the best of it, like you and me. Theron assented to the philosophy and the compliment by a grave bow. "Yes, that is the idea, to make the best of it," he said, and fastened his regard boldly this time upon the swings. "We were both ordained by our bishops," continued the priest, "at an age when those worthy old gentlemen would not have trusted our combined wisdom to buy a horse for them." "And I was married," broke in Theron, with an eagerness almost vehement, "when I had only just been ordained. At the worst, you had only the church fastened upon your back before you were old enough to know what you wanted. It is easy enough to make the best of tat, but it is different with me." A marked silence followed this outburst. The Reverend Mr. Ware had never spoken of his marriage to either of these friends before, and something in their manner seemed to suggest that they did not find the subject inviting now that it had been broached. He himself was filled with a desire to say more about it. He had never clearly realized before what a genuine grievance it was. The moisture at the top of his nose merged itself into tears in the corners of his eyes as the cruel enormity of the sacrifice he had made in his youth rose before him. His whole life had been fettered and darkened by it. He turned his gaze from the swings towards Celia to claim the sympathy he knew she would feel for him. But Celia was otherwise engaged. A young man had come up to her, a tall and extremely thin young man, soberly dressed, and with a long, gaunt, hollow-eyed face, the skin of which seemed at once florid and pale. He had sandy hair and the rough hands of a workman, but he was speaking to Miss Madden in the confidential tones of an equal. "I can do nothing at all with him," this newcomer said to her. "He'll not be said by me. Perhaps he'd listen to you." "It's likely I'll go down there," said Celia. "He may do what he likes for all me. Take my advice, Michael, and just go your way, and leave him to himself. There was a time when I would have taken out my eyes for him, but it was love wasted and thrown away, after the warnings he's had. If he will bring trouble on himself, let's make it no affair of ours." Theron had found himself exchanging glances of inquiry with this young man. "Mr. Hart." "Where?" said Celia. "Here, let me introduce you to my brother Michael. My full brother. Mr. Ware remembered him now, and began, in response to the other's formal bow, to say something about their having met in the dark inside the church. But Celia held up her hand. "I'm afraid, Mr. Ware," she said hurriedly, "that you are in for a glimpse of the family skeleton. I will apologize for the infliction in advance." Wonderingly, Theron followed her look and saw another young man who had come up the path from the crowd below and was close upon them. The minister recognized in him a figure which had seemed to be the center of almost every group about the bar that he had studied in detail. He was a small, dapper, elegantly attired youth with dark hair and the handsome, regularly carved face of an actor. He advanced with a smiling countenance and unsteady step, his silk hat thrust back upon his head, his frock coat and vest unbuttoned, and his neckwear disarranged, and saluted the company with amiability. "I saw you up here, Father Forbes," he said with a thickened and erratic utterance. "Wouldn't you come down and join us? I'm setting 'em up for everybody. You got to take care of the boys, you know. I'll blow in the last cent. I've got in the world for the boys, every time, and they know it. They're solider for me than they ever were for anybody. That's how it is. If you stand by the boys all stand by you. I'm going to the assembly for this district, and they ain't nobody can stop me. The boys are just red hot for me. Wish you'd come down, Father Forbes, and address a few words to the meeting. Just mention that I'm a candidate, and say I'm bound to win, hands down. That'll make you solid with the boys, and we'll be all good fellows together. Come on down." The priest affably disengaged his arm from the clutch which the speaker had laid upon it, and shook his head in gentle deprecation. No, you must excuse me, Theodore," he said. "We mustn't meddle in politics, you know. Politics be damned," urged Theodore, grabbing the priest's other arm and tugging at it stoutly to pull him down the path. "I say, boys," he shouted to those below, "here's Father Forbes, and he's going to come down and address the meeting. Come on, Father, come down and have a drink with the boys." It was Celia who sharply pulled his hand away from the priest's arm this time. "Go away with you," she snapped in low, angry tones at the intruder. "You should be ashamed of yourself. If you can't keep sober yourself, you can at least keep your hands off the priest. I should think you'd have more decency when you're in such a state as this than to come where I am. If you've no respect for yourself, you might have that much respect for me. And before strangers, too." "Oh, I mustn't come where you are, eh?" remarked the piquant Theodore, straightening himself with an elaborate effort. "You've bought these woods, have you? I've got 100 friends here, all the same for everyone you'll ever have in your life, redhead, and don't you forget it." "Go and spend your money with them, then, and don't come insulting decent people," said Celia. "Before strangers, too," the young man called out with beery sarcasm. "Oh, we'll take care of the strangers all right." He had not seemed to be aware of Theron's presence, much less his identity, before, but he turned to him now with a knowing grin. "I'm running for the assembly, Mr. Ware," he said, speaking loudly and with deliberate effort to avoid the drunken elisions and comminglings to which his speech tended. "And I want you to fix up the Methodist solid for me. I'm going to drive over to the camp meeting tonight, me and some of the boys in a barouche, and I'll put a $20 bill on their plate. Here it is now, if you want to see it." As the young man began fumbling in a vest pocket, Theron gathered his wits together. "You'd better not go this evening," he said, as convincingly as he knew how, "because the gates will be closed very early, and the Saturday evening services are of a particularly special nature, quite reserved for those living on the grounds." "Rats!" said Theodore, raising his head and abandoning the search for the bill. "Why don't you speak out like a man and say you think I'm too drunk?" "I don't think that is a question which need arise between us, Mr. Madden," murmured Theron confusedly. "Oh, don't you make any mistake. A hell of a lot of questions arise between us, Mr. Ware. cried Theodore, with a sudden accession of vigor in tone and mien. "And one of 'em is, 'Go away from me, Michael.' One of 'em is, 'I say, why don't you leave our girls alone?' They've got their own priests to make fools of themselves over, without any sneak of a Protestant parson coming meddling round them. You're a married man into the bargain, and you've got in your house this minute a piano that my sister bought and paid for. Oh, I've seen the entry in Thurston's books. You have the cheek to talk to me about being drunk." Why, these remarks were never concluded, for Father Forbes here clapped a hand abruptly over the offending mouth and flung his free arm in a tight grip around the young man's waist. "Come with me, Michael," he said, and the two men led the reluctant and resisting Theodore at a sharp pace off into the woods. Theron and Celia stood and watched them disappear among the undergrowth. "It's the dirty Foley blood that's in him," he heard her say, as if between clenched teeth. The girl's big brown eyes, when Theron looked into them again, were still fixed upon the screen of foliage and dilated like those of a Medusa mask. The blood had gone away and left the fair face and neck as white, it seemed to him, as marble. Even her lips, fiercely bitten together, appeared colorless, the picture of consuming and powerless rage which she presented, and the shuddering tremor which ran over her form, as visible as the quivering track of a gust of wind across a pond, awed and frightened him. Tenderness toward her helpless state came too, and uppermost. He drew her arm into his and turned their backs upon the picnic scene. "Let us walk a little up the path into the woods," he said, "and get away from all this." "The further away the better," she answered bitterly, and he felt the shiver run through her again as she spoke. The methodical waltz music from that unseen dancing platform rose again above all other sounds. They moved up the woodland path, their steps insensibly falling into the rhythm of its strains, and vanished from sight among the trees. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.